Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why hello. How's everybody doing? So I may have restarted at level 1 in like a solo self-found or solo character found or whatever the fuck it's called. Because I want to get better at leveling, but it then occurred to me that this is probably a good time to make like a generic filter, a generic everyone base filter that I can just hand out. But my biggest problem is going to be it is only allowed to have 75 rules. Rule number 1, all white items off. Yes. So one of the rules is a character level dependency. So in the basic rule, what I'm going to have is all white items hidden, all white items shown from level 1 to level 6. By the time you're level 6, you better have a piece of gear in every slot. Right? And I'm thinking as much as level 20, maybe? Magic items get turned off too? Because we can just be like, hide, add condition, rarity. Normal. Character dependent. Level 6 to level 100. Magic items can be crafted technically. Yes, but remember specific roles on items. Like if I say, hey, if you've got a tier 1 of this or a combination of these mods, show anyway. Those will show anyway, even if it's a magic item. Character level dependency 6 to 100. Make that 101 just because it's funny. So all normal items hidden from level 6, right? Hide character level dependency, let's say 15 then. Let's say 15 based on it being magic. Add. I might even make this 5 and then 15, I think, because that gives you a pretty good like section of time. Can you hide if it's not for my class yet? Generically, no. Like, sort of. Not directly, but also yes. Okay, so. Oh, class requirement. Yeah, you could just hide everything that's for some other classes. You could just make that hide instead of show. Of course, I'm not going to do that in a generic filter. You can just show your class. I mean, but you can do both things here. Is hide or show. Show, class requirement, primalist, boom. Oh, Shads is after one loot filter for everything, where it just says class requirement, the class I'm playing, rather than a specific class, to which the answer is no. The answer is no, you can't do that. It makes sense. I get what you were after now. Me not comprehend. So he would like to be able to, and I would like this too. Right, let's say we make this, right? Let's say we make this rule. I'm playing a primalist, right? So I want to see all the primalist mods, right? What Chaz would like is for me to export this filter, send it to 1,000 people, and have every single one of those just load the filter in and not have to change this. If you're logged into a mage, it shows you the mage things. If you're logged into a sentinel, it shows you the sentinel things. If you're logged into an acolyte, it shows you the acolyte things, right? That would be, and that would be cool, but that is not an option. That would be cool, but it is not an option. All right, so that's the starting point. Then I want to make show, let's say affixes, really? Level, rarity. Oh yeah, let's do the generic stuff that we need. Show, add condition. Oh, not add condition. Rarity. Unique. Right? Does these show anyway though, don't they? Like, why do I need to show them? Don't they show regardless? Isn't the default show? Unless I wanted to recolor them, the default is show, right? I'm so used to having hide all items at the end. But that's because that's what we would do with a super strict filter. Like maybe you and I might fucking tighten a filter by like day 2 or 3 of a league to be like, show only this. Right? But I don't think that we should show. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. We'll see how it shakes out, but like for us, for sure, I'm gonna end up like my shit's gonna end up fucking tight, right? Because I don't want to see gear. I don't want to pick shit up unless it's something I need. But that doesn't work for a generic day 1 filter, even for people like us, right? Even for people like us, we need to see a lot of shit on day 1, a lot of shit. Even if we're angry about it. Also, here's what we should do. How do I... Is there a way to say all remaining items? I wonder if there's a way to build a catch-all. For instance, if I put something like this in, recolor all items to look like that. And I put it here, right? Now, if I was to build specific rules for everything else, this would act like Neversinks' catch-all, right? Be like, if you see this purple, it means I don't have a rule hiding it or showing it. I haven't addressed it. Something is wrong. In theory. You don't have a name. Why don't you have a name? Ah, there we go. Because right now, that's... Okay, that's not going to work because that's recolored a normal white item to pink as well. Okay, so that's not... So there's no catch-all. I don't think there's going to be a way to do a catch-all. I don't think. Are you level 5? No, I'm level 1. It's alright. I don't think we need a catch-all anyway. So can I make this one rule just show all rare items and then no? Okay, so I want more than that. I want rarity rare and item type and boots, for instance. We'll just start with boots. Right? And then you want a duplicate of this. In fact, we want a buttloads of duplicates of this. I might delete some of these, but it's quicker and easier to change rather than redo the whole thing. So, how do I rename them? Can I rename them? How do I rename them? Rule name, show rare boots, edit rule name. Oh, here we go.
You're live on stream? Okay.
Why, hello.
Shit, titty, fuck, goddamn. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. What's up? What's up? What
I
you
wonder
need?
if stream can hear you.
God, what are you doing? Oh no.
Don't worry about
What
that.
are
Don't
you
worry about
doing?
that. I just hit duplicate a bunch just because it's easier to edit one than
okay.
re-input. That's all.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
So
Alright.
I had a few questions. One question is order of operations. Which is the final rule applied?
Higher takes priority.
Okay, so if I say show up the top here somewhere,
Yes.
but that falls under, like, let's say I put down the bottom here, hide rare items, but I've showed rare
Yeah.
items with particular mods above it, it's fine. The one on the top takes priority, and hide rare will only affect ones that aren't affected by that higher rule.
Yep.
Cool.
Higher takes priority, essentially. That's It's actually pretty easy, unironically.
Yeah, no, there's just like a few little things like
Oh,
that
yeah.
one. And then has anyone ever tried these character dependency rules yet? Do they actually work? Because these didn't exist last time.
Character level dependency, I actually don't, because I'll be honest, you don't, like, for leveling, like, you can make a very easy filter where all you just show is like everything you need. It's not like a big deal.
I just did this. Hide all normal items from level 5 to level 101 just because it was funny. You can't get to 101, but that's fine. And then hide all magic items from 15 to 101.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Because then you're just like, you know, you want to pick up some white items on a league start on your level 1 character. I'll pick up any piece of gear. I've got nothing. Right?
So the way that they have made the loot filter, it can be either as simple as you want it to be or as complicated as you want it to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So my current thought, because I'm building generic, right? The idea is here's a generic filter for all of the people who follow me over from PoE and are like, ooh, I want a loot filter, but I don't want to start from scratch. So my thought is show rare boots, right? And then show rare boots strict. And what I do with strict is I give it to them unchecked. So it's not applying. But then I give it to them with the conditions like list of affixes, at least 2 or whatever, but with none of this filled out. And then in the video we go over like, look, this has got all rare boots are on, all this is on, all this is on. There's a rule directly above it, ready for you, built out, customized how I think it should be. And what you have to do is once you're at the end game, you have to start getting a little stricter. You have to go, what am I playing? What do I want? Oh, I want movement speed. My build needs cooldown, etc.
So the way that the current in-game works, at least for most people anyways, when you're leveling through the campaign and stuff, and you're getting to empowered monoliths, that is when rares are what matter.
And overly
you
abundant.
get exalteds every so often, right? But like you mainly get rares, right? That's essentially what you do. But then as soon as you get to empowered monoliths, you turn that rare rule off and you just go for exalted items because they have higher average forging potential rolls and they're just better items in general, and rares absolutely can become worthless. Now, sometimes you want to show like items in general, not because they have like, okay, so the way I do it, okay, is I just show items with affixes tier 4 or higher that I want, because either it's an item that I can craft on, because the way Last Epoch works,
or it's enough
an item
good enough to
that
blow up so you can get shards for.
Yeah, exactly. So the way I do it is tier 4 or higher affixes of what I want. So I just go down the list of affixes I want for my build, and then, you know, I just highlight those so that I can see rares on the ground with those affixes. And then I make a rule where I showcase all class affixes that I want. Then I do the same for idols. Then I do the same for show all exalted uniques and sets. And then I show experimental items. And that is literally the extent of my filters every single time I've ever made a filter in the past like 2 years. And essentially it has never done me dirty. Now this is just the simple version, right? And you can go way more in depth if you want to. It's just like
I want to go
like
quite in depth because this is one, also what I love, but also two, also what people expect from me. But
no, I
can't build a filter for everybody. So what I have to do is build the infrastructure of the filter for everybody, so that it's as easy as possible for them to go, yep, this is what I want, this is what I want.
That's actually essentially what I did in my video. I made a loot filter template that's essentially that, except it's just a little, you just put in whatever you feel like for your build, and I go over like what to do for that and all that. That's essentially what I did.
Yours has 6 rules on it total. Lol.
Yep. You don't need any more than that for the basic like filter.
I'm getting more complicated than that.
If you want. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm getting way more complicated than that.
Do. I just wanted to give you context if that's what I do. So.
Yeah. That's not strict enough for me. This is I like complicated.
That's fine.
Also, I'm looking at the limitation of 75 rules, and I'm like, fuck, how am I going to fit my loot filter into 75 rules?
The thing is, what I found in Last Epoch anyways, is the only time where you actually start caring about actual, like, specific rules is when you're in very, very, very deep end game, and you have
you and I are different people. I was annoyed by the loot filter, but the moment I hit monoliths.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like
I'm just saying that that's the extent of my knowledge when it comes to this, that's all.
Yeah, the moment I hit monoliths, I'm like, fuck this filter. Yeah. I'm like, I need like a strict filter. Like immediately.
That's fine. The problem is like with the nature of Last Epoch, like almost any item on the ground, as long as it has like decent stats on it early on, can be a usable item. So you end up in this rigmarole where like you just end up spending forever on a filter that doesn't even end up being that good, because you end up turning it all off when you get to empowered monos anyways, because all you want to see is exalted items. And for the most part, you want to see all exalted items, because even if you get an exalted item with bad affixes, with good affixes and a bad implicit, you can use that for LP bait. If you get an if you get an exalted item with a bad exalted affix and good other affixes, you can ruin or removal the exalted affix and end up with an item with 40 plus forging potential, which means there you go. Now you have an instant like T20 rare. Or you can just end up with an exalted item with a good set.
Who are we talking to, by the way? Making food and half paying attention, even though I need to learn this. That's dreadful.
Yeah.
Dreadful is
so like,
in my mind, first my editor, but he's second my editor. Really, he's also a LE content creator.
So like, what happens in the end game for most people is exalteds end up being what you care about. Early on, you just want to put whatever the fuck you can get on that has good affixes.
Right, so
but
to
after
start with,
in-game, exalteds are the king. So like for instance, that tier 1 through 4, like that tier 4 and up higher like affix requirement on items, I would just do that for leveling, and then if
you're not going to have tier 4 affixes while you're leveling. You're not going to get
Oh,
tier
no,
4
no, no.
out.
You don't turn this on till level 40. You don't turn this on till level 40. Like, at least my version. That's how I have mine set up, because I usually don't need a filter until level 40.
Yeah, no, then fuck that. You're way too generous with the amount of loot you're willing to see. So I have this problem where I can't read.
No, I've just been playing long enough that I can know which items I need to
no,
look at.
no, it's nothing like that. I have this problem where I can't read. So if it shows up on the ground, that should mean I want it. There should never be a time where there's an item on the floor I don't want to pick up. If there is, your loot filter's bad. that's the way I run my filters in PoE, and that's the way I plan on running my filters here.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that, like, I just don't really have anything to help you out with that other than that, because that's, like I said, that's just how I've been doing my filters for the past like 3+ years. If it gets any more complicated than I have set up my filters, I just have no idea, to be honest, because I've never really needed to do so.
I don't know how you can make this work, to be honest. Not for everyone. Oh, I'll show you here. I'll do the one thing first. All right, so add condition. What do we want? Affixes.
Right now, as it currently stands for last epoch, it's very build based.
How do I make it tier of affix?
Click on the top there. Click affix. Yeah, you see affix, and then you click on. One moment here. You gotta like click on the button under that. Advanced options. Advanced options.
Tier of
and then you see tier of individual affixes must be.
Aha. More or equal to tier of individual. Total tier of affixes. This is what I want. I can be like more or equal to, like, say.
But the problem is like you'll have an item that has like a bunch of tier 2s, and you can craft that all the way up to tier 20, and that's effectively.
Yeah, but you can also pick up the most garbage base pair of boots off the ground in PoE and have them happen to roll the best ever. But it's not worth looking at every piece of gear to find those gems. The same rules here. It's just not worth looking at that many pieces. Same rules. Right, so this is how you do that, Chad. So this is just boots, right? So let's just say I go, a total of tier 8 or higher, right? And I just select everything, right? We just fill everything that could possibly be on boots.
What is good?
What?
If you're looking at boots?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So this is right. So we select everything. You go you've got all the things, anything that can be on a boot. Give me a total of tier 8 or higher. I'll work out like how many tiers would be appropriate, right? So we do this. This is how you make a generic filter for everyone, right?
I mean, sure, yeah, but I would suggest just making a filter for yourself at least. That's been
hang on.
Let me get the past like few years.
Let me get to the next spot, and you'll see how this is going to work in my head, or at least how I think it's going to work in my head.
That's fine.
And we'll leave experimental off because that's a separate rule. Right?
You can just show all experimental items. You're not looking at them enough to care.
Yeah, I left them off here because that's right.
You can just literally just do a show all experimental items, and you will never see enough of them to actually get annoyed because
what the fuck is personal? Oh, I've already seen enough of them to get annoyed. You don't want
personal. Those are ass.
What are personal?
It is personal, but it's also personally ass.
Caves, druids. So what the fuck are those?
Those are all. So you know how like you can you know how like you can get like special items that are always the same every single time you find them in the campaign, kind of like that. That's what those are.
Right.
They're like items with special affixes that always get the same item always. The problem is they're all absolute fucking garbage, so it doesn't matter.
All right. So here's how this works. Don't get bogged down in the specific number because I'll have to fine tune that, right? But let's just say in my head this is how it's going to work. I'll say show all rare boots that have at least 8 tiers total of any modern existence, right?
Yep.
Now, boom. Now we've got. I'll rename it obviously so it's not garbage, right? And then above this, I'll have a secondary rule for boots. This will be called show generic boots, and this will be called show boots strict. And in the strict, we will write affixes, advanced options, And this is where we'll say total tier affixes more than or equal to, I don't know, more than that, right? So we'll just say like 12. And what it'll be is this one will be turned off when I give it to people. The one that's strict will be turned off and the generic will be turned on. And the video will be, this is the structure of a filter where I've suggested exactly how everything should be. When you get to monoliths and you start going, there's too much loot. This is when you need to go, okay, what does my build need? And I'll have the structure here already. And you'll just be ticking the affixes you want, hitting update, turning off the generic rule and turning on the strict rule that you've just made. And that's the idea in my head, is that everything will be there and you'll just be able to go, okay, off generic, on to strict.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a lot more work for me, but it's less work for other people.
I mean, as someone who has been playing the game for 4 years at this point and making my fair share of filters and playing the end game and like feeling it out and stuff, essentially, like, you really don't need to get this complicated. If you literally show someone how to make a normal filter, that will literally serve them for the entire rest of their time playing the video game. It is so much less complicated than in PoE. It's not even funny. It is like literally maybe 5 minutes of effort.
Yeah,
it is insane, the difference.
Your filter looks like this.
Serious.
It's trash.
What?
I'm just looking at the screen of your filter.
Yeah. Not to tout my seniority over here or anything, but who has been playing the game for the past 4 years?
This cannot be good. Jump into a monolith right now, any monolith right now, and show me what's on the floor in your map with this filter on.
I'm literally playing it right now. I am literally playing it right now.
Share screen.
Sure. You literally don't see enough items for it to matter. You legitimately don't see enough items. Here you go.
How do I get rid of this shit?
I'll literally load into a mono for you.
Hide members. There we go. Let's watch this garbage.
All right. So, like I said, the meta in last epoch, you simply ignore the enemies. You try to get
I hope that's not the case in 1.0.
I hope that's not the case in 1.0 too, but it seems like as though they really don't care about it. Every single time I've asked about it, so we will see what happens.
Okay, I'm looking to see what the items you actually see are.
Affixes don't count because you can't like actually turn those off, by the way.
What?
Affixes, the affix shards, you can't turn those off or filter them.
I'm seeing no loot. Filter's good. He's killed like 6 mobs.
That's because that's how the end game.
I know,
works.
But I was just saying you weren't going to see loot. You're going to see loot from this area right here, maybe, and then the bits at the outside. That's where you're going to see loot.
That. Nothing. You look. Oh well, that's
an experience one. Damn it!
I wish I could filter those out. Look, that is a set item. I show all set items because we can use those.
Okay, I mean, that is hiding a lot of shit.
Like I said, okay, the thing is, I use this while leveling, see? And then I turn it off when I'm in empowered, essentially. That's. Now let me go do another mono for you so that, like, you can see it more in detail. But, like, literally, like, not enough actually drops for... nothing will drop. This is an Arena Echo, one moment. Arena Echoes don't drop loot. Yeah, we'll just do this one. It literally... doesn't matter. That's what I'm getting at here. It's just that much of a different like experience that it's not the same. The only time I will look at an item on the ground if it is an exalted, and the reason why I look at exalted is because I can use that to craft legendaries, I can use it to craft endgame items, I can use it for other characters, I can sell it to other people when 1.0 comes. Look, Dredge Hook. Now, shit, 1 second. My inventory has been full because I have a bunch of shards. Now, this item here, it has terrible affixes, right? But you see how much forging potential that works?
Yeah, I know how those work. I'm not worried about exalted items.
Like,
those are always going to show.
I can craft those. Now, of course, what you can do is you can start search, like turning off exalted affixes of like this specifically, like the ones that you'll never ever use, right? Obviously you can do that, but that doesn't happen that often. But it's like whatever, right? But I suggest in the beginning at the very least to look at every exalted, because you can make everything into anything.
I
Hey,
mean,
look at
if
chest,
you
perfect
had everything
timing.
but exalted, and then highlight a few very rare affixes for shattering.
All right, here you go. Oh, this is a
That's a brain thing. Damn it.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, you see what I mean though? Like this is literally the stereotypical gameplay loop. You see like an exalted every so often. You don't actually drop exalted items in monoliths. Like enemies don't drop items, sadly. I don't know why they did this and then made all the chests drop the items and the affixes and all that. It is currently one of the biggest problems for Last Epoch's endgame currently, because it forces you into
when we're done
objective
here,
rushing.
don't port out. Just like, I want to see the items that are hidden on the floor here. See, even that's not many with no filter. When you turn it off, there's like still no items on the floor.
You see what I'm getting at? You see why it doesn't?
Why
see
are there
the
no
switchboard
items
tone?
anywhere?
So this actually, so this exalted necrotic damage, or you see that minion health? This is like a minion item. You could technically you could use this right now. If you're playing a minion build for some reason, you could literally just use this and craft on it and use it right now.
Yeah,
and then eventually,
I know
like,
how
fix it
exalted
later.
items work. That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
They're always like a starter points, but like, even when you hit the no, like show all loot button, where was all of the loot?
Oh, they don't drop. Loot doesn't drop in monos. I told you. It's literally, you get all your loot from chests and you get it from the echo rewards. Like I said, it is a very big problem in Last Epoch currently. Your main reward for killing things in the mono is stability, so that you can do bosses faster and then push corruption faster, which then means that the more like that's an idol. I always show resistance idols because like they're very good for filling out your resistances, right? But so yeah, that's just been the meta for like the past like 3 years now. That's why I don't care about my filter so much. That's why spending so much time on it doesn't matter, because it's literally a non-factor. The only thing that would matter is if you're pushing uber corruption and you want to like shave off all the exalteds that you'll never ever use ever, right?
Yeah, but that's not something I can generic.
There's some items drop. There you go. Here you go.
There you go.
That one can be crafted into actually a pretty good katana. Look at that. That's an item that's very fucking worth it.
And now,
right
wait.
Like I'm happy.
Wait, here's the pile. What's the pile? Show me. That's barely anything. It's only hidden 5 items.
You don't get quant. You get rarity. You turn things into exalteds. You do not grab more items. You see?
I mean, we're going to be dropping like double or more this with our faction. But that's still 10 items, which is like,
but yeah, you see
half
why?
a pack
You see
from
why I'm
PoE.
always just like, why would it? Like, you see why I'm just like, why would this even matter? It's not like as if items drop anyways. The only time items drop is when you click on an echo reward that drops exalteds or whatever, or uniques, and you want to see every unique because you cannot filter out for LP, so you have to look at every unique.
You
on the
can't
ground.
filter LP.
You cannot filter LP as it currently stands, and they told us
that
they're not giving us that. So you have to look at every unique on the ground.
That
now
just
you can
means
filter
like,
out by like kind of filter out, but you can't really filter out. Like all unique shields are the same, yada yada yada, shit like that. Like you can't like. It's very annoying. I know you can like filter out base types, I guess, but then like you have to get very annular, and even like a 4LP like unique with like I can hold. There you go. There's some items. Look.
1,
so
2, 3, 4,
guarantees
5,
drops
6.
are rare. Yeah. Here you go.
There's 6 items on the floor when you show all.
Yep. Hey, look at that. And I have to look at this because it could have 4LP. It could be Herald of Scurry with 4LP, right? So.
Okay,
An
so
idol that I
from
didn't
these
want.
chests, a decent
Not
amount of
these
stuff
chests.
drops from a chest.
Those are the ones you don't care about. You care about the ones here when you get like the echo modifier. These don't drop shit. So. I love that. Like here, this is where it matters. Okay, this is where the filter starts mattering. This one here. We'll get to this one in a moment, and I'll show you what I mean. I feel like I just like gave you like the red pill or some shit.
Where's all of the loot though?
Exactly. It's been a problem for years now. It's just like all the loot comes from target farming. It does not come from killing enemies. And that makes it so that you're heavily disincentivized from killing enemies, which means the best builds in in-game are how much movement speed can you get on your character? Because you want to go through echoes, right? You do not care about the enemies inside those echoes. And it's been a big problem for the longest time now.
That's a weird way to do things.
It is a weird way to do things. I know why they do it, but like if your build is bad, it doesn't matter if your build is bad as long as it has movement speed on it. So it kind of like panders a little bit per se if you think about it like that. That's how I feel about it, because it disincentivizes people for making good builds and it rewards people for not making good builds. Because the thing is, like, I don't need to have a good build to grind loot at all, like at all. I can just put some movement speed on, have a decent amount of damage, and then keep moving on. And I don't like that currently because it kind of like ruins the feel of an ARPG. You're supposed to play your character and push it to its absolute extreme. That's kind of the point of it, right? So it does suck that this is currently the case. Speaking of loot, though, did you see this?
I did. It's gross.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, I'm having fun with it. Oh, I also got this too. It didn't hit the one I wanted though, which made me sad. I also need to re-roll my atrophies again because it keeps bricking.
Yeah, it was just tasked as a method of killing
it's not
solutions.
a bad thing. It's just more like I just wish that instead of the echo modifiers dropping all the loot, I want enemies to drop the loot. You know, like I want to kill an enemy and drop loot. I don't want to like
it's
open
not
a box.
It's not even so much like loot is the problem. The problem is reward in general being like you're pretty much just incentivized to rush to the end of the echo.
That's the end of an arena echo at 300 corruption, which is like the corruption that the developers are currently bouncing around, by the way.
Right.
There you go. That's the loot from an arena
See,
echo. The arena echoes notoriously never drop things though, so like look, oh, you could turn off sets technically. There's a lot of garbage sets if you want to do that. I just look at them because a lot of them have very varying roll ranges. Here you go. That's like that would have been good if it rolled well. You can't do rolls, by the way.
Oh, you can just do what modifiers are on it, but not what the roll is.
Yep. Now this is where it matters. This is where the filter starts mattering. This echo here. After this echo, I mean. So just give me like a moment. Let me finish this. Ah, I love Chili Bear. Chili Bear. Dun, dun, dun. Such a fun build. 10 key needed footage for Cold Out Werebear, so I ended up setting this up, and I was like, you know what? We can make an update for it now. Sure, why not? But yeah, this is why I was like so hesitant when we were talking about filters. It's just like it literally doesn't matter.
Isn't any loot to filter.
Exactly.
Just need the most basic of things covered, and then there's no fucking loot. Yep.
It's been like this for 2 years now, and even then, before this, it was even worse. Oh god, the lag! One moment. Oh, the lag! I have been told this has been fixed for 1.0. But
what is this tornado shot?
Issue.
Fuck's going on?
This build. Oh, I know, right? No, it's just this arena. There are certain layouts that are very laggy for some reason.
There are also some arenas that just fucking destroy my projectiles midway for no reason.
Oh, that's already fixed as well.
It's not.
They fixed that for 1.0.
Oh, right.
No, for 1.0.
As in it will be. Right.
Yeah. Like this patch was over 2 months ago. Lol. They're working on 1.0. They don't care about this patch. This patch is dead to them, right? It's just like Path of Exile, right? This patch, all the problems and ailments you're having are things that have been essentially fixed for 1.0. At least, hopefully, anyways, right? Hopefully. All right, this is where the filter starts mattering. So when you are pushing really, here you go. When you're pushing really high corruption, right? I'm talking like ridiculous amounts. Literally what you start doing is start actually filtering out exalteds. You stop showing tier 6s, or you start only showing tier 6s on good bases or whatever, right? Because okay, normally it's like double this, by the way. This is rare to be this low, by the way. It's like normally double this.
Is there normal shit behind that too?
Nope.
Wow.
It just drops exalted rings. And those twos aren't worth it. So like for instance, you could filter out exalted dodge rating, right? Technically. It depends on what you want. I don't need exalted dodge rating because dodge sucks right now. So you could technically filter out exalted dodge rating if you wanted to. But like I said, it like you don't see it enough that it's like literally like oh yeah let me filter out the Mirror of Kalandra like as if I'll ever see it, right? Ooh, you know. Ooh.
Hey, people have found like 25 of those this league.
I know. I'm not talking about this league, which is not going core, by the way. But yeah, you see what I mean about the filter thing? That's like the problem.
Why is there no loot, man?
I know. So the more important things you want is you want class affixes for your build to be showing. Because, oh, this is a rogue filter, Lamel. I see how much I care about my filter, and it doesn't matter. I'm literally using the wrong filter. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, what KD Myriad said. But yeah, that's essentially why making a giant filter is literally meaningless.
That's so upsetting.
How pathetic? I agree. I would like it so that when you kill enemies, you drop items, man. I would like it. It's been a big topic for Elliot, at least in my mind.
But I'm super fucking excitable about loot filters. I love them.
You want to go over it and you want to like nerd out on it. But
yeah, I want to work on loot filters. Like
there's nothing to see here. Essentially,
I want to do loot filters though.
Yep.
But there's nothing to do.
Here. Yep. Nothing to see here. I mean, it is dopamine when you see an exalted on the ground that you really want. Like that's where the dopamine comes in. It's just like it's a different kind of dopamine.
All right, so this character that I'm on right now, let me share my screen so you can also see what I'm doing.
I'm watching on stream. It's
but that's on delay. That's fucking horrendous.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, I think I did it. All right, so I started this guy. He's level 1. He's solo self-found. So I've got no stash, no nothing, right? Like this is fresh.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it took you maybe 2 minutes to build that loot filter.
Yep, it did. Yep.
Okay.
I would say like 5 minutes on average.
Walk me through it.
Oh, I have a video on it.
Okay, but you're here right now.
Okay.
Walk me through it.
Okay, you know what? Let's do it the other way. Just watch my screen.
But I need to do the thing. I need to not watch the thing. I need to do the thing, or I'll not
first
remember.
Thing you're gonna do, you're gonna make a filter, hide all items.
Right. Add rule, hide.
And that's going to stay at the bottom. No, just that's it. That's it. That's all you care about.
Hide.
Yep. Because you want to turn off things and then enable them. Does that make sense? Then you're going to add rule. You're going to go from show to recolor. Now this rule is shit basic item. You pick off ground to look at if it's whether crafting like for leveling and all the way to end game, like to empowereds. This is shit item on ground that you're either going to shatter for shards that you need to craft other items, or it's going to be something that could be craftable. Right. That's what this rule is going to be.
Pretty much garbage. So it's going to be yellow rare.
Yeah, garbage, but like garbage that you eventually need. Now you're going to add a condition here, and then you're going to click affix. And then you're going to click on the affix bar. And then, affix. Then what you're going to do is keep your build in mind when you bring this up. You're going to scroll up. All the way down to ailments. From ailments to core, you're going to look at affixes that you like, hey, that's the affix I need on my gear. You just go down, list all those.
All the way down to ailments.
So you go all the way to ailments and up. And you just look through like, hey, I'm playing a bleed build. I went bleed on hit. Hey, I'm playing a freeze build. I went freeze. Like, I need shred armor because I'm a crit hit build. Oh, I need some frailty. You just do that.
How do you do that if you don't even know what build you're playing?
Well, I mean, that's the problem. To learn that.
So you're like,
part of you're
coming in. This is your first time playing the video game ever. You don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah. And at that point, you don't need a filter because not enough stuff drops for you to care. If you're a new player, it won't matter.
I feel like my inventory fills at every single map. Not map, like every single zone while leveling, my inventory's full.
That's because you're picking up items that you shouldn't have to be picking up.
Right, I want to hide those.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's so many infinitesimal like different variations on this that to cater to everyone at once would be absolutely impossible. It's not like Path of Exile where you have to ID items anyways on the ground anyways. You can literally go into as much detail as you want, and it doesn't matter. It's up to you in that regard. That's the problem is sure it lets you do exactly what you want, but it also gives you the illusion of choice, which ruins your brain.
I only want all attributes. I only want attunement. I don't want melee. I don't care about spell. I do care about cast speed. I don't care about
now,
throwing.
You can just look at a planner and just look at what's on their gear and be like, hey, what are they focusing on? And then you can like essentially like put that on there. And I like whenever I make a build, whenever I make a filter, I just put my filter in the build guide at the bottom if I want to.
So
right?
next,
know what I mean?
Next question.
Mm-hmm.
My totems are minions. So this guy with
You don't
minion
care about
damage
any of those.
and totem
You don't
damage
care about any of those.
means nothing here matters. Even pen,
Nope.
everything.
Nope. None of it.
Because it's minions, doesn't give a shit. Don't care about crit strike chance
either.
or
Yep.
multi because
None
it's
of
all
those
4
either.
minions or 4 totems that I need.
Minions are very simple. And then health. Now what you're going to do is you're going to enable added health and increased health. We'll get into hybrid health later.
But
because
hybrid's
don't click
fucking
on hybrid
gold.
health. Nope. So this is tier 4 and higher. If you do that, you will never see another hybrid health item ever again. Those are very rare shards. Those are very important shards, and they're very rare. And then you can keep going.
I don't care about block. I do care about all these.
Yep. And then you're going to see tier 4 versions of them, and be able to like either shatter them. All res doesn't matter because it's on shields. If you're not using a shield, you don't need that.
Right. I'll still leave it on for now. I also like endurance and endurance threshold. That's a big... There's a lot in there. There's only one thing in here I didn't care about.
Yep.
All resistance while channeling. Potions don't care.
Matter.
Dodge don't care.
Dodge doesn't matter. You don't. Your minions are going to be healing you. You don't need that. That depends on the build.
Yeah. Ward don't care. Stun. I don't really care.
Yep. Crit avoid. You do actually want one of those.
Yeah, I need one high
the
tier.
critical strike avoidance. The other two are fine. Like it depends on what you're doing.
I don't care about leech either. Movement speed is important. Don't care about cooldown. Don't care about reflect. Don't care about mana. Here we go.
Now this is where it matters.
Minion
damage,
fizz. Minion health actually matters. Minion spell. That's it.
Yep.
Except minion. Oh yeah, minion fizz is there. Yep. Okay, cool.
Yep. And then you don't care about any of those because you're playing a totem.
None of them
build.
say minions, so bye.
And then you're going to click confirm. And then you're going to click advanced options. You're going to click tier of individual affixes must be tier 4 or higher.
More or equal. Except I'm never going to see a tier 4 while I'm leveling in Act 1.
I mean, you could do the level dependency thing and like do like tier 1 for levels 1 through etc. Like you could do that if you wanted to. That's one thing you could do is make it more for leveling, but I'm just showing you like what I do. And then you're going to add another rule. That's it. That's it for that rule.
All right. Add a rule.
And then you're going to recolor it. This is going to be eye candy. I need to pick this up. This is important. Color.
Okay. For just rare gear though?
It will be for any piece of gear because class affixes and hybrid health shards.
I mean, not for like idols and shit, just for regular gear.
Yeah, just for items. Yep. This is like you pick this up and you shatter it or you craft on it.
I mean, well, clearly we go with purple then, right?
Yeah, it's like whatever you end up doing. I mean, yeah, of course, yeah. So it's like you see exalteds everywhere. Woo-hoo.
Well, no, I'm not going to make exalteds purple.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Dreads on the call. I mean, maybe I don't go purple because exalted
I have
is purple.
essentially given Balor the biggest red pill he's ever had in his life.
I hate it, by the way.
I know you hate it. I know you're gonna hate it.
I disapprove. I'm unhappy.
I disapprove too. That is, I've been disapproving for 2 years, Balor.
Okay, we'll go with blue.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Yeah, we'll go with
All
blue.
right, now what you're going to do is you're going to go to affix again. And then you're going to click on the affix list. And then you're going to click on, go up to HP. And then you're going to click on hybrid health. You want hybrid health. You want as many hybrid health shards as humanly possible.
Right.
You don't care what item it is. You're just going to pick it up, shatter it, or rune of removal to get the hybrid health shards, because those are insanely rare and they're very high value.
So what this is doing is just picking out that affix that is incredibly important
and
to
you
me.
want to craft it. Yep. And then go down.
So
and you're going to do the same thing with your class affixes.
Here.
Primalist. And then you're going to go through your class affixes, and you're going to want spell damage for totems. Minion crit multi is definitely good. Minion spell crit's good. Cast speed for totems. It's the same thing. These are just affixes you see on the ground. You're like, I really need those.
Yeah, I need every shard of this thing.
Yep.
That I can possibly get.
Because of the way that the crafting works in LE, like you can just make your own items. You don't have to like find the perfect item.
And I want level
while you're
of thorn
playing early,
totems.
like you can use any of these, to be honest. It doesn't matter.
Level of thorn totem.
You didn't even have a gag reflex.
Hospital gagged on it. I thought he didn't
Now,
have a
this will
gag reflex.
change, though, by the way. For 1.0, and there's MG, you will be looking at other exalted items and be like, hey, I could sell this. Won't be looking at rares.
I
like
won't
that,
be.
because those drop like
I can't
candy.
sell things.
Hmm?
I can't
Oh,
sell
yeah,
things.
you're going COF, so yeah. But yeah, essentially, like, the items that you want to be selling and looking at and giving to your friends and all that kind of thing are exalted items. You don't want to be looking at other items and trying to sell, other than uniques, obviously. And then that's going to be it for this rule.
We might, because we're in a party, we might add a separate rule for this exact kind of thing for our friends who are in a party. Just be like, maybe like fucking fluorescent pink or something items show up.
My friend is playing Smite, like Smite palette, like Smite hammer throw. I want Smite idols on my filter, essentially, stuff like that. All right, that's it for that rule. Just confirm.
At least one of those affixes, no advanced tier. So this is just, if you show me this, I want it. If this exists anywhere, give it to me.
You either fracture it or you want to craft on it. Either way.
Okay, so hang on. I can duplicate this rule right here 3 times. And then I can say character level dependency. Say 1 to...
No. That's not the one you want a character level dependency. You want to see that all the time. It's that one you want character level dependency. I'm sorry. I was looking at stream and wondering what the fuck you're doing.
No. This one, 1 to 15, and just say...
I would say 1. I would say 1 in the beginning, because you just want to see those items. And
what level breakdown would you put these in? You're gonna have like say a forever 1, or like the higher level.
1 through 15 would be level tier 1, I would say, of affixes, because you just want to see items with the items you want. Like you want to see items with the affixes you want, right? Early on, you just want to see them. And then later on, you can do from 15 to like maybe 30, tier 2 and higher.
15 to 30. More than or equal to tier 2 update.
And then the next one would be tier 3 and higher would be like
tier 3 and higher would be like 30 to
30 to 45.
45 maybe? Yeah,
something like that. And then after that, then you'd show 4 all the way through until empowered monos. So this is the
I can just leave that on all the time.
Turn off. Yeah, these are the rules you'll turn. Oh, so yeah, so the way this works, yeah, that should be fine. Yeah. Let me think here. So the higher ones take. Yeah, you should be fine, because you find a tier 4 affix early on, like you want to see it anyway. So yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Also,
this rule will only be active between the selected character levels. Do you know if that's inclusive?
I would just check. I would just make sure and just do it anyways, because like I don't think it matters.
Well, if they're inclusive, it just means that at level 15, the tier 2 and the tier 1 rule both apply.
Yeah,
whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's fine. Yeah. Yep. All right, and then you're going to do another rule. Recolor. This is going to be your idols. Now, there's a lot of idols on the ground that you either really want, and then there's going to be idols on the ground that you pick up because they have resistances on them, and you use them to fill out your character. So there will be a difference between trash idols, like the idols you pick up for res, and the idols you pick up because, oh, that's good for my character.
Like that's
so
the actual idols I'm after.
For that, if you want. What's up?
So you'd be like, those are the idols I'm actually after, and these are idols I actually just will take. Okay, hang on a second.
Because I need them. Because like every you can never get enough res idols, Baylor. Like I'm being serious. Like you want them because they just help you fill out your affect. Like essentially, there's a lot of characters right now that don't really have good idols. So like you just fill them out with res idols so that you can like put on more degenerate gear, if that makes sense.
Let's make that pink then. These are good items, right? There's at least one of these. Oh yeah, they're the ones I want to blow up. Those ones. Okay. So next we're gonna recolor idols, and idols I'm gonna make, I think, this color. All right. Add condition.
It'll be affix.
Affix again. But now we're going for
now
idols.
These you want generic. These are the trash ones. And then you click on health, fizz, health, then res. You don't want the armor. That's a really shitty one. And then poison res, and then elemental res, and then so some builds they use chance to gain ward on hit because it's a good defensive layer. You want crit chance as well because if you're playing a crit build, they're really nice for filling out your crit chance. Some builds use healing effectiveness. You'll know which build you're playing if you need that, right? And that's it. The rest don't matter. Maybe ward retention if you're doing shenaniganry.
Yeah, so will be for me. I don't want any of these other things, I think.
Yep. Those are the trash idols that you pick up because they have resistances on them and they're really good for filling out your character.
Yeah. And so in this one, we don't put any primaless things.
You can make a new rule if you want, or you can put it in this rule too.
Use elemental resistance while transformed.
Oh, so these are the idols you want, if that makes sense. These are like are like the special ones. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
That can fall into the garbage tier like everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just looking to see if there are any other garbage tier ones that are just generic in here.
Not really.
Not really.
All the class specific idols, it's either you want them or you don't want them.
So that one's done.
Yep, and you'll do another one for the same thing, except instead you just choose the class idols you want. Now, for 1.0, if you're trading and you're doing MG, it may serve you well to go through the idols and look for idols that are commonly used across all characters that are good. If you look at an affix on an idol and you're like, hey, someone would pay a pretty penny for that, you probably want it. Like for instance, if I look through Acolyte, right, and I see chance to apply damned on hit, that's probably going to be pretty good next patch. Oh, healing effectiveness for Acolyte idols is probably going to be pretty good. This will matter if you are playing either in a group with multiple people or if you are playing in MG. If you're playing COF, it does not matter for anything, unless if you are planning on playing that build later. I will probably be making a video later.
Oh, I'll be pulling out smite idols and shit like that.
You want, yeah, all the idols you want to like click on, and I'll just give like a good template for that. But yeah.
Okay, so this is the second one.
Yeah.
And this is where I pick out the stats I actually want from Primalist. Which will be
Totem health is a good one for early on.
cast speed for totems. Totem health isn't. I feel like they don't die ever.
Oh, I mean, you just resummon. Later on in higher corruptions, they will start dying. You will start to have to care about that.
I think from what I've seen, you get like 14% totem life on an idol.
Yeah.
And you can get like 140% on the affix of one item. So
now minion healing effectiveness might be good for you because
the totems just pulse heals constantly.
Yep.
Could be
So
cool.
when you get to,
Minion
like,
critical
that
strike
massive
chance. I want that.
4k HP pool, they can keep you alive, right?
Yeah. Minion critical strike I want. Don't need damage. Well, critical strike for totems. Chance to gain haste for totems. That one's great. Chance to hit the summon Thornton totem. You'd think I want, but I don't. Avalanche. Or effect is kind of okay-ish. I mean, I'm not against it. It has the boar in it, and it is pretty good. Totem damage. Spell damage for you and your totems? I bet that's a low number.
Percent damage. It's pretty okay.
Is it?
It's like 40% or whatever. That's a decent amount
Oh yeah, that's okay.
for most of them. Yeah.
Ten or 9 days, everybody. Don't see anything else I care about. Okay. But there's one that's base crit. I know there is because I've got it, but I don't see base crit.
We'll scroll down the list more.
Minion critical strike chance. Oh,
That's crit strike chance for totems. Yeah, it's base crit. Oh,
crit strike chance
that's
for
base
totems
crit.
is
Yeah.
base
That's
crit.
base crit. That's not percentage crit. That
Right,
is
this
base
one's
crit.
percent crit,
Yep.
and then
That
this one's
percent
base crit.
Yep.
Okay. Apparently these don't exist anymore.
They do. It's just they're rare.
So lightning
Critical
skills
strike
here.
avoidance for you and your minions. That's very good
Is it?
because, okay, it rolls up to 28% and that solves like one affix on your gear.
I've got 74% from my passive tree.
Oh, okay. For other primal spells, it'd be good. I'm sorry. Okay, that one's just really strong because like sometimes you'll just be sitting there with like 70% or whatever, and that will like cap you with one of those. Does that make sense?
Honestly,
it's just really nice to have.
one of them would cap me too. I need one
Exactly,
good
yeah.
affix
Then
somewhere.
you can use minion all res blessing on dragon instead of crit and void, which would keep your totems alive longer and higher
yeah.
corruption.
Okay, confirm. So with at least one
And
of
then the
those
next one?
affixes.
You're going to show all uniques sets and exalteds, and then you can go through this and you can fuck around with it as much as you want.
Add rule. Show. Condition. Rarity. Unique set exalt. Wait, unique set exalt? Is that?
Yep, that you can click shift. Yeah, yep, that's all. That's it. Yep, that's it. And then you can make you can like go through the exalteds and like refine them more and more and all that. But for like a new player, they're not going to want to hide all exalteds anyways, so it doesn't matter.
To set that up would be better.
Yeah, you can set that up if you want to. Yeah, it's all up to you in that regard. That's just what I do because I don't care, to be honest. But like, it's like all dependent on the person. See, this is where the filter starts actually getting more complicated, is because this is like where, like I said, like, oh, I don't want to see every tier 6 on the ground anymore because I have really good gear, etc. Right? I want to only see tier 7s.
Rarity
like
exalted. But that thought, that's why I just thought, well, these should be separated.
Yep,
Because
that's
like
fine, yeah.
at least
Yep.
I'm just
That's
showing
what
them right
people
now, but
usually
at
end up
least when
doing,
you
yeah.
go to edit it, you'll be like, oh, this is the rule. Okay, so I can add conditions from here instead of having to.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I recolor shards at all? Can I do anything with them? That's a pain in the ass.
It is, yes. And then up at top, you want to do another one, show affix.
Sure.
You can recolor this whatever you want, by the way. But it's just show all experimental items. You just want to see them.
I don't even know if I do. They're all shit.
Oh, there's some.
No, there's a few okay ones, but
yeah.
I mean,
There's like
I guess
the minion teleport one, which is really good. Not for you, but like in general. Like you just want to see them because like you don't see them enough to fucking matter, right? Oh, so you see that one at the top? You can just click that one to click on them all.
I already did that.
Yeah.
If you're looking at stream, you're way behind.
Oh no, I'm looking at you now. There you go. I was tapped out because I was like finding Rye. So yeah, and that's pretty much it for experimental items. And then you'll see exalted experimental items, but that'll show up in your exalted rule.
How do I also change their color?
Oh, click show. Recolor.
Right, but I want to show them.
You are showing them. Recolor is show. It's just recoloring them.
Right, recolor does both. Okay.
Yep. No, it just recolors them and then hides them for you, Baylor.
Well, I mean, that would make sense. Recolor changes the color. Why would it also show?
Yeah, I know.
Probably just this. Okay, now I have to rename all of these things. Hang on. Show. What are these called again? Fucking
Experimental.
Essence mods.
Yep.
I'm calling them
That's
essence
what I call
mods.
them. I call them essences too. It's fine.
Oh, it doesn't say. It doesn't keep the color. Well, that can stay. That can stay. Okay. Recolor. Items 1 to 15. Items 30 to 45. Edit rule. Items 45. 45. 2. When do I want to stop turning these off?
40-ish. 40-ish.
Well,
40,
this one doesn't even
45.
start till 45.
I would say like when you hit monoliths. I would say when you hit monoliths, when you go for tier 4 plus, if that makes sense.
Well, that's what
like
this
where
is.
I usually
The tier
stop.
4 plus.
Yeah. Oh, that is all the way until empowered monos.
Right.
When you hit empowered monos, that rule doesn't matter because by that time you should have items on your character that are good enough until you hit exalteds of each of those types, if that makes sense, right? Like you should be geared enough that it doesn't matter.
For leveling rules, why do you bother with starting levels? I mean, the first one, I guess, doesn't really need a starting level, but the idea is at level 30, I don't want to see a tier 1 affix of some garbage. Right? So this is tier 1's trash, but good at, tier 1.
I guess I know, actually, that is right. You can just do 1 to 30, 1 to 45, because then if you see like a tier, like it doesn't, yeah. But like the tier 4 one, it doesn't have the character level dependency. So like it literally just doesn't matter.
I mean, it could have, but it also, you couldn't get those at lower levels. So it doesn't,
yeah.
like there's no reason for it to have a level
tier 4 has you
requirement.
covered. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like whatever. It's like mixed.
Like this will be, these might even start showing up somewhere around level 40, but instead of 45. But after 45, I assume that you've got like something decent.
Yeah, exactly.
Something half okay.
But yeah, and at that point, Baylor, that's like what this is where like you can start getting way more anal with it at this point. Essentially, that's like this is like what I would start a new player out with, and then after that is like when I would start getting more like specific and stuff. Eventually, at least for the end game. Like I said, exalted items are the only thing that matter in end game.
That's
Because the current
weird
way
and I
the
don't like
crafting
it.
works. What's up?
It's weird and I don't like it.
Oh, it's like Diablo 4, where you get to like world tier 4, and only ancestral items matter. Yada yada yada.
My point was that a 15 to 30 could just be 1 to 30, and it would be the same because of the highest tier affix. It doesn't have to change the multiple. Oh right, because these wouldn't be able to show up. Like you're not going to get tier 2 at level 1 anyway.
1 to 30, 1 to 45.
Right.
Yeah.
And this just means I don't have to be like 100% certain of exactly when the higher tier starts dropping.
Yeah.
Because it'll just work.
It'll gradually do it for you. God, I'm like recording footage with OBS and stuff, and people keep follow bombing me and ruining my footage.
Just turn follow notifications off.
I know, but I'm lazy. Okay.
No. On OBS, you just untick the source. That's the browser source for your alerts.
It doesn't actually turn off the audio, no?
It fucking should.
It does not. The last time I checked.
That's because you haven't set OBS up correctly. Right click on the browser source. Hit. Is it? Hang on. Right click on the browser source.
Here it is. Yep.
I'm looking for it.
Properties.
YouTube alerts. Properties. Yep.
Control audio via OBS.
No. Shut down source when not visible. It's a tick below the custom CSS thing.
Oh, there you go. But now I can't complain when people ruin my footage, though.
Yeah, but because it shuts down, it also fixes that problem. You know how sometimes you need to refresh shit? And you're like, why isn't this updating? Well, you can just hide it for a second and turn it back on again, and it'll be refreshed. It's like Control F5ing the page.
First world problems. Dude, I got followed like 100 times yesterday because Rax raided me, okay? I wanted to turn that shit off so bad. It was so loud.
I got somewhere around 20 to 30 average viewers when I had to turn off the follow notification sounds. And I just left the little dude disappearing into my health globe, but not making any sound.
That's what I've been doing. It's just I didn't never turn it off for myself because the way I do my audio is a lot like yours, where like I have my music different to like what stream is listening to. So I just never turned it off until now.
No, I was sad when I had to turn it off because I felt bad.
I agree. I don't stream often. It's not like my main thing. I just do it on the side for fun. YouTube's my main spiel. But I've been streaming a lot more of late, though. All right. Any other questions for Filter Things? Anything else? Other than you want to like grovel and be sad about it, because it sucks.
No, I just want to complain a little bit. That's all.
That's okay. It's fine. Trust me, I understand. This is what we've been dealing with for the past 2 years. I have been very, very against the current meta of objective rushing. It's ass. I hate it. It makes it so that the only thing that matters on your character is how fast it moves, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
Okay, I do need to change something else. Because in the first zone, I should be picking up white items. I do need some white items.
It's because it's the affix. So you're doing it by affix. You can just do like a show white items to like level 5 or some shit.
I just changed the hide all to character dependency level 5.
No, that will turn off. That will make it so everything shows. No, you don't want to do that.
That's exactly
the way
what
you're
I want
doing
to do.
No, that will make it so that items. It will make it so those recolors are no longer only hide. Like that will fuck it all up. Trust me. Don't do that because it will make it so that you'll see a bunch of items on the ground that aren't recolored but aren't what you want.
The point is the first few levels you want literally every single item on the ground.
Oh, you wanted to turn on after level 5. Oh.
Yeah, so this'll make it so that everything
saying,
shows in the first 5 levels, and then the hide all function comes in.
Okay, I thought you were saying turn it on after level 5. Like, what are you talking about?
No, because like when you first start a fresh character, you have literally no gear.
Yeah.
In a fresh league, you want every white item on the floor to show, right? Like that's not.
See, Dread's brain is cooked because he just did a 40-minute interview with like Sir Cog, and then like he also like have been playing Last Epoch on end. Other than like I've been eat, sleep, Last Epoch, eat, sleep, Last Epoch, eat, sleep, Last Epoch for like the past 2 weeks now. So my brain is dead. It's very hard to keep up a daily upload schedule while you're playing an ARPG, man. It is very hard.
Yeah. No shit. I think you're gonna talk like he's in third person.
Dread always talks in third person.
Dreams Last Epoch. I
have very bad nightmares. I actually do not dream of Last Epoch.
I wish I dreamed at all. I'd take nightmares.
Yeah.
Over
I don't
nothing.
know. I'll swap with you. How's that sound? I would rather not have it because it ruins my sleep schedule and makes me into a night owl.
I'd take nightmares over nothing. I don't dream.
True. But
like
if
ever.
I could sleep and then the time would go out, by the time like it would just be an instant transmission of time, like I wouldn't mind that because then I could get back to work. That just shows you how much of a workaholic I am.
I never dream ever as well. Yeah.
I don't like loading screens, including in my brain.
I've had exactly 3 dreams in my entire life. All 3 of which I vividly remember.
It was all about me, guys. He was dreaming about me. He was dreaming about himself in that bikini that I edited him into in one of those videos that he doesn't know about.
2 of them were nightmares. And one of them was a vivid dream that lasted what felt like about 6 months. Like I feel like I did a lot of growing in my dream.
Are you sure you didn't just get like isekai'd and you just feel like as though it was a dream?
Nope.
You didn't get hit by like Truck-kun or something?
I don't know. Are you?
See, that's the thing. How would you know? That's the thing, right?
Yeah. Are you aphantasic by chance? I don't know what that means. So I want to say no, but like, I don't know what that means.
I see that. I'm like, oh, are you aphrodisiac? I'm like, yeah, with that shirt, Kappa.
That's definitely me. Everything is the inability to create mental imagery. That's.
I think you broke him, guys.
I don't know what that means.
It means, okay, imagine, like, can you imagine things? And you like I say, there is a cheeseburger. Like, think of a cheeseburger. Can you put a cheeseburger in your mind? Can you look at it and think about it?
I mean, I can think about a cheeseburger, sure.
Yes, but can you mentally image the cheeseburger?
I mean, I know what a cheeseburger looks like.
Yeah.
I can describe what a cheeseburger looks like.
Yes, but can you like make a mental image of it in your brain? Like, can you like literally like boot it up like a PC and show it the burger in your head right now, like I'm doing right now? I'm looking at a Culver's double oh, but yeah, like yeah, you can do that. But can you do that?
I mean,
because that's what that means.
I mean,
all right, can you vividly like remember sexual encounters?
I can only see things with my eyeballs.
All right, so that does mean that you cannot make physical. You can't. Yep, that's right. You got it. You got it, KD. You got him. You got him. That's what he has.
But no, you can also only see things with your eyeballs.
No.
What the
I
fuck
can
is
see
everybody
things in my
talking
head.
about?
I can see things in my head.
No,
If I
that's
wanted
not
to
seen.
if I want to see a cheeseburger in my head, I can see a cheeseburger in my head if I want to.
No, you
That is
can't
seeing.
see
You're
anything in
just
your
seeing
head.
Inside your,
Not without
you're
an
literally-
X-ray.
I'm literally looking inside my own mind, and I'm looking at a cheeseburger right now. Baylor, you're just special.
You're using the word
Everyone
looking.
else has this, Baylor.
And I don't think
When they
that you know
say
what looking
imagine things,
means.
they literally mean to imagine it inside of your head as a mental image. You can do that.
Okay, but other people can imagine a picture of something and you cannot. Okay, but like when they say I'm imagining an apple, I'm also imagining an apple. But I can't see an apple because I don't
Then
have...
that is exactly what we're talking about. You can't see the apple.
I
can see the apple
I have
in
the
my head.
concept of an apple. I know what an apple looks like. I can't see it.
Yep. Then you got what Chad's talking about, because I can see the apple. If I want an apple in my head, I can put an apple in my head. Keeps the doctors away, I heard.
That can't be real though.
I mean, it's not real, but you can imagine it and pretend it's real. It's like VR. It's like VR. It's like VR. Imagine it's like VR. That's a good way of putting it. It's like VR, but inside your head. Like if I want to imagine Shakira in my head with a straitjacket right now, I can do that if I want to.
It's not seeing with eyes, and you'll never understand it. But seeing is with eyes. You see with your eyeballs.
No.
That's what you see with.
You can see with your third eye, though.
I've only got two.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
that means
technically
you don't
I've got
have your
three,
third eye.
but that one doesn't see anything.
That means that you don't have your third eye, then. That means that you cannot make manifestations of things you're thinking about inside your head to look at.
Okay, but hang on though, because sort of I can.
I mean, you could remember it, but you can't see it, right? Like you said.
No, wait, hang on, because I sort of can. Because I have, well, it's not an image though. I don't see it.
You would have to at least have some ability to do so. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to function in society. You'd look at like some information and not be able to like maintain it. You have some version of it. You just can't physically make
Like-
it in your head to remember what it looks like. Like for instance, if I want to go and look at like what the recipe label on this specific thing is, and I remember what it looks like, I can bring it back up in my head word for word.
Here's a perfect example.
can
Can you
see the
knock one
thing.
out to just thoughts in your head? No. No. Absolutely not.
All right, then that's the deciding thing. I can wink the thoughts in my head.
Not
Yeah,
even
that's definitely
not
it.
even if it's been like a week.
Yep.
Like absolutely not. This
Yep.
is
That's it, guys. We got him.
that is
We
a complete lack of stimulation is what that is.
Yep. No, that's just how it is. I can rotate them. Yeah, I can
So-
rotate them as like I can imagine a banana in my head.
Okay,
I'm like,
but hang on though.
banana
Hang on. Wait.
Rotate.
Because here's a thing that I can do. But it's
Yes.
still not an image in my head, but I don't know if this counts. For instance, when I'm driving
Yes.
or riding a motorbike or whatever, when I'm on the road, constantly in my head, I have this complete map of the area around me, all of the cars that are around me, all of the cars that are coming the other way, all of the other bikes, all of the road crossings that are around me, everything in like a wireframe from above that I am tracking
Okay,
in my head.
there you go. So what you're doing then is you're projecting the image.
But I
of the
can't
map
see
inside
any
your
of
head.
it.
Okay, then you're just remembering it. Like remembering the details, like the actual info. You're not remembering what it physically looked like.
I can't see any of it. I just know where everything is, and the way I describe it to people is there's like a wireframe in my head of
So like for instance,
where
I'm like
it looks like
thinking of,
Tron almost in my brain.
like I'm okay.
But
I'm
it doesn't
thinking
look
my-
like anything.
yeah.
That's how I describe it because that's how I'm
All right,
thinking of it.
I can imagine my childhood home and how to get there. Like I can remember the street I was at. I can remember what the street looked like. I remember what the street looked like when I was in Arizona. I remember all that, and I can bring it up in my head if I want to. I remember the walk home from school every day, and I can like remember what it looks like, and I can literally put myself in there if I want to.
It's
in my head.
this is the same thing that I use when I figure out if something's gonna fit around a hallway or around a corner or through a door. Like generally
Yeah.
speaking, I can just look at things, and I'm
Yeah, it's something like that, yeah.
99.99% of the time I'll be like, that fits, and people are like, oh, I'm gonna get the measure tape. Don't bother, it fits. I'll be like, how can you tell? And I'm like, because it's like you've got like half a centimeter gap. It's fine. Because I
What
can
if
just
it
be like,
didn't-
I'll just pick
what
up
if-
the
problem
wireframe
is,
image of
Baylor,
that
what
and
if
fit
it
it.
didn't fit, and she had to go to the doctor afterwards? Right?
It
What
always fits.
happens
I don't
then?
have that problem.
I don't have that problem. He called himself out, guys.
It's not the first time.
We got him, boys. My insurgency worked. But yeah.
It's the same way you can weigh batteries. Okay, look, I know I'm not weighing batteries anymore. All right, you've convinced
You're
me
also
I'm not
gonna,
weighing
tell
batteries.
Me you can like eat the entire Bean Boozled box without dying.
I don't even know what that
That's
means.
the next thing you're gonna tell me. How the fuck can we differentiate between what we imagine and what's real? Well, generally the thing that I'm imagining is $1 million, and I look at real life and I don't see
Hang
$1
on.
million.
You can remember a street, but can you build a new one? You've never been inside your head.
Based on your
Absolutely
thoughts.
not. Not
Absolutely
without
not,
like,
then yeah.
not without like specific instructions from somebody. Like I couldn't come up with it on my own.
All right, Mr. Baylor, I'm going to let you have all the fun in terms of trying to figure out what reality is anymore. I'm going to hop off and work on things. I will talk to you later.
So, yeah.
Have fun with your new red pill of loot filters not meaning anything.
Oh, so yeah.
See ya.
What you imagine and what you imagine. I can't imagine. Yes, we've just established that, Baylor. What I mean is, I can't imagine. Like, it sounds like everybody's just misusing words again. They're saying they see things when they don't see things. Like how people say, I hope you have a good weekend, when they don't give a fuck how my weekend is. Sometimes at the end, absolutely yes. That's what I've been playing for quite a few days just to get some practice in, but I wanted to practice leveling it again. You say you don't dream, but you're in a dream right now. Wake up, Baylor. You can't put the word. It's a word people use because it's easiest. Okay, well then it's the wrong word then. So what? You're telling me I'm right. Nobody is seeing things in their head because you can't see in your head because you see with eyeballs. I've been researching this lately. Hi, by the way. Hi. Change the word to imagine. Change the word to hallucinate, because that's what it fucking sounds like. Let's see. I'm afraid I don't have any idea what's going on. I'm now looking for a simple and good build to start with. Okay, so there's a lot of good starter options, and it's up to you what you want to pick. Dreadfully, you were just hearing us talk to. We'll have suggestions for you and whatnot. I will be specializing in exactly one build. I will be making exactly one build guide, and it is this one. The reason for that is I don't feel like I have time to learn all of the ins and outs of several different builds and give people top 5 lists and shit like that. I do not know enough about the video game to become an expert in 2 weeks. And I very, very, very much hate when people just make content for the sake of making content and like be like, ha, here's the best 5 builds when they don't know what they're talking about. And I don't want to be the one of those people. So I've spent a lot of time on this build. I will learn the ins and outs of it, and I will make exactly one guide for this. That's it. The reason I chose this build is because it is completely Papega proof. It's incredibly tanky on 0 gear. It does very good passive damage on 0 gear, and it will allow me to be spending a lot of my time looking at chat and reading it instead of having to pay too much attention to the game entirely. There's also a totem playstyle, so it has the auto targeting and everything like that, so I don't need to worry about shit basically. Have the brains create an image. True. No, I'm good with that. I understand the whole echolocation thing. It's really hard for me to imagine people seeing things in their heads. The first time we ever had a conversation about people seeing things in their heads, the first time, I was a little bit convinced that chat was having me on, that it was like a bit, and just like everybody was in on it, just like make fun of the streamer man. That's how hard it is to imagine that somebody can see something in their head. That's it. It's that hard to imagine that I was convinced that chat was just doing a bit. Twitch chat is known for gaslighting streamers. Well, that's true though, right? Do I val the 2 storm shrouds and 2 intuitive leaps to just drop? Yes, because they're not worth selling unless they get a good implicit. No internal monologue. It breaks my wife's brain. So that's where it started, because people were talking about internal monologues and I was like, those aren't actually real. Like, you don't actually have an internal monologue, you just have thoughts. Like, I think in thoughts, not English words, not words in another language. I think in thoughts. Because in my brain, if you have an internal monologue, we call that hearing voices. And we send people to mental hospitals to get better when they hear voices. You shouldn't be hearing voices that aren't there. That's what they listen to voices. I I'm not of the opinion that you should go to a mental hospital anymore. But that I'm saying that was the like response I had the first time I heard about people actually hearing a voice in their head. That was the reaction, was like, excuse me? I think you need to see someone. Because I don't think in words, I think in thoughts. And I thought that's what everyone else thought. Do you ever like win an argument in the shower? Nope, I usually win arguments when I'm arguing. Quite often I lose arguments when I'm arguing too. Like the bit that I struggle with people like hearing their own voice in their own head, saying actual English words, is how do you ever think of anything? Because the amount of different thought processes that are happening in my head at all times, if those were like verbal words spoken out loud, it would be a jumbled mess of garbage that no one would be able to understand. So like, I'm slightly confused about that, I guess. People replay arguments in their head. That's a super common thing. I do replay arguments in my head as well. I do that. That's a thing that I also do. Elite greater than D4? Solitaire greater than D4. I don't know. That was a pretty low bar. Complete subject changed. Have you watched or planning to watch the POE interview with Luigi today? Oh, have not watched it yet. Though because he's not like a main POE guy, I did go to his stream and ask for permission to watch it on stream, and we got permission, so that's fine. Alright, I have that open. I don't know if I'll do it right this second though. It just flows out. There's no reading or dictation going on. Shocker, I know. Sometimes I'm as surprised by the things I say as other people. There's definitely not like a thought process, at least by default, in my head about like what I'm gonna say before I say it. I just say stuff. Not that I can't. I can like actively be like, okay, slow down, think of the sentence, plan the sentence out, and then say it. I can do that, but it's like that's a thing that I have to like be like, okay, I'm gonna need you to slow down. I'm gonna need you to do the thing. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. The question is, do you play Last Epoch while watching the interview? I think so. Fine. Able to fall asleep caused me and a lot of habits of a rough time falling asleep. I do not fall asleep easily at all. In fact, I heavily struggle to fall asleep at all. It's not that there aren't thoughts in my head. There's always thoughts in my head. There's usually like fucking 22 different threads going on in my head at the same time. It's just that they don't make any noise. I don't hear them. There's no dialogue half the time. Most of the time, actually, more than half the time. There's no dialogue. There's just thoughts. Like I don't think in English. I think in thoughts, and when I have to speak what I'm thinking or feeling, I usually have to translate those thoughts into English to then be able to explain them to other people. That also doesn't mean that like no thought is ever in English. How do I how do you think in thoughts? I don't know. I just think in thoughts. Define what a thought is. I mean, it's a thought. It's the idea of something, the concept level of things, not specific diction at all. Not if it's not words or pictures, what is it? It's thoughts. It's definitely not words or pictures. It's concepts, feelings, experiences. I don't know what the words are for it. It's thoughts. Like I don't know how to like, it's the only way why it's the reason why I can handle like 20 different threads happening in my head at the same time, because if they were all words, that would be horrendous. That would be like, imagine 20 different people talking at you with different conversations at the same time. You can't cover all of that, right? You can't cover all of that. The reason that 20 threads can happen in my head at the same time is because I think in thoughts. They're like more like waves than it doesn't mean I can't think in thoughts in English. Like I can, if I'm like, let's say I'm like worried about a job interview, or like me and another good friend have had like an argument and I'm trying to like prep myself for either round 2 or an apology or something, and I have to in my brain imagine how that conversation's going to go and like what they might say or they might feel. That conversation will happen in English in my head, not because I need it to, but because I know that they're going to speak back to me in English, and I'm trying to run through the possibilities of that conversation, and because I'm trying to convert my thoughts into English ahead of time so that I know what I'm going to say. You can talk to voices in your head. Well, I don't hear any of them. And honestly, I'm going to be real honest. It's incredibly hard to do that in my head. Usually when something like that happens, I have that conversation out loud on my own because it's so hard to do in my head. And if I just speak out loud, it's way easier. I'd usually prefer if there was no one in the room when I sit there and speak to myself out loud, because then I look like the crazy person. On a scale of 1 to 10, how vivid are your thoughts in relation to each one of the senses? 1. They don't. My thoughts don't involve senses. Those are physical things my body does, not thoughts that my brain has. Okay, well, why do you two show up like that? It doesn't make any sense. That's not what my filter looks like. Aha. But it is, though. Okay. That's the generic everything color. Okay. But then this one is an essence mob. So why don't you show up like that? Oh. Cool. Better. Good article. I'll help you to read later. Mind blown affectation. Yeah, this. I automatically spoke about it. Suddenly I realized the world differently. I had assumed that daydreaming, counting sheep, and picturing myself on a beach were metaphors. I also thought they are metaphors. That is a metaphor. That is what I thought. Okay, so I have one more problem with my loot filter. This item right here. It's an essence mob. By the way, you can bind the show unique set exalted item into one rule. Can, but shouldn't. They're separate for a reason. So they're separate for a later reason. That's a personal item, not an essence mob. Oh, you're right, because it came from the thing. Right. Which I might as well put on, but also it's trash. Okay, I get it. Yeah, what they mean is actually being present in the argument in their heads. Wait, I've been lurking but I had a question. When you say you can relive an argument, what they mean is actually being present in the argument in their head. And what you and I mean is going over what was said verbatim in our heads. That is exactly what I mean. I mean going over verbatim what was said and breaking it down in my head. Is that not what other people mean? Ah. Okay. Right. Hang on. Hang on. So when you say replaying an argument in your head, when you do that, regular people do that, you get the emotions that came with that argument as well. If you're reliving it, you have the ability to get upset or angry a second time? That sounds fucking horrible. I was already upset or angry about that the first time. Why would you want to go over that again?
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the epoch's safe.
No urgent ESD. Ah, that sounds horrible. Why would you want to get angry a second time? When you read this text right now, do you have a voice sit in your head and you just receive the information? I just receive the information. There is no voice in there. It's text. It's not. I don't have text to speech on.
It's Hera's blessing.
An Irish chieftain is the reason you take the low life is at 55% mastery. It's the equivalent of taking a 10% more life mastery. Because petrified blood brings you down to your low life. Those are events. I think what we're talking about is the way that these brains work isn't exclusively like a TISM thing. This is like a thing that could affect people on or not on the spectrum. This is irrelevant things or like separate things. There might be some crossover. Like it could be that it is more common in people with the TISM, but it's not impossible to not have, if that makes sense. Like they're not like 100% linked things. This temporal key dungeon is sick. Oh yeah, I actually really liked those dungeons. Wait, is the temporal key the one where you go thump and change zones? I loved that one. I did them. Yeah, I did them all once just so that I could so that I knew what the fuck was going on. For the reasoning to keep exalted sectors on the line of recovering ones. On the lines of recoloring ones you don't need later on down the line. Yes. It's just, I'm only keeping them, like, it doesn't matter if you're not going to touch them, but later on you might want to only show certain affixes or hide certain affixes, and if it's already a separate rule, then I don't have to make it a separate rule later on. Like, it's definitely not important at this stage of the game. In a TV show where they show someone silently thinking to themselves and they add a voiceover, did you think there was a metaphor? I mean, not so much a metaphor as just a representation, because you can't show thoughts. You have to convert thoughts into English for other people to understand them. So I just thought that was just like a done for TV thing, right? Balstron, able to raid. How you doing? Welcome to the brain chat. Yeah, welcome to us finding out that my brain, well, not finding out, solidifying that my brain just doesn't work. My brain's broken. So far, what we've been talking about today is that I can't imagine things in my head the way other people do. And the very thought that when somebody says imagine an apple, that they can actually see an apple weirds me out, and I can't understand it, because you shouldn't be seeing things that aren't there. That's not how my brain works. I don't understand. Like, when people say see an apple in your brain, like, I think about an apple, but I don't see an apple, because I see stuff with my eyes. And then we were talking and we found out that I'm imagining chat's mum right now. Then we found out that I also don't think in English at all. No, I don't speak another language. I think in thoughts. I think in thoughts. Called unsymbolized thinking, apparently. Which I thought, in my thoughts, that that's how everybody thought. But it turns out you can't imagine a storyline unfold. I mean, I still can. I don't. Can you visualize a PoE tree in your mind? I mean, I want to say yes, but like no. Like yes, but like I don't see it. I just know where stuff is. Like, this is the bit the chat was struggling to understand, is that I don't think in English. I don't speak any other language. I just think in thoughts. Which also means that every single time I speak about anything, I have to translate it from thoughts into the spoken word so that I can say it to other people. Because the thoughts in my head are not in language. They're not spoken. They're in thoughts. Being extra what's new. Well, I just thought that's how everyone thought. I didn't realize it was that weird. And I'm still not sure I understand how people can think in English or like in a language, because like, I guess not everybody is thinking 20 different things at the same time, but surely people are usually thinking at least 5 or 6 things at the same time. And if that's the case and they're all in a language like English, how do they not cross over each other? Because if 5 or 10 people are talking to me at the same time, that's horrendous. That's too much input. I can't follow that many conversations at the same time. Do you dream in thoughts or English? I don't dream. I do not dream. You have aphantasia? I mean, apparently. Not like, I mean, not like diagnosed, but it fits. Also, you do dream, you die if you don't? Okay.
You're here for the epoch.
Okay, but I don't remember them, so I might as well not.
But it's mine. Core member wing.
Do you get wet dreams? How would you not? No, not at all. Never. I have had 3 dreams in my life. 2 of them were nightmares and 1 I was aware was a dream. The 1 I was aware was a dream lasted, what I could tell, 6 months. Felt like I was in there for 6 months. Otherwise, that's in my life of like 36 years. I've had 3 dreams. 1 dream where I knew it was a dream and it lasted half a year, and 2 nightmares. And the 2 nightmares I was on drugs for. And the dream that I knew was a dream, I was not. I don't know how that happened. Or why.
Which, speaking of, I must reach Lena at once.
put your keys into a single tab and hit auto sort, it does not sort them by type. Oh no. Wait, really? That sounds horrible.
I may not be able to take flight, but with Emberwing's aid, I can once again feel the wind. Oh, how I...
Just thought I'd try it now. I have so much regret. It's fair. That's fair. Okay, so some problems with my loot filter. It's showing magic items that I don't want. Why? Probably because of this, right? Add condition. Rarity. Rare. Hang on, let me drop all this back on the floor. Don't want to see that, don't want to see that, don't want to see that, don't want to see that. Oh, wait. Ah, that's because it's coming off this section now. But the way crafting is, magic isn't bad. It's actually kind of good. So the problem is there's too much shit still though. So I have to sort somehow. Otherwise they go through 2 zones and my inventory's full. And that's annoying. So I have to sort somehow. What are the 3 little bars beside it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's just my latency. It's normally green. Why is it not green this time? Wait. 13 apparently. Heard all blue items that aren't on your criteria. No, I had already hidden all blue items that weren't on the criteria. I want the criteria to involve them being rare. Well, the thing is, I don't really want that, do I? These just kept showing up for way too long. That's the real answer. They just kept showing up for way too long. I'm like level 9 and I'm already over it for those. So I want these to be like maybe like level 8 or something. And I want this to show up from level 3. So instead of setting it to a number of affixes, I've set it to a total tier of all affixes of what I want. But I was still getting the garbage items too late. So I just want these to be... it's just the level requirement was too high. Like I wanted to be picking up trash. There's one affix of tier 1. So this one does, because it's the first like anything, right? And then this second one only needs a single affix, but it needs to be at least tier 2, or it could be 2 affixes that are tier 1. The total tier... Oh. No, this is tier of individual affixes must be tier 2. Right. Yeah, that's fine. I think. After a while, you should probably look for 2+ on an item. Yeah. So maybe we want to be a little bit more picky. Maybe I say 1 affix of tier 2 is more or equal than 3 total tiers over an item. So it wants a tier 2 and at least one other tier 1. On the, like, that tier of an item. And then when we go up here, we can do the same thing. More than or equal to 4. Getting 2 extras is going to mean you see 0 loot. I mean, I've got everything relevant selected here. Like, absolutely everything relevant. Two in there, 13 in there, 1 there, 1 there, 4 there. Like, everything relevant is here. Yeah, the always shadow ones are already a different color. Okay, so in theory, that shouldn't show anymore. Huge! Neither should that. Huge! Neither should that. Okay. The question is, am I going to see anything at all now? Because I can't have it not show me anything. The question is, did I just get too rare? This is why I'm testing it though, because I want to be able to make a quite strict filter. Even for the league start. But not too strict.
I'm so sorry to you too. This is what
Like, I still need to see some items on the floor.
with the epoch's power. I'll finally be able to.
But this is why we're testing it.
Possible.
Well, the way that it was set up, I was picking up too many items. There were still far too many items showing. So it did need to get stricter. Like, it was still every second zone my inventory was full. Well, that's too much. I want to be, oh, so you're suggesting like right, I changed the level requirement for that. So you're suggesting this is too much. And that what it'll actually be is that my level requirements were just too loose. And just doing that means these will now show, and that's fine. And that I should figure out at what level I want to stop this one. And it'll probably just be a level requirement thing rather than a get another strictness on it. I'm just showing that shit for too long. Okay, the question is, did I turn it off correctly? Let's have a look real quick. Just double check. So I did that one with a level requirement. Yeah, okay. I changed this back to just showing me any of those affixes, but in tier 2 now. And I've got it turning off at level 30. But I may end up having too many items that fit that category and turning it off earlier. Or it might be might not even get to tier 2 affixes yet. I might have gone a little too early. I don't know. Nope, I can still get an item. But was the item worth seeing? I mean, yeah, that's better. Sure.
Blessed Terra's name.
And just manually turn off those relevant rules when I realize I have too much gear. Well, I'm still looking for whether I hand it out to everybody or not. I'm still looking for a generic base filter that I can just be like, boom, this is my starting point for every character. So I would rather those things just turn themselves off automatically. For each roll. Yes, that's exactly what I'm working. That's exactly how I want it to work. I'm looking for the correct settings to just be like, boom, this is the template. You throw this on at every character and then you customize. The skeleton filter to duplicate per character. Yep.
Terra, watch over you. Gods.
Blaze will send it to you to roast. Here's the real question, Core. Should we just be working on the same filter? That's fair. I think I'll just go the ultimate laser and turn off all items to motherless and gamble the gear I want. No, you can go the lazy route. I'm doing the work. You'll just copy what I do and hit paste. And then worry about being specific later on. That's the point, right? Is that I can just be like, boom, copy, paste, go. That's the idea. Also, that shows all the gear for all of us. Nope, way too much. Way too much. We will have to make one section of a group filter. Why am I killing this essence mob? Bye. It's a shame you can't export a specific rule. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I bet you can.
Gods be with you. Stay safe.
Okay, so just like in PoE, these essence mobs are insane. Yo, I'm like clearing zones with ease, and then this essence mob is like a million years to kill. I think we skipped these while leveling early. They don't really have any like modifiers that we really want anyway. So I think we just don't touch these. Don't you want the zombie belt? I mean, not this badly. Not this badly.
Yes. Try not to hurt yourself.
That being said, of all the people in my group, I am starting the weakest class, level like 1 to 20. Level 1 to 20, this is not a fantastic build, to be honest. Basically, this build remains pretty bad right up until I get... How many points do I need in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 points in Spriggan form, and I'm great. Fantastic. 9 points into Spriggan form, and I become a god. And before that, trash. Not so trash you can't play it, just not great. This is your build or you're following someone else's? I mean, that's a little bit of a question mark. Like, I first played this build probably 3.5, 4 years ago, and it was a build I came up with at the time, but also wasn't the only person who came up with. This time, when I started re-leveling it, I couldn't remember how to make it. So I started from the max roll thorn build that exists, and then made that, and then was like, this isn't correct. So I made some changes from there and edited it to what I like in my playstyle and the perceived mistakes they think that they made, and fixed those. So hard to like say, like, builds don't really belong to anybody. Like, I don't know, how do you clarify that? Like, is it my build? Is it not my build? Is it a max roll build? Because that's how I started it this time when I played around, but then I've changed it since there, so I don't know. How much do I need to change it from the version max roll runs? before it becomes my version of a build and not their version of a build. 1 point, 1 skill, 10 points, different gear. What do I need? This is the intention and thought processes behind the changes. Well, I didn't make any decision about any of the changes just based on wanting to be different. I made changes because I thought it could be better and that my changes would improve the build. Also, I have tried some other ways of leveling this character for the first like 20 levels or so. Not Tempest, right? Sweep wasn't too bad. Swipe wasn't too bad. But realistically, every way I could think of to level a shaman were all pretty bad. Like they just weren't, they're just not very good. The best thing that I can think of to do that it seems to work is heading over here so I can get extra wolves. I've not tried Maelstrom. I don't know if that's better than thorns or not. I mean, literally just getting duration and area on Maelstrom could make it pretty good. I've always been a really big, like, fan, believer, preference to leveling my builds as close to how they're going to be in endgame as possible. Even if it takes a little bit longer. It's the same. I do the same thing in PoE. And I don't think it'll matter too much because we're going to have a paladin, a falconer, and a rune master in our party probably while we level. And the totems are great at clear. Like they're doing fantastic. You just drop and run. The weakness that I have is single target. My single target's pretty trash for a while. But I think the other people in my party will be perfectly fine at single target. The paladin's going to be acceptable. And the falconer and the rune master are going to be great at the single target. So I don't know if my weakness of single target matters at all. Right, like I do great at clearing, so I want to check this because a lot of gear dropped on the floor. What is it? X. Oh, but a lot of trash gear and I don't want any of it. That is correct. Yep, that's correct to hide all of that. I assume you'll be able to share them. I'm actually not sure. Yep. If you're all in a party and in the zone where it drops, it's the old school like D3 rules. We can just trade them to each other because we were all here. You can just send them to each other. A lot of insane leveling uniques. Yeah, there's a pretty decent amount of it, and because our party is so diverse, right? We got one Thorn Totem build, one Paladin, one Rune Master, and one Falconer. The chances that we find a good leveling item and none of us want to use it, that's got to be pretty slim, right? Like surely we drop a leveling item and one of us goes, fuck yeah, I'll put that on. Surely. Right? Like we're not intentionally building like the best min-max party setup or anything either. But just everybody's just playing whatever they want. We just happen to have 4 different classes, which is great. And this is my weakness. Let's try this. I mean, it's a little better. Maybe I do want to do Maelstrom just for a while. It's definitely a bit better.
Go on. I'll be right behind you.
Is it an attunement scaling skill? It is. It is attunement. Okay, now hold on. This thing gives me... Yes, so that's fine. Yes, so that's fine. Yes, so that's fine. And this that I use for spell totems also gives me spell damage. So I don't even have to worry about respecking. The buttons that I'm pressing are already heading me... They're hybrid. They work on the spell and the thing. So I don't have to change my spec at all. One second without dressing on you, stacking Lagoon Summer. Yeah, that feels like the best. I feel like I want to grab that. At least 1 point in it. Probably max it and then just take the duration, I think. Let's try it out. Let's try it out.
lucky?
Uh-oh.
Their memory will give
The idols don't show up.
Be safe, traveler.
Oh, it's because they're both literal trash. They actually both do literally nothing that I want. I mean, I might as well put one on, but they're crap. I guess I can put that on for now. So what, I already made an idle filter. I did. But I only looked for any useful mods. And both of those idle mods were complete garbage. So that makes
You may
sense.
find a treasure, my friend. Hope to see you again real soon.
Okay. Come on, load. Let's go, buddy. Load me up. Show you a totem tree. For now, I got one extra totem and one return mana so that I could like get through it. And I'm heading down here, which is what makes the totems do really good single target. So I would like to get that one and one PS next. Yeah, but the faster load tech from Snap, I mean, using GeForce Now. I heard about that. Is poison just not that good? I'll be honest, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever tried. Yeah, I don't have GeForce Now though, so. Yeah, that's a lot better single target. But you're doing this, the poison was way better. Did he try just leveling with Maelstrom at any point? Because this seems significantly better. Not just like a little bit better. Right, I know where the poison is. I'm saying, did he try with Maelstrom? Because like the poison is just up this way. Totems have a chance to poison enemies, poison duration. More damage per poison. Like it's all there, but looks like only level 7 now. Poison has to do with the maelstrom. Well, so you will have way more single target with this node. Now that I have this, way more single target than the poison. The poison, going over to the poison node, you don't want to take the single target node, or at least you won't until later, but it'll give you the way better damage for clear. But if I decide to use maelstrom instead, I don't need that. Maelstrom will deal with all the clear, and I'll just drop totems on bosses, right? Because the totems now fire just one, like projectiles at one thing. So if I'm going poison, that means I'm going to keep AoE totems, and I probably don't bother with maelstrom. But if I go maelstrom, then I don't need AoE totems, which means I would be better off going for the node down the bottom that juices up their single target. That's why those two things are related in my head. Multi-totems plus PS. AoE would look fine, I guess. Well, that's so when you're talking about low levels, you can't come over here and get poison and come down here. Right? You can only go one way when we're talking about low levels. Because you have to spend your points somewhere. You only get so many of them. Plus maelstroms. Where are we? More damage per stack of up to a maximum. Okay. So what do you have to go through? You have to go through 2 of these and 2 of them minimum. So then come up here and grab that. But then you would still want the rest of these after that. You'd want 2 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them to get the extra damage, and then back to these to max it out, I assume. Yeah, so that's already, so I'm only at 6 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it would be 8, 9, 10. So I'd be sitting there right now. So we'd only have the ability to have 2 totems right now. Maybe. I feel like I have to do a separate run to find out whether that's like how that feels comparatively. Just don't know how important it's going to be for me because, again, leveling in a group. Like, I don't know if it's going to matter.
Hanium's elder life, you please. Stop him. What? Goodbye.
Gods be with you.
Because like any of these ways that I do it, I've definitely got enough AoE. Like I can just run through zones and clear fine. It is really actually only single target that is causing any issue. And once you're in a group, who cares?
Follow your feet.
I have an active minion. Don't want any of those. So that's gonna add flat, and then by the time I get there, it'll be time to go into shaman. Right, okay. Hang on. I'll be back in just a moment. God damn it. Oh, look. What the oh, it was one of those things. God damn. This is grand. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But also, god damn, there's happening a lot. There's happening like a lot. Send you a message. Yeah. I'll have a look at it. Recommend this game for duo players or more solo oriented? Oh no, absolutely. It's fine. It's absolutely great to play with friends. Trade going to be implemented on release? Yes. Exclamation mark LE guilds. You can read the 2 factions that are coming out on release. One of them is basically TLDR. One of them is access to the auction house and the other one is Magic Vine. You get to pick one of those. Yeah, it's not, people should stop calling it solo self-found because like me and all the people I'm starting with, we're all going that faction. We'll be able to party, we'll be able to trade between each other. We just won't have access to the auction house, that's all. Access to the auction house, you can't trade with your friends if they're in solo self-found. So it's not solo self-found. People definitely need to stop calling it solo self-found. There is one guild that gives you access to the auction house, as well as some gold fine and some other stuff. And there is another guild that gives you increased drop rates and quality of gear, but no access to the auction house. But neither of those have anything to do with solo self-found. You can party with friends, you don't have to be in the same guild to party with your friends. Like that, neither of them have anything at all to do with solo self-found or group play or anything like that. Solo self-found is a different game mode. People playing solo self-found will not be able to party with anybody. Interestingly enough, people playing solo self-found would still be able to pick the trade faction. There would just be nobody to trade with. You could get the increased gold gained portion, I guess. Probably don't do that though. If you're playing in solo self-found, I wouldn't suggest it. Solo self-found is easier than saying party found or limited time trade only, but it's not any of those things. It's not party found, it's not limited trade, it's not. like when explaining it, one is an auction house and the other one is essentially magic find. Increased quality of drops, increased amount of your drops, etc. It's a magic find guild and an auction house guild. Funny. If you don't have an auction house and you're not in a party, then you can't trade. Sure. True. But also, solo self-found is a game mode. Solo self-found is a game mode. And you've also got the resonance system, which is an entirely different trade system. Which is if you spend some time playing with a friend and some time alone, and you find something while you're alone that you want to hand to your friend, you'll probably still be able to do that through the resonance system. I'm doing poison totems and ice thorns, and it's actually pretty good. You should not do ice thorns because it's removed. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what it's getting replaced with, but Ice Thorns is being replaced and one extra shaman skill is being added. I don't know what the new shaman skill is, and I don't know what's replacing Ice Thorns. Any Void Knight changes coming? Actually don't know. Sucks because it's a lot better than swipe. Totems are carrying though. Yeah. I'll have to try poison totems, but also this Maelstrom seems to be doing pretty good. Like, look at me go. This just gave me the bad news about the ice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Ice Thorns is getting replaced with. Hopefully something good. As the first two skills. Like, I'm already partially against... Like, I kind of don't like that I'm using Maelstrom right now, even though that it's good. I really like leveling my characters as they're going to be. Right? Pariah, I think is how I say that. Thank you very much for Prime. If I'm planning to play solo, there's no real benefit from the character found. Hang on, I'm confused. Hi, if I'm planning to play solo, there is no real benefit from character found, except from gold, a magic find. What? I'm sorry. Oh, right. If you're literally planning to play in the solo self at the actual solo self out mode, like character found, so you won't ever be able to trade or anything, then you're going to want to be the faction that isn't the auction house one. There's a ton of benefits to that. Better gear, more exalted items, the ability to target exalted items, more uniques. When set items drop, the entire set drops is one of the benefits of that faction. Instead of getting a set item, you just get the entire set. Alright, I'll tell you what, let's test out this thorn thing. We'll just suck it up. Bye. I think Ellie might have too many skills. No, I disagree. Or it has too few and then it unboxes them in? Nah. I'm not too worried about that. It's got 41 skills, that's true. mentioned the same set item dropped twice in the same zone. Imagine if you were the faction that dropped a whole set when you drop a set item instead of just the one item. You'd have gotten the whole set twice. They must have a plan for that. The set items suck. Yeah. And I really don't think they would be that bad if they just allowed them legendary potential. But they've got what I am deciding to call the PoE balance problem. Because it is, in my opinion, as a professional armchair developer over here with no idea what he's fucking talking about, PoE's biggest mistake that they ever make is they have plans. They're like, or they don't have plans, and they go, look, we need to find a way to fix this properly. We don't like the solutions other games have done or other people have done or other people have come up with. We need to fix this a proper way. And so then they do nothing to fix whatever that said problem is. And then they quite often do nothing for years instead of putting the band-aid solution on that everybody already knows about, until they eventually figure out the correct way to fix it, which might be better than all the other ways. But meanwhile, we existed with that problem they knew about for 3 years first. Yeah, these forcing them to make changes now. They're really not. And also, if they are, I worry it's the wrong changes. I never wanted an auction house. Not in PoE. I hope that they have a solution that isn't an auction house, because that's the worst solution, basically. As the one solace they talked about it a bunch in the Woody interview. Oh, I need to watch that. My one solace during the Ziz interview was that Ziz was the one that said auction house. They never said auction house. And I was like, okay, well, we shouldn't not auction house then, hopefully. I should watch that Woody interview. I mean, we could watch it now. Let me finish very slowly fighting this dude with my still pretty shit single target, to be honest. Man, I hope someone in my group's got better single target than I do. I'll just be going fireball, 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 fire nuke. Yep. Actually, you'll just be going fireball, 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 fireball. But it'll be fine. Okay, so what is it? About an hour into this stream? Alright. About an hour in. Let's pull it up, shall we? I get into the room last night. I felt clunky when I played up to level 50. I got that same feeling. The thing is, you can streamline and automate a lot of how it functions later on, so it becomes significantly less fucking awkward. So basically, if you want to play Rune Master, you have to commit. Like, go into the endgame, be appropriately leveled.
No, I was just wondering whether or not the sound's coming through on your end. Nice.
Yeah.
Sub to Never 13. Sub to
All right. So Jonathan is coming. I'm starting the call, guys.
Pause. Let me pull this up so people can see it as well. Poison Totem is carrying at level 14 without using anything else. What level am I right now? Right, 17, but I had to reset this to be able to. So I need to get 1, 4, 5. Need like Thorn Totem level 9 or 10 for it to be good. Alright, let's turn off some of the background music here. Let's get rid of that. Turn that down, get rid of that, halve that, and then halve this. Less of that sound. More of this sound.
Gonna turn off the music.
Race underscore the underscore frogs gifted a tier 1 sub to Never 13.
Let's go.
Praise underscore the underscore frogs gifted a tier 1 sub to MOOsaurus.
Alright, let's
Sound
skip
check.
through this
Chat.
a little
How's
bit.
the sound
Oh,
out?
there we
All
go.
good?
We don't have any hiccups. Okay, let me see.
There we go.
Does the sound okay?
Yeah, we can do a little sound check. Chat. How's the sound? Is it too low, too high?
Sounds good.
I wonder if at any point they're ever gonna get, because they do this stuff a lot. I wonder if at any point they're gonna get like a proper streamer setup, like even for the couches, but like where they have like just cameras on boom mics and whatnot, where they can sit around and they've set like, you know, thresholds and sound and or done like a proper audio setup. Because he's always just sitting there with his microphone that's not calibrated properly. And I know there are definitely sound people in the building that are like, why? That could do the job. Have when he doesn't use it. Oh man.
Yeah, well, it's good for you, but you know, I was just wondering whether or not the sound's coming through on your end nice, and I can tweak the volume here if you like.
Okay, chat says sound is perfect. Okay, that sounds
That's good.
great.
Awesome. Excellent.
The microphones they're using
Yeah, I
now are a
need to
lot
turn
better
off my
than what they
alerts,
used a
one
year
second.
ago, though.
Because if there's
problem.
like some stuff coming on the stream, then it will be a bit annoying. Alright. That should do it, I think. Okay. Alright. Well, we're starting the interview. So
Absolutely.
that is Jonathan Rogers, guys, and I am Budijo. We have an interview. This is about Path of Exile 2. So I mean, my main audience is mostly Diablo focused here. And well, personally, I'm
The
also very much looking
karaoke
forward to
mic.
Path of Exile 2, like many of us
Right.
here, I think. So yeah, CG reached out to me to have this interview. There have been some others in the past already. I have been listening and watching them, not all of them, but I've tried to get a good overview already of you know, what has been asked, you know, what is out there in terms of the information, also from the wiki. So I'm trying to not have too many duplicates in there. I prepared a list of questions. And yeah, Jonathan, if you want to introduce yourself as well, then you can say a few words.
So my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2. So yeah, my job is basically organizing the chaos that is running a game studio, and you know, like running a game, I should say. And you know, it's quite a task, but you know, we're getting somewhere, and I'd like to think that the game we're making is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, very much excited for that. So let's hop right into the interview. So I have a bunch of topics basically that I want to go through, like 10 or so topics with like, you know, individual questions, but we can definitely keep it, you know, a bit back and forth as much as you know, also want to discuss stuff.
Absolutely.
And my first main topic that I have is endgame. So you have already, you know, talked a lot about this in other interviews.
I don't even know what that means.
For example, you know, like what kind of league mechanics you're gonna try to bring over to Path of Exile 2. We heard about Delve. And I heard from, you know, some other people that I asked, for example, in preparation for this interview, like they might be a bit concerned that, for example, PoE 2 will launch and there's not really enough like high-end stuff to do, for example, like, you know, like how far will the progression go on launch, for example.
Right.
And if you have like any more insights on that.
Yeah, so I guess there's two launches to talk about. So one would be going into the beta, you know, the early access period. And for that one, there certainly won't be as much content as Path of Exile 1 has at in-game. The plan is to basically, I mean, we're going to have certainly a few different things that you can do. There'll be the in-game map system. There'll be like, you know, like the progress to all of that. There'll also be like a few other things that you can do as well, kind of on the side, as well as like, you know, I don't want to, without spoiling too much, you know, there'll be various mechanics you can go through, but it certainly won't be as big as PoE 1 at that point. But by the time we get to the end of early access and into the actual full release of the game, there will certainly be a very large amount of in-game content. Like, we definitely appreciate that you can't really launch an action RPG without having like a huge amount of in-game, like it's just mandatory. Yeah, we're very, very cognizant of that. And not only do you need, like, you know, to have like really big in-game fights to do, but you need a variety of different things that
I think if you look around, Jonathan, you'll find that it is indeed not mandatory to have very much endgame when you launch an RPG. Preferred, perhaps, and I would like it if you did. But if you glance around, it is not mandatory. Should it be? Probably. Is it? Nope.
That you can go between and do, like, you know, different types of parallel end games as well. You know, there's a very big need for all of that stuff. So we just have to make sure that I would not consider the game to be complete, you know, as far as entering into full release without having a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, sounds really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to like some future, you know, like previews or whatever you're gonna share,
Right.
and also the the beta, of course. Can you also tell us about, like, for example, pinnacle bosses? Is that also going to be part of the plan?
There will absolutely be pinnacle bosses. We do have some plans already for what they will be. As I said, they're not going to be in the start of the early access period, but they're definitely, you know, as I said, at release we're going to have like a full-on. I mean, basically what you need to have in in-game is you need to have a storyline, right? Like you need to have a thing like, you know, previous, like, you know, we had like, you know, like War for the Atlas and all these various sort of in-game storylines. You need to have something like that, I think, to make the in-game good. Like it's not quite as involved as like what a campaign storyline is, but there's certainly a storyline in in-game that you need to be able to sort of have to kind of, I think, drive that to make the pinnacle content interesting. So yeah, we absolutely have to have something like that, and that's definitely in the plan.
Okay, cool. And can you also tell us about what is going to be like the plan for like the post-launch updates? So we're gonna have like a certain amount of content, and you just said, okay, it's gonna be, you know, obviously a bit less than PoE1, which is like very saturated. And like, how much are you gonna focus on like expanding endgame, for example, like post-launch? Like, is it gonna be immediately? Like, is it gonna be like part of like every single like league cycle, or how are you gonna?
Maven might be the most forgettable storyline that they've ever had. Like Shaper and Elder was fucking phenomenal and like huge hype. And then the Conquerors was really, really interesting and engaging story. And then we've got like Maven, which to be fair is still probably better than most other games, but compared to themselves, probably the worst. Just like storyline wise, not like mechanic of in-game boss or whatever.
So basically, what we've always done with our leagues is we make sure there's an in-game element to every league we do. So generally speaking, in Path of Exile 1, and it will be the same in Path of Exile 2 as well, that there's like some, like the challenge of the league extends all the way to the end. And ideally, if we can, we try to have like, you know, like effectively the reason why we have so many different parallel in-game things going on in Path of Exile 1 is because the league's expanded over time. So like not every league is necessarily as successful as every other in this department, but we really need to make sure that this is going to be the case going in PoE 2. And so effectively, yes, there'll be in-game content all the time. And especially at the beginning, as we're doing more porting of PoE 1 systems over into PoE 2. I mean, this will be during the beta. We're doing a lot of this, by the way. You know, that in-game content, like even during the beta period, the in-game content will expand very significantly just during that. I mean, we're running up to the line here as far as like getting the game out into early access at the point where we can do it. And so, yeah, we were really hoping to get a lot of that PoE 1 content ported in before that point, but it looks like it's going to be during early access. And I think that will honestly be fine because even just like, given that the campaign is all new, even just getting through all of the content that's there will take people a very long time. You know, like I don't think they're going to miss the fact that we, you know, take a little bit longer to get all of that extra.
How quick do you reckon some race is going to end up through in there as well? All of the content?
So yeah, a lot of that will be coming in during
like the campaign.
That I mean, I would imagine, especially especially the early days of the. What
do you reckon? Like 4-5 hours? I reckon somebody will be in through the campaign of PoE 2 in 4 or 5 hours for their first time playing it. One of the races, one of the like degenerate fucking just speedy people. Somebody's gonna be through it in 4 or 5 hours, and the rest of us are gonna be in like Act 2 going, what the fuck? I don't know how, but somebody's gonna be like so far in front.
Of course, assuming we're not saturated completely by like player feedback forcing us to completely change how everything works, I guess. So assuming that the beta actually works out okay, you know, then yes, we should be able to get a lot of that stuff.
Gonna do a sub 2 hour.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you talked a lot about the beta already, and I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of stuff to do. But most of the players playing the beta are probably also the most like enthusiastic and the most experienced players, I imagine, because with the you can like sign up, and you know, I guess you're gonna invite some people as well yourselves. So let's see how long it will actually take to get through the end. But I'm excited. I mean, to see
I'm hoping it'll take them a while, especially to get to the pinnacle of what is in the beta. I hope it will take them quite a while. I mean, I guess we'll see. But you know, yeah, like I mean, there's quite a lot. I mean, you know, it always surprises me what the players can manage to do. But I'm hoping it'll be. I mean, so that's the other thing as well. Is at some point before the beta release, we'll have to. I'm sure we'll have like a NDA'd like private sort of alpha where we can at least get some of the most absolutely ridiculous people in to kind of like just test whether or not the progression is too easy or something like that. So there'll be a little bit of that going on a little bit before the beta as well. But I am hoping that we'll be able to get that fairly correct.
Call me Baylor Ridiculous.
But, you never know. And I guess the other thing as well is it's better to go too hard than too easy, because making things easier is very easy to do. Making things harder is a bit more of a thing. So we're definitely on the side of hardness rather than easiness.
Quiet, don't
in
tell
that
them.
case.
I think that's a pretty good approach to have, to be honest.
Right,
because number one, people are completely new to the game, and they will immediately learn something about the game as they play through it, right? And I think it's also something he talked about in another interview where he said, okay, like he fought the boss for 5 minutes and he fought it for like 2 minutes the next time. So
right.
Establishing a kind of like a baseline difficulty that is like not too low is kind of important to keep it interesting when you go through it every single time, right?
Oh,
for sure.
Can't try that.
Yeah. So that's good. Do you have anything else to share about the beta already in terms of like how long is it gonna last? I heard like 3 to 6 months is like the expected range or something.
Well,
are there
I think
like
it's
any
more
more
likely.
concrete plans?
I think it's more likely to be 6 than 3, very frankly. I think 6 is a much more realistic timeline. But we don't necessarily have an exact okay, this is exactly how long it's going to be. Like I don't think it's a folly to even do that. Like it's better to just maybe it is ready after 6 months and maybe that's fine. But I think it's better to just wait until we feel like we know for sure that the game is ready for the swamp of the absolute swarming of players that will be that will be happening.
Literally all playing the beta.
And so we wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to go too early and and not having ironed out all of the problems that I'm sure we will have when we get started. So okay. I think 6 months is sort of like a good time, but you never know. It could be a little bit longer. I mean, I would be really keen to get the game out in 2024. That would be good. But as I said, it has to be. We have to be open to whatever we need to do.
Like if you actually want to try to get it out in 2024, it sounds more like it's kind of like a launch directly from beta into the actual launch. Are you planning to do that?
There would be no gap between having the early access period and release. Like it would definitely be we wouldn't have a period where you can't play or anything like that. Like once the beta is finished, then we'll be releasing. Sure there might be like a few hours of downtime, but it's certainly like going one to the other. It's not like some separate process here.
Okay, I actually expected there would be like quite a gap, and then you're gonna go back to fixing.
Why did Woody get this interview involving PoE? Hopefully he gets converted to making PoE content, stream PoE. He was Diablo content created in AK ranks. Woody played PoE. He's played a decent amount of PoE. I mean, maybe not decent by like our degenerate standards, but he's played a reasonably good amount of PoE. Like he knows what he's doing over here. Yeah, like maybe Diablo's his main game, but he's also just a really good content creator. And also he's done many interviews with like developers and whatnot before in other areas and has done really well in those. This isn't his first ever interview, so he's also like just a good person to have and has a pretty large audience. Like he's a good option. It was this or Gazzy again. I'm kidding. Let me hit play. Never mind.
Hang on. That's pretty.
I mean, look, I want people to be able to play the beta as if it's a full complete game, right? Like I don't want them to feel like, oh, this is just some. It isn't. I mean, sure, it is a test internally for us, like that is the case, but it's certainly not the. But like. I mean, we're attempting to release a full game here. You know what I mean? Like this is sure we need a testing period to get everything right, but we're attempting to actually, make this like a product that you could play as if it was a released game. And I would hope that the quality of the beta is better than, like most AAA games that are released these days, you know,
can
which
thank
can
you
have
for.
certainly some teething problems. I would hope we could actually do better than that upon the start
You
of our
can say
beta,
it.
but certainly by the end of beta, we know we need to be completely rock solid.
We all heard it.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely makes me a lot more excited as well for June, and I guess a lot of others here as well. Can you share, like, roughly how many players you expect or you want to have in the beta?
Well,
Say a million.
I want a lot of players because you need a lot of players to really test the economy.
Say a million.
And so while there will, like, I mean, look, we're likely to run it very similarly to how we have in the past with betas. So in like 3.0 when we released that, we did give a lot of players access, but then also there was a way to get into the beta if you wanted to. Aside from that, like, you know, you could just effectively, if you bought supporter packs, there was ways to get in. So that kind of thing is very likely what we'll still do. So I think anyone who wants to play the beta will be able to do so. Like, you know, when we're not really intending to like limit it to some small community. I mean, for the alpha it's different, but for beta we want that to go wide and large and have as many people as we possibly can to be testing and that, because as I said, the for economic reasons you want to really make sure that that's solid, and so yeah, that you need to have it large.
Okay, that sounds good. And also, like, I know there's like some, you know, like for current PoE1 leagues, there's like some early access, like, you know, small tests that they do. Is that also something you want to try to, like, you know, bring forward in PoE2, where new leagues, for example, are tested in advance by, like, you know, some people, or is that going to be like a bigger system, for example, you know?
We
Yeah.
I honestly think that we could probably do better there. The trouble is that it's hard to get a lot of time to between when it's ready enough to actually do some testing and when the actual release is. We need to definitely do better here. Actually, the current league in development for Path of Exile 1, I believe that there is an alpha of that going up very soon. This is not the kind of thing the player base would usually hear about because the stuff is not talked about and we tell people not to talk about it. But we're getting to the point where 324 is, I believe, going to have an alpha very soon. And that's because there's a few changes in it that we wanted to get more testing on than usual. So like that's the kind of thing that you know that ideally we'd be able to do more. But I mean, we as a studio we actually do like get like things are getting worked on pretty close to the line. You know, like we're pretty fast and loose sometimes with some of that stuff. So yeah, like it can be it would be very hard to get more than like a couple of weeks of actual alpha for a league like possible. I think that would be very hard, but ideally we should be able to do something like that because it is.
I mean, it's going to invite Ben and Karn, and you know they don't need many weeks for testing, so that would be an option. Right? But yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's a lot of really cool info about the beta already. So I'm very excited, and
awesome.
Yeah, especially with like the fact that you don't want to have a gap between the beta and the launch. Is there like something that potentially people might carry over from the beta, or is it going to be a clean wipe afterwards and that's it?
So what we're planning on doing, although this plan could change, is that we'll probably in Path of Exile, when you finish a league, things go to standard. What we're considering doing here is having like a cordoned off like beta league that you can't create characters in later, but effectively just means that like you've got all the stuff, like all the items and stuff that you did during the beta would just kind of live in there, and you could keep playing that character if you want, but it's kind of like probably not going to be the main realm, and like we won't like have like we'll probably like take down ladders for it and all that other stuff, like, you know, just it won't really be like it'll, but we don't want to really delete anything if we don't have to. Now that may be impossible, but I don't think it will be. I think we should be able to do that, and that will just mean that if you do play the beta and you for whatever reason you just want to like play on that same character again, then you'll be able to, I suspect you'll be able to do that. But the peril of that is going to be that during the beta period we have to be unashamed about like changing how shit works, and that means that your character might not necessarily be actually really functional afterwards. You know, like it might be that it doesn't kind of like, you know, the combos you were doing don't quite work the same way or whatever like that. So I can't guarantee that those characters will actually be necessarily useful to you. But there's no real reason for us to delete that stuff if we don't have to. If it's not part of the main game economy, it can just kind of live where it is. So that's likely what we'll do. But as I said, we'll see how things actually look. There's probably going to be a few cases where we kind of do that process during the beta as well, like where we take all the characters and we want to have a fresh economy start within the beta. So we move all of the old beta characters into, you know, effectively beta standard or whatever you want to call it. And then we so people can still play them if they want, but like the intention is that the feedback we want is from the new economy rather than the existing stuff. So anytime we make a change that's large enough that sort of needs that kind of thing, that's what we'll have to do.
1 month beta leagues.
I'm sure
go.
we'll want to have at least 2 resets during the beta, but you know, we'll see about more.
Okay, 2 month beta leagues. Let's go.
Probably what that will, you know, it's funny because what it will probably feel like is a bit like league launches and PoE 1 do now, because except more frequent, because since we're going to be adding league content back in, it'll be like, hey, look, this is the, you know, we've got a new beta league. It's got like these like extra, you know, league PoE 1 leagues ported in. So it'll feel a little bit like a kind of mini league launch within the beta, I'm hoping, as well as extra content like, you know, there's going to be more bosses and stuff added.
Does this description feel like it to anyone else? Like, it might as well just be the launch of PoE 2? Like I'm going to be playing PoE 1 for a month and then just wanting to play PoE 2 for 2 months and then come back and play PoE 1 for a month and then go play PoE 2 for 2 months. Like, the way they're describing it makes it feel like I'm just going to be playing like it's live. Like, it might as well be the game. It almost feels like it's just might as well be the launch. Like, I know, like, oh, it's gonna have bugs, it's gonna be unbalanced. I don't care. Give it to me. Give it to me deep and raw. Like, I'll take anything at all. The beta tag makes it easier to make changes mid-league. Not just easier, like expected, right? Like it will happen and we won't care. And that's fine.
Added that need to be added during the beta, and more skills and all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping that they'll feel like quite hefty little content updates. And you know, it's funny,
Yeah.
the content during the beta will probably feel like it's coming thick and fast because we have a lot of content that was first pass complete but wasn't probably not going to be quite ready for the beta. So there'll be a lot of bosses and skills and all that sort of stuff that, like, you know, they kind of got somewhere but they didn't get, they're not good, they're not probably going to be good enough to go in the beta. So there'll be quite a lot of stuff rolling out during that period. So yeah, my hope is like the start of the beta is bigger than most games that come out, but then also you receive a ridiculous amount of content during the beta too. So I suspect it will feel like it's pretty worthwhile.
I'm certain that's going to be a huge incentive for people to actually also, you know, try to get into the beta and, you know, like be part of that. It sounds like a very unique experience as well to have for
I hope it's going to be, I mean, I am really imagining it's going to be a lot of fun when we can do that. Plus it'll be nice to like be, because I mean, I don't really work on PoE 1 at this point, and it'll be nice to be working on a game again that has players that you can kind of like, you know, like respond to that and like talk to them in game and like do all that sort of stuff. Like that's a fun sort of time that I haven't got to have for a little while now. So you know, I kind of want to get back into that mode of just like playing the game, seeing the changes, pushing changes to production. It's fun.
Okay, you guys heard them, yeah? Log in. Okay, so since I have a question for later, but I'm gonna just pull that to now, and that is about leaks and expansions, since you talk about the timelines right now. So when would be the first leak planned? Is that gonna be like right on the official launch, or are you planning to like actually like, okay, you go from closed beta to launch, and then there's maybe like a little bit of a period where it like kind of settles, and then you launch the first leak, or what's the plan?
We actually discussed this, and I don't know that I am fully sure one way or the other. And I think it's going to depend a little bit on how the end of the beta looks. Like if it's if there's like a bunch of content that's going to go in at launch, then it may be that we don't necessarily have to have a league. But if all that content is at end game, then I think we would need a league because we want new stuff throughout the campaign as well. So like because I mean, so definitely at release we'll have the in-game storyline, like that's going in at that point. But I don't think that counts as enough for the launch to be different from the beta enough. And so, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit whether we need to make a league. That's going to depend on how the beta. Like I suspect that if the beta was shorter, we might not have a league. But if the beta is longer, we might have one. So yeah, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit on how that goes. But I mean, it would be nice to have a league at launch as well. on the other hand, we need to make sure that it's one that doesn't interfere with the feel of the game too much, because there's going to be like a whole flood of new players coming in, and we don't want something that's going to feel kind of like out of like some of the PoE 1 leagues we put in. Like if you're a new player coming into the game, they probably feel a bit strange to have this like, oh, you like walk out of town and there's immediately this like totally weird thing. Like it's kind of like we need to make sure that whatever the league is that we do at launch is not going to feel like that. It needs to kind of feel natural in the world and not be too strange. So yeah, I don't have an exact plan for this, honestly, and it's going to come down to feel as we approach the time when release happens. But I guess the main key takeaway from that is like, as we go into release, we want to make sure that it does feel like there's a change up from what the last beta league, if you will, was. That it feels like there's something new going on, so that you actually have like a new play experience.
Okay, I mean, ultimately, I guess in terms of like the overall player base they're gonna have on launch, the beta player base is still relatively small, I think. So it probably won't.
I mean,
matter
sure, it'll be
that
smaller,
much.
but I hope it's not too. I hope it's not too small, right? Like I want,
It won't, yeah.
I do, and the thing is, I mean, and they're almost
It won't
hardcore
be.
players,
We're
and we
all
want to
there.
make sure they're having a good time. So like, we do care about this. Like we care about the, like, as I said before, like we want the beta players to feel like they are playing a released game. You know what I mean? It shouldn't feel like, I'm just doing some testing here. Like, yes, they are,
Yeah.
but it's still like it's still a game we're giving them. You know what I mean? Like they still matter as
Let me-
players, so we
let
have
me
to
in.
make sure that
I'll
the
start
release to
today.
them feels like a substantial update that they're going to enjoy.
Okay, yeah, it's very reassuring to hear, so I'm very happy about that. Okay, another question about the leagues and expansions. So do you have like kind of like a similar model planned compared to PoE 1, where okay, you have roughly a 3-month cycle, and then you have like a few kind of smaller leagues, and you have like maybe every 5 leagues or so is kind of like a bigger expansion where you add like like something like War of the Atlas, Siege of the Atlas,
Right,
these kind of things. How's that gonna go exactly?
Yeah, so that's my hope to do. I mean, look, we like our model. That's the reason, we've stuck with it for so long. So yes, effectively that it'll be like that. I mean, I would hope that you don't get the feeling of like smaller leagues, and because they should all feel very
Yeah, I
substantial.
wasn't trying to like down
substantial
talk them,
updates.
but
Yeah.
you understand
But,
what I mean.
But in terms of the thing that the kind of expansions are going, and ideally we're doing them about once a year, although if we can do them faster than that, would be fine. But like I think like the best would be if we can do like the December leagues are kind of in-game like in-game stuff. So usually those big expansions were kind of like in-game content, as opposed to kind of the like, that is to say, like changing the core of the in-game. And like things like War of the Atlas and so on are like that. So that's likely to be what we do. But as we always kind of try to keep like we do what the game needs at the end of the day. Like, so I don't want to necessarily be held to that exact like thing. We do what we can. But yes, ideally we're doing those larger expansions approximately once per year. And that is the stuff that, generally speaking, it's the kind of like the more kind of environment art heavy stuff that takes a long time, that where you can't just do like, you can make like a couple of areas from start to finish in 3 months, but it's very hard to make like a whole kind of like a whole new set of environments or something within that amount of time. So it takes more preparation, and that's the kind of reason why those kind of things tend to go a bit longer. But the nice thing will be that like effectively PoE 1 hasn't had the whole giant team of PoE 2 developers working for it and making content for it this whole time, except indirectly. And so then once we actually have PoE 2 released, there's going to just be a lot more developers apparently working on the live shipping game. So that's going to be, there'll be a lot of content due to that reason.
Okay. One last question about like expansions is, are you planning to ever add more classes to PoE 2? Because you're starting with 12 classes, but
Right.
there's like a very saturated roster, I feel. And
Right.
I wonder
It
if
is.
there's like anything that you think you could still cover that is not already present.
I don't think that we would have any more like base classes. I could see ourselves adding more ascendancy classes, but that would be kind of like, I don't think we need to do that in the near future. There's quite a lot going on there already, and plenty of other stuff for us to do. So potentially ascendancy classes, but we'll see. We might have enough.
I guess a lot of people would like ask about at least Return of the Scion or something. So I guess that might be an opportunity, but yeah.
I don't think we want to have the Scion back again.
Why not?
I don't think what it did, the Scion, was kind of force our hand in certain ways to do with how the center of the skill tree is, and
Ryan?
effectively we have to support paths that go through the center, and that kind of changed just the way that there's just all the stuff to considerations to do with how many points you need to allocate to get from one thing to the other. And it kind of just was a bit annoying to have to deal with in certain cases about where we can put things and like where we want them to be relative, like how many points do we want this class to be able to take to get to that node, this kind of question. And so the the center of the tree, I would like kind of as just had certain considerations about it that made it a little bit more difficult to plan around. And so I don't really think that with all the classes that we have now that we didn't necessarily need it anymore. I mean, you can still do anything ultimately with any character class if you're willing to sacrifice a certain number of points to be able to do that. But I just don't think the Scion was really necessary.
Too bad, because I'm actually a Scion enjoyer myself. So
okay, fair enough.
But okay,
what do you like about it though? Like, what's the thing? What's the draw?
The draw for me was just that I could do like these really weird combos between different classes. Sure. So they had already had like easy solutions to certain things. Okay, I can just pick up like this ranger thing. I get my frenzy charges. I can pick up this shadow thing, get my power charges, and yeah.
I mean, we still definitely have a game where you can do that. There will be different. I mean, like I guess no one's really seen the tree yet, so they don't really sort of understand how it is now. But like, and I guess I don't really want to talk too much about it either, because there'll probably be some actual like deep dives on the passive tree later on. But like I mean, it's still
no
I guess I would just say that like you'll still be able to do like cross class stuff. That's very important to us. And so we aren't a game that just locks you off to to one particular thing, and that's still very much the case in PoE2 as well.
Are you guys going to preview the passive tree at some point before the launch of the beta? Is there going to be
I'm sure we will. The thing with it though is that it's probably hard to really be certain about the tree until we've finished enough of what we need to do with regard to the classes, like skills and everything. And we also don't necessarily want to like show our hand too early with it, because until we're really certain about a lot of things. So yeah, we've kind of been a bit coy about it. We've shown a few, like we'll open up it in certain cases and like show a little section of it just to demonstrate a point. But I think it'll probably be a lot closer towards the release before we actually show the whole thing. But I do think that there will come a point where we want to do that, especially, I mean, certainly at the point where we have like a kind of slightly more expansive alpha, I'm sure we'll want to be able to show it by then. So, it should be okay.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay. I have another topic, and that is trade. So I know you talked about this a lot with this in the interview, and I just want to kind of ask a few follow-up questions, and I'm not sure if like they were maybe answered already, but it sounds like you're planning to introduce something like an auction house in the game, where like some kind of in-game trading system at least, where there might be like some instant buyouts.
It won't necessarily be exactly like an auction house that you imagine, at least not for everything. But but certainly it's a system that does allow you to do all the things that I was talking about in that interview with regards to instant buyouts and searching and all that sort of stuff. So,
I mean, however that looks,
okay. But
auction houses.
So my questions would be, so what about people that just have friends or play together in like group found and these kind of things? Will you always have to go through that trade system, or can you just still do player to player?
We're not going to restrict trade to only the system. The system is for people who want to use it, but we still want to have normal player to player trade, and you can just use the old system if you want as it is, and it kind of has to be that way. I mean, like I don't want it to feel like I'm taking away anything usually, and like I think that we will be okay to have both systems exist. So like that system with the downsides that it has, if you still want to engage with it, that's just fine. And I feel like it kind of has to be that way, because, and it's a little bit more nebulous of an answer here, but it's like I feel like if you remove regular player to player trade, that just won't. It'll feel too controlled. Like we want items to feel like you really own them, and part of that is the ability to give them to someone, like not to lock them down in annoying ways. So like. The system that we talked about there, like gold is like the thing that mediates it, but it's like it should feel natural, because it's like, hey, like here's a guy who's going to go off and sell the item for you. You're paying him for this process. You know what I mean? Like, so therefore it doesn't, like, it will feel in world and reasonable, but like, and that's kind of important to us, I guess, is just like the feeling of like this okay, why could I not give my friend an item, right? It doesn't make physical sense. So like
Yeah.
like this kind of stuff actually matters a lot to us. Like the feeling of like this is a real world and not just like a database is like super important. And so like you have to have the ability to just give your friend an item and like to do like a proper trade for that to be the case. And so yeah, like we can have another system that involves gold, but that's because you're literally paying an NPC to mediate a trade for you, right? Like that's the price you're paying them to do this, and that's fine. But yeah, but as I said, you still have to have the real physical, just like I can give you something. That's cool. It's in world. It makes sense, you know.
Okay, I'm just wondering like how are you gonna try to mediate this then? Like, okay, gold is supposed to be the resource for that trading system, and then there's still player-to-player trade. So are you still gonna maintain like the trade site on the web, for example, so that people can try?
Oh, that trade site will almost certainly be the interface for the for the buyout trades as well. Like we have that interface, like it still allows us to to be able to do stuff, right? Like it is a like that interface is good as far as finding items goes. The issues around it are all to do with things that are what do you call it, like effects that are caused by the fact there aren't instant buyouts, right? Because the moment that you can't rely on someone actually following through with the trade, it incentivizes all sorts of behavior that that is bad and people don't like. So it's like but there's nothing actually wrong with the way that you find items there. I still like that kind of interface. And I think probably a lot of people are assuming that there'd be like an in-game, like you just search in-game. And we could do that. But it's actually a lot easier to make the kind of interface for finding items.
So just mentioning this, I've spoken about this before. I think the way we buy items in PoE is absolutely perfect. It's really, really good. It's actually a fantastic system. It's the best system of any online game I've ever played. However, the problem lies in how we sell items, not how we buy them. And all the current problems with trade revolve around how we sell, not how we buy. Selling is the issue. Selling is the inconvenience. Selling is annoying. I have to come out of my map or come out of my fight, or I have to come out of whatever I'm doing, enter my hideout, which wastes a portal in my map or my boss encounter, or I can't leave because it's lab or delve or something else where I'm locked in. There's no way for me to pause the game to reply to them. I then have to invite them either to my party or to my hideout, which is most commonly my party. And then half the time I've forgotten to change my portals back, so they might accidentally enter my map, stealing another portal. Then if that doesn't happen, I have to wait for them to accept the party invite, hope the party invite doesn't bug. Then that person teleports to me, then I find the item, trade it to them, then I say thank you, and then they go, and then I get to go back into my map. The buying was never the problem. It's how fucking awkward it is to sell things. Selling is the problem.
On in the web, so we'll probably still go with that. That isn't to say that we won't necessarily put an interface like that in the game eventually, but certainly to start out with, I don't see any reason why we can't just use the web interface for searching stuff and doing that kind of
thing. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, you're gonna have the gold system, like the trade system, tied to this website, and this is where people search items, and this is where you have the instant buyout. So how do you prevent people from just yeah.
What it will probably be is like on the website, it's like you've got a tick box for like, do you want to see instant buyouts only? And if and that'll probably be checked by default. And then if you want to turn that off and
just real quick, wouldn't an in-game auction house solve that? Yes, it would solve that one issue. It would also put 20 other issues that are way worse than that in. That is not the lesser of two evils. Auction houses are far worse than what we currently run. Hello, I hit play.
Can see all the items that people list that aren't through that system where there's no gold price for mediating them, then sure, go right ahead. And if you do want to turn that on so you can see the instant buyouts, then sure, which is what most players I suspect will want to do. So yeah, if you want to buy something instantly, you pay gold as well as the price the person listed. If you want to have to deal with someone with a physical trade, you don't want to pay the gold price, you go do that. You know what I mean? And we just have to make sure that Yes, yes. So we just have to make
Okay.
sure that we're effectively making the gold price such that it feels like a reasonable thing, and ideally we get the balance of this correctly, so that it kind of like most of the time you're not going to really want to bother with the other system. But I mean, the other thing I did say on that podcast as well is that trading for currency does need to be cheap through the system, because currency is something you trade all the time, and the other thing as well is that the system for currency may end up looking a little different than the system for other items, which I won't go too much into now, but currency has its own sort of unique things going on with it that means that we kind of need to do a little bit more, I think, to make that work well. Yeah, so anyway, I'm not going to talk too much more about that, but effectively currency versus non-currency probably needs to be a little bit different. And in particular for currency, I don't want you to have to go to a website to do that. You should be able to just do currency straight in game without having to do anything. Because once again, there's not like some big search interface you need for currency, right? You just pick what currency item you want. So therefore, it can be a bit.
That's
It
new
reminds me
information.
of like the Age of Empires like marketplace where you can like buy and sell wood or something. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, how that works, but it's like depending on the in-game
it's been a while since I
economy.
played Age of Empires, but sure. I mean, we'll see.
But yeah, okay.
I think I'm okay with
But yeah,
that.
it sounds really cool. So I was wondering actually like how you would handle this, like if you have like a system for like the gold trade, the instant buyout. So gold will only be used for the instant buyout, but you can still list items and not pay the gold fee, but then you have to trade it player to player.
Correct.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good solution, I think. So I think that will work out pretty well.
With that.
Okay. Yeah, last question related to that topic is what about SSF? Do you have any plans for like making SSF like more accessible, making like SSF only features or something like that? For example, currently like
Don't do
Mass
it.
Epoch has previewed their faction system. I'm sure you know about it.
Yep.
And I think that is actually a really good way of incentivizing and also just like rewarding SSF play in some way where,
Don't do it.
okay, there could be like this, feeling of accomplishment. Okay, I did everything on my own and all that. But I guess especially as the game matures, there's more stuff to do. Having this kind of target finding options are really useful. So if you have anything to share.
Well, I guess it comes down to the goal of SSF. Like you talk about incentivizing SSF, and I guess the question is do we want to incentivize SSF? Like what's the reason for doing that? Because I think that our goal here is to provide a game mode that certain people will enjoy, but our goal is not necessarily that everyone should have to enjoy that. You know what I mean? Like, guess I would say that like that isn't necessarily a thing that I'm too worried about, so long as you look at the regular league and you're like, I do want to play that. You know what I mean? So like, it becomes a problem at the point where you're like, there's no mode for me. But I don't necessarily think we have to be saying that, we have to make SSF good for everyone, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the goal of everyone wants to play SSF.
That's not exactly what I meant, I don't want everyone to play SSF.
I know, I do know what you're saying, but I guess I do see that as relevant because what I'm saying is that to me, if we made it so that SSF had systems whereby you got extra rewards like that were different from the base game, I guess that there's a lot of people who would see that as something that they wouldn't feel happy about. And you can argue, sure, you can have other modes, right? You can have like more things. You can have SSF with bonuses and SSF without them, and so on. Like you could do things like that. But I don't know that I don't know that I really want to get into it. On the other,
I think this is the same thing he's saying, just to phrase differently. As a trade player, if you gave SSF anything, whether it was true or not, it would feel like you had taken it from me, even if it wasn't something we had to begin with. If it was something given to just SSF players, I would feel like I'm missing out. They've taken this thing from me. Right?
other hand, like I have softened a little bit on this. Like, so my initial reaction to this kind of stuff is like, I just don't want SSF to be different, right? Like if you are playing a mode where it's supposed to be the game accepts, like, you have this restriction and it's harder. On the other hand, you could argue that, and like there's another element to that, which is that we don't want to make it so that you play SSF and then like until you've got enough stuff and then you switch to Trade League after that or something like that. Like this, I think would be bad. And the reason why we can allow migration right now is because of the fact that
They're
there's no
exactly the
advantage
same
to playing
games.
SSF, right? Like it would be exactly the same if you just played non-SSF without trading with anyone and then decided to trade later. So that means SSF, the sanctity of SSF is kind of like the ability to migrate it is fine. If we did have bonuses in SSF, that would mean that, and I believe what they do in Last Epoch is they don't allow the kind of the universe of items to ever like
yeah, exactly.
if you know what I mean.
You
Like
can't
they have
mix them,
SSF items
exactly.
and they've
Yeah.
got non-SSF items, and you can't like they're not exchangeable, right?
Yes.
So they solve that problem that way. But I don't believe that exactly means that you can exactly migrate something. And there's still something like I still worry in that situation that it's still going to be the right answer is going to be level an SSF and then change over to non-SSF for not leveling. Even when the items are not portable, you still have the like a character that effectively is. And I wouldn't want that to be the solution. So effectively, if we were to add an advantage in SSF, I mean, you'd have to make it so that then it was not movable back to standard again. And I guess you could do that once again. Like there's things we could do here. I just don't know that I really necessarily want to. And as I said,
to be honest, I'm very much with you there. So I don't really want to see an advantage on it. It was mostly just a question that came up, and I was like keen to ask it.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
I'm personally like an SSF enjoy the way it is, and I also enjoy the trade for what it is. So I think a lot of the points you make are good and they make sense to most people.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably was rambling on a bit much there.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. I have a few other topics
do
I want to
the
go
Ellie
through.
Guild thing.
Next big topic
That's
would be
the most
quality of
important
life
bit.
features. So I know that
plus Falconer
in
and
general
Warlock,
you
that's all
are
you need
trying
to
to
know.
cut back on the amount of loot that drops. You want to try to make loot more relevant. Less currency, less items, etc. Which I guess everyone would agree is definitely a better experience for everyone. And in general, like how open are you to like stuff like auto pickup, auto stashing of like you already have like for example the affinities in the stash, but for example you can just press one button and everything goes everywhere, or for example pets that pick up gold for you, like this is like a thing. So if you have anything to elaborate,
Right. So we did do auto pickup for gold. So that's there. So like it picks up as you walk near it. That's kind of like just nice.
Okay, important
but in
question.
general,
is there gonna be pickup radius?
like a stat?
Yeah, or something that you can make to increase it.
I mean, I'm not going to say never, but like it's not something that I immediately am like, oh yeah, we should add that. Like, I don't think I want a stat for that really.
Okay.
But as for auto pickup, okay, like for non-gold, I don't love it, and this comes back to what I was saying earlier about the whole like I don't want the game to feel like a database. Like there's an element of like you pick stuff up and so on. Like auto stashing is something where okay, so the tab affinity system does get a lot of that going. And that was about as far as I was able to push Chris as far as auto stashing is concerned. Like he's very much in the camp of that, of like not wanting to make it too easy. So auto stashing was my way of making it so that you can kind of make that easier without having to necessarily get to the point where it's just a button and everything happens. So I don't know that I'm that keen to go that far, but honestly, like how much further do you need to go? Like if you, at some point, it's like you should have to at least click once to stash an item. I feel like it is actually okay.
Why?
I guess it really depends on like how much you're actually gonna carry out of a map into town,
yes,
right?
It does depend on that. So yeah, it does. And so yeah, PoE 1 and 2 are a bit of a different beast in this regard. Since like at the point where PoE 1 is now, it's like there is really ridiculous amounts of stuff, and it's kind of it's kind of gone a little bit beyond the pale, especially in the last league, which I worry there's going to be a bit of a hangover for, because since the league mechanic won't be in the next league, it'll be different. There's definitely going to be a bit of a hangover as far as amount of item drops goes. Like it'll feel like a lot less.
The great item
than it
apocalypse
was in the
is
last league due to all the
confirmed.
wisps. In any case, especially the last league, they're for sure too many items. So my suspicion is that this won't be a particular problem. But I guess like people want things. Like if it really got to the point where we like it felt really necessary, I guess I would start to feel maybe that could be okay. But at this point, I really don't want to have to do like auto stashing and auto pickup and these kind of features. I don't love them.
Okay, fair enough. I guess as I said also earlier, and you confirmed, like, you know, there's less loot, there's less stuff to do, but less stuff to pick up, and
there's stuff to pick up for sure.
how is the inventory space though? Like, I haven't actually seen like the previews. Like, is that something that you want?
Prison pocket.
It's the same, and like, okay, so you have like roughly the
same
same size of items that
Give
you can
me
pick up.
prison pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much no changes there.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
I want a prison pocket.
Yeah, one topic that
So just another thing, by the way, like, because what I suspect you're getting at there is like, are we going to move to one slot items like a lot of other games have? And that's a thing that I really hate. Just by the way, like one slot items, I just like they seem super ultra lame to me. I mean, it literally just comes down to one of those game feel things of like I want like the art to like reflect the size of the actual item, and like, you know, making an armor cool, like part of that is having a big icon for it versus like a small one, and it's just things like that, right? Like, it's just one of those things that I am personally a fan of the inventory Tetris, even though I know some people maybe aren't.
I mean, myself included, actually. Like, I also, you know, I like the more like realistic feel, I guess, the more RPG feel that you get from that, so to say.
Yep.
So
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Just give me a
definitely
prison
important,
pocket.
I feel. So that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think you talked about loot filters in an interview as well, but I wasn't really 100% sure about the conclusions there. So we're not going to see any in-game loot filters. Is that correct?
I mean, we have in-game loot filters in the sense that the game interprets the loot file and parse it just like in PoE1. Like, it's there. It's just that what we don't have is the, like, what some people were asking for is like an in-game interface for customizing it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Which I was kind of the opinion that, like, you know, that a website can probably just do better.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
like,
never gonna be as
I don't
good.
really, and it's also like, if the game is like got a UI for customizing loot filters in game, it kind of feels like you're saying that the game is telling you, well, you should have a loot filter, which I'm really hoping is not the case. I mean, people
No, you
want
should.
them and they can use them, and we're fine to support them. But I don't think that it necessarily should be the case that the game is like, okay, yeah, you're going to need a loot filter to play
It
this
is,
thing.
though.
It's not something that I believe should be necessary, if we're doing our job correctly.
I think that's a very optimistic outlook, but
Yeah, that's the one way
But
to say it.
I'm still of the opinion though, like, you know, it's better for me to provide an interface, and then like for something like this, which is so like, if you're talking about something where the players want to really customize something, like if you're talking about player customization, I actually think the players do a better job of creating interfaces for that stuff than we would.
True.
I
I
mean,
agree as well.
which isn't to say we couldn't just make an in-game interface that's worse than what the community would make, which we could do, but it's like, well, why, right? The community have made good stuff already. Like, I know that it's good. They might as well just use the stuff that's good that they have.
Yeah,
So
I
I guess
guess-
I don't really understand the desire to put it in game versus having, you know, the
I'll just stop there for a second. That's an interesting signal of how much items we really want to drop, i.e. not much. Is it weird that a part of the kick I get is hiding the loot? I do want tons of stuff to drop. I just don't want to have to pick it up. Is that weird? Like, sometimes I want to press Alt and look at all of the garbage on the floor. And that gives me a little, I'm like, yo, look at that pile. And then I get a little bit sad when I'm doing like Super Juice stuff this league, where if you press Alt, the game client crashes. Like, I want all the loot to drop on the floor, and then I also want to hide it. Right? I also want to hide it. I don't want to pick it up. I just want it to be there. There's a problem in the sense of it's just look at how many slot machine pulls I had. Yes, it's exactly that. It's exactly that, and that excites me. I like it.
good tools that the community have already.
Yeah, fair enough. But I feel like you have the option to, like, because you are making the game, and also, you know, you would make the loot filter in that case. You know, let's assume
I
that.
guess the question is the vision therefore has to be that someone believes that we could do a better job than what other people could do. And I actually don't know that I agree with that.
Now,
Why
my
would
point
we
would
wanna
be,
begin? Like,
yeah, my point would be that it doesn't have to be perfect. You know, it doesn't have to be like, you know, this 2,000 different sliders that you can do on filter plate or something. It's like very, you know, very in depth, and I think this is not necessarily necessary for most people playing the game. You know, if you can just do like some basic adjustments, okay, like there's like certain like filter levels, for example, and then you maybe like customize a bit. Okay, I want to see those base types. I want to see those currencies more, those less. There could be like a path forward, for like a simplistic system that is like easy to use instead of like Filter Blade that is like, okay, some content creators make the filter for you and that's it, and because they know how to do it.
Your concern there is that the community tools are too complicated.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I understand.
Like feedback for
I think that they're. I mean, I don't actually know for sure that, but I sort of suspect that there are other community tools that are simpler. But yeah, admittedly, like the one that people are going to get pushed towards will tend to be the one that the community rallies around as being the most fully featured, I suppose. So you kind of end up with that situation. I just like
there are alternatives to Filter Blade.
What I do find a little bit weird in games is when you have a thing where it's like, oh yeah, you could use this official thing, but that's kind of crappy, and the community have a better one, and that's the one you should really be using. And it's kind of like, well, why did we even bother? Like why would we bother making something that the community is immediately going to be like, well, there's a better one over here. And so it just kind of strikes me as like I could be doing stuff that the community can't be doing, so we should probably focus on those things and let the community do the things that they can do. I guess that's kind of my feeling around this.
Wait, there are? Yep. The most notable alternative to Filter Blade, I've forgotten the name of, but perhaps somebody will remember it. Perhaps somebody in chat will know what I'm talking about. There's a loot filter program that you download to your machine that runs live while the client's up. You have to have a downloaded like local copy of the filter. And it allows via hotkeys for you to pick up an item off the floor and then, or even just see an item on the floor and press a combination of hotkeys to bring up the UI for the loot filter and literally just be like, nope, hide those, change the stack of alterations to be this high, turn it on and off, and then hit save on a UI that's like in the game. It's just not as robust and featureful as Filter Blade is, so it doesn't get a lot of like hype around it because it's not as like it's just not as good. But I forget what it's called, but it existed for a little bit. Filter Blade is based on this program roundabout. Nope, there's a new version came out in the last 6 months or so. Can't remember its name.
That stuff, which is maybe a little bit unconventional as far as game companies go, but I don't know. I guess it's just kind of how I feel about it. And I've said similar things before about like things like the trade side and so on. We did end up making one of those, and there were good reasons for that. But it's like I guess a lot of people seem to have a desire to push things always into the game client, and
6 months,
rather than out of it. And I guess that I don't necessarily see this as a necessary barrier. Like it is okay to have things that are outside the game client. Like if you're on a PC, it's a multitasking operating system, right? Like you've probably got another freaking monitor sitting next to the one that you're working on right now.
Do you guys not have
it's
dual
probably
monitors?
fine. It's probably better even to have another window that has like the whatever other thing it is you want to do that's some kind of tooling around that stuff outside of that. Like it's like it would be my preferred interface. So why would I not support that? You know what I mean? And like I worry that when you've got a desire to put something in game as opposed to outside of it, that's more a desire around you think that other people might find this better rather than something that you would actually prefer yourself. And so that's kind of where I come down to with this stuff. And I mean, like there's things like wikis and stuff like that as well, where it's like people will say, oh, you should put the wiki in game so that people can access it there. And I'm kind of like, well, yeah, but isn't a web browser a better way to browse a wiki? Like it's got all the features that like a web browser actually is a nicer experience for doing that stuff. So it's like one of the things. I mean, as I said, like people will disagree about this, but I really do feel like that you are better off with another window open, clicking around in a wiki if you want that kind of extensive information.
I mean, I can see your point about a browser is better and like the wiki may be more rich and easier to navigate. But I mean, I think you might be underestimating how many people are actually annoyed by this. And right, also,
maybe I am.
That's the one.
But the thing is, what's this? I guess I still don't understand the source of the annoyance. Like, what's the core of the issue that they're actually looking at here? Because I mean, I legitimately want to understand it. Like, what do you find annoying about having to open the wiki as opposed to having the wiki in the game? Like, what about that experience is different for you?
I guess the number one point that would come to my mind would be the immersion. Like you break the immersion, you break the flow of the game.
So some kind of immersion breaking.
And you know,
Okay, well, I mean, look, I'd
you
buy
go
that
out of the
argument, right?
game and so on, right? So this would be number one.
But the thing is, does a wiki feel more immersion? Does an in-game client wiki feel less immersion breaking than an out-of-game client one in that regard? Like, does that actually fix that problem? Like, this is a goal that I do care about, right? Like immersion breaking. So, let me tell you something about something that I do like though. Like, you know, the system that Baldur's Gate 3 has, where you can like lock a pop-up and like see more information about an individual mechanic like that. That I think is an example of a really good system in a game where like I think like being able to see a mechanic quickly, like just the base of how it works in game, I think that's good, and we're going to have something like that. But I think that like the kind of wiki page where it's like, okay, here's like the millionth degree of how Ignite works, and like here's every unique that's relevant to Ignite, and like all of that kind of stuff, you know, like I think that that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know that opening that in the game client versus opening that in an external browser is necessarily changing anything about your immersion, you know?
It depends a bit on like what you're gonna put in that wiki as well. Of course, you know,
for sure.
I wouldn't expect like a full list of like every single unique that works with Ignite here or something like that. So this is something that is, you know, the community resource, clearly. You know, this is like more like guide territory. But for example, like just how does Ignite work? You know, how does
I agree. And I actually do agree with that. And we are going to have a system for helping users with that kind of stuff, right? Like if an item mentions Ignite, you're going to be able to, there's a way to pop open a little box about what Ignite is and how it works. Like we are going to do that. But as I said, like I think that is fine and good, right? Like there are reasons to integrate something like that, but I wouldn't quite say that it extends to the degree that I would call that a wiki as such, because it's more about like tooltips about how individual mechanics work. And what it allows us especially to get rid of, which I don't like, is the way that when you there's quite a lot of extra. Okay, couple of things actually. There are some stats that are described like ultra annoyingly long in ways that make items look bad, and I would rather have the ability to pop open an extra box to explain how a stat works rather than have to have it inline in the stat in some cases. Especially for fixed properties of those stats that are kind of the same. Like it's nice to just like give something a simple description and then be able to pop open like extra information in another box about that. And there's also some cases we've got like gray help text, which only pops open when you press the modifier key to show extra information. And once again, it would be nicer rather than showing that in the item box to be able to show that like, you know, in a pop-up that you can open selectively, like with like a link there. Like this is kind of stuff I like to be able to do. So there's definitely going to be a lot more help in game in that respect, in that way. But yeah, as I said, I don't know that I would say that extends to a full wiki as such.
Fair enough. I think like even like having like more advanced tooltips that you can open up or like, you know, press a key for that, you know, already explain you these kind of things would also be extremely helpful already. And then maybe don't need exactly this kind of like in-game wiki that I talked about. And of course there will be community resources anyway. But as long as like, you know, a player can like, you know, load up half an Exile 2 and then just start blasting, and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna be guided through the game enough by the game itself so that you can actually like, you know, figure stuff out. That is important, I think.
That is important, and I also would say that I would want to make sure that there aren't any mechanics that the game completely doesn't explain anywhere. Like, I do agree that you want every mechanic, like, okay, we don't need to explain interactions or, like, the fact that other things exist. But I don't want it to be the case that, like, you know, here is just a thing that you would have to open a wiki to be able to find out at all, right? Like, there should be a thing that explains the basic information about how Energy Shield works. Like, what is the base recharge delay of Energy Shield? There should be somewhere that says that. You know, like things like that. And so, yes, I agree. That stuff needs to be in the game, right? It has to be stuff like that.
Yes.
But at the same time, anything where it's like collation, I guess that's a different story for me, where it's like a larger, like, here's like, and especially like something where it's like, here are the repercussions of the way this works. I don't know that we should be in the business of explaining that either. Like, as in, like, because Ignite, like, okay, we can explain here's how Ignite works, but we don't want to be like, because Ignite works this way, here are some other things that are going to work well with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we should be going that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be that way at all. This is something for the player to figure out. You know, this is something where,
for sure.
You know, this is the fun of making a build, right?
Yeah. Or to Google it, that's fine too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or come to like a guide website or something, right? So this also
sure.
Yeah, okay, it sounds nice, and I'm really excited to see how this is actually gonna look in game with the especially the advanced tooltips and so on.
Sure.
So I think that can work out really well if you do a good job at that.
Right.
So let's hope.
Well, out of interest, how did you feel about the bottle?
Sorry, how do you feel about it?
What?
I think we had a lag here.
Sorry. I was going to say, out of interest,
Yeah.
how did you feel about the Baldur's Gate 3 system as
Well,
you played that?
I've actually not played. I've like seen a bit of Baldur's Gate, but I have not played it. But
Fair enough. Yeah, all good.
I get what you mean. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I think
All
that if you do it the way that I imagine, it will be fine. So
Sure. All good.
okay. There was one other point that actually came up in chat, which is nearby. So would you actually?
So this is just a conversation, not conversation, sorry. This is just a specific wording issue, Marcel. I think you have the same opinion that both of them have. I think they also have the same opinion. And I think I share that opinion. I think we're all on board with the same idea. But wording is different and understanding is different. The best it's hard to explain it to everybody and have everybody understand the same thing. But I think in Jonathan's head, a wiki is where you get not just the super in-depth information, but also all of the ways in which that particular mechanic might interact with everything else in the entire game. Right? So you go, oh, this is Ignite. This is how Ignite works. These are Ignite formulas. And also, these are the other things that share some of those formulas. Here's the other damage over time things. Here's a full list of every unique that interacts with Ignite in any way. Here's a full list of all of the keystones on the passive that interact with Ignite in any way. Here's a list of all the ascendancy nodes that interact with Ignite in any way. That's all the stuff that we would find on a wiki. And that is also, I think, how Jonathan is thinking of a wiki. Is it's like the full breadth of every single piece of information that could exist. But what I think Woody is saying is that he's when he's saying I want the wiki to be in game, he's not thinking about all of that. He's thinking, I wish that to understand what energy shield recovery rate actually did, that I could see it in game somewhere without having to go to a website, which is just like a better and more descriptive help panel, not necessarily a full wiki, right? Like some sort of pop-up or explanation or help panel or something where there's like, this term means this, here's the formula for it. Even if you want to go that far, right? This is the term you just looked at. This is the description of the term. This is the formula it uses, and then that's it, right? Like, and I would love to see that be in game. Not for me. I don't need it, but a lot of new people will. A lot of people have complained about it. That's a thing, right? So I get the feeling that they're both after the same thing. They're just not quite on board with the same, like, I want to say nomenclature. That's not the right word. Like it's just like a communication thing, right?
To consider giving us a more clear way of, like, you know, showing the radius in game, for example, like through those extra tooltips. Like, you know, imagine you hold down a button and you actually see like a circle around yourself and that it has like a little, you know, marker that, okay, this is this effect or something. I think that would be something very much appreciated.
I hadn't considered that exactly, but it is an interesting idea, so I'll bring it up with our UX guys. I certainly wouldn't want it to be something you could just show all the time because that sort of feels a bit annoying to me. But I do sort of understand that you might want to be able to see some information about that kind of stuff. So I'll have a think about that. And it sounds like something interesting to me. So yeah, we'll discuss that.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I think that would be very much appreciated. I know that PoE1 has done a change, and like most things are like actually in numbers now, so it's just like meters or something. But
Yes,
that doesn't necessarily tell anyone anything if you don't know how far is a meter in game, right, or something. So
I guess so. I mean, I guess the hope there was at least gives you a sense of like broadly,
Yes. What is a
like
meter?
in a kind of relatively familiar
I don't
unit,
know.
like what kind of I mean, people are approximately 1.8 meters tall, right? Like you kind of have like a vague feeling of like in game what sort of that is. But I do agree that being able to have some visualization for that might be kind of ususeful. Yeah, I'll think about how that could potentially work. It is interesting to me.
Okay, cool. All right. Just another small topic that I have is WSD movement. So you announced that, and like that looked really cool also in the Mercenary preview. I really like that. And actually now having played with it in Diablo 4, because they actually just introduced that into the game there as well, I'm really a big WSD enjoyer. Now I don't do it all the time and so on, but it's definitely nice. So I wanted to ask about it.
I myself am now a WASD convert. I'm all my gameplay at the moment is WASD as well. So yeah, I'm a fan. It's good.
Yes, but you can basically only move like in 8 directions, right? So you're not gonna have like any. Okay, so you're gonna have like up, down, left, right, and like the combinations. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you use a controller, of course, you can move in any direction. But for the WASD, it's 8 directions. I haven't found that personally to be a limitation. But it just sort of feels natural.
Okay.
But
and you also intend that people can do this with melee characters, melee weapons, not just like range.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, all my gameplay right now is that I like it. I prefer it, in fact.
Okay. I have a follow-up question there, and that is also like, will you be able to like move your character while like interacting with the interface, like your skill tree, your inventory, and all these kind of things?
So we actually discussed this, and for a moment there, we were kind of like, it's a bit of a shame that what it will mean is that all race events you have to be a WSD player to be a racer if we make it so you can do that. And then I was kind of like, okay, but I guess that's just how we have to accept, because it will be annoying to not have the ability to do your inventory while you're moving. So yes, you can use it and manipulate your inventory while you're walking around with WASD, and that's just kind of life. And I suppose the racers will just have to live with that, because yes, that's straight up an advantage for them to be using WASD to be able to move at the same time as manipulating their inventory. But yeah, like not having that would kind of be like spiting the whole player base just for the few people who are racing. Therefore, we just decided, it has to be that way.
Well, as a racer myself, I actually very much enjoy doing that while racing, because it kind of makes me feel like there is no downtime. I don't actually have to like stand there and like look at my items and stuff. So that's actually really cool. Like I was really hoping to hear that, to be honest.
Really can do it without WSD. Yeah, true.
Let's see what Titan Killer can do with that information.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Okay. I want to talk about crafting. So this is another big topic, and obviously like very much ingrained in Path of Exile. Basically all the currencies are crafting currencies and so on. And we do know that chaos always change and all that. But I want to ask about like the more general idea, like what is your vision for how people interact with crafting? Like how often are you gonna do that? Or what is the gameplay loop? Like, are you gonna just, every once in a while pick up an item, try your luck with the chaos, and then, maybe something else? And like, how's that gonna go?
Yes, I want you to be crafting a lot. Much more than you are in Path of Exile 1. And I've discussed the chaos change, and I'm pretty sure I've discussed the implications of it as well. But effectively, like, it should be a common situation where you pick up an item, or you pick up a rare, you're like, oh, this is close, let me just try a chaos orb on it, see whether it improves it. Oh, it didn't, oh well, throw it away. Then, pick up another thing later. Like, this is the kind of interaction that I want people to be having, so they're often engaging with that stuff. That kind of thing, like, the other thing as well is that, okay, so like, Path of Exile 1 has obviously got like a crazy amount of different crafting systems, and we do embrace that stuff. For Path of Exile 2, I am sure it will get to that point as well. But at the start, the plan is to kind of limit how many of those existing crafting systems can interact with as many of the other systems well, okay, how am I going to put this? Right, so like for example, and this isn't an exact match, but like, let's say, for example, that we had like beast crafting from
Much of it
the
missed.
Einhar system.
Most of it.
For example, what we might do, and this is once again not a decision we actually did, but what we might do, for example, is be like, oh, that system only works on armors, and so therefore this is limited. Like, and we have a certain options in that system that we don't necessarily have as many options as we had before. We've got certain options. It's limited to body armors, for example, or whatever. And then like now it's kind of like this system is in scope when you're thinking about how to do my body armor, but that system is not in scope when you're thinking about how do I make a weapon. And so by effectively taking some of those systems and limiting the scope of where they are, or like maybe certain mods can only be done by certain systems and things like that. And what that effectively means is that like, yeah, there's still a variety of interesting stuff. Like it's cool to have like, oh, I suddenly need to engage with this other system, and like I'm kind of interested to do that. But I think limiting the scope so that you don't get such a combinatorial explosion of how many different systems interact with a given item slot can be kind of important. And so that is a way to kind of still allow us to have a lot of systems without necessarily having each individual item slot choice be quite as impacted by it. So that's the kind of that's the kind of thing I like. But I do actually like having a variety of different interesting systems that can interact in interesting ways. Like I find that personally quite compelling. Like not every player necessarily needs to know like about every single one of them, but it's kind of cool when you like. I think it gives you a reason to be like, oh, like suddenly I find myself needing to like engage with this crafting system I never had to engage with before, and that means I don't need to do this content I never bothered to engage with before, and that kind of thing kind of is interesting. Like it just kind of makes you get a little bit of a moment of like, oh, like here's the thing I never really explored before. I'm gonna like give that a shot now in order to be able to engage with this. And so I find that stuff quite interesting, personally. So yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of why I like it.
Yeah, I guess my concern here would be that I think like Path of Exile 1 crafting right now is relatively infrequent. Like you have problems with like, fixing your resistances and, all these kind of things. And also like most of the crafting processes you do are mostly like higher end projects, and you don't really like, for example,
the reason why that is because of Chaos Orb. Well, and a couple of things around that, right? Effectively, the base type, once you've got a white base of a given thing, that's the only white base you ever need. So the existence of scouring and the way Chaos Orb works and all of that base currency stuff effectively means that the only crafting projects you can have are high-end ones. But the moment that it isn't like that, the moment that you have the system working like how we have it in PoE 2, all those other crafting systems become something that you would use more frequently because of the little thing where you like you try a little upgrade, try doing this system like on this, like you find something like it. It becomes a thing that's more reasonable,
Okay, in terms of the gameplay loop, I guess the idea here is that you way more often do like way smaller crafting projects and just brick your item and go again. And this is kind of the idea here.
Yep, but there's still going to be crazy high-end crafting projects as well, right? Like we don't want to lower the top end. We just want to drastically improve the bottom end. Bring the floor down a lot to where you'll be able to actually craft something much more often. So I do want players to engage with that stuff, and it also means that the currency actually gets sunk for its intended purpose if people are actually doing it all the time, which I think is a nice one.
And I think that the new Chaos Orb, so for the audience, if you don't know, it's like -1 affix, +1 affix.
Yes.
I think that's a really cool addition to the game. And do you generally like want to try to load this like high frequency spamming full RNG until you get the right thing?
So there are actually no currency orbs. There are no currency items in Path of Exile 2 that would incentivize that. Right? Like there are certainly things you want to use repeatedly, like Chaos Orb, but you wouldn't just spam Chaos Orb, right? It doesn't do anything. It's not useful, right? You need to appreciate the result after each time, and like you're not just like, oh, I need this one thing. It's like you're modifying the item and you're going to break it eventually if you just keep on using it. So effectively, like, in fact, all currency items have gone this way where there's nothing you need to spam anymore in PoE 2. And that wasn't like oh, we're going to remove this. Like this wasn't like necessarily a design goal initially. But then when we were nearly there, we realized, hey, there's just like a couple of other 1 or 2 changes we can make, and now there's nothing. And so yeah, now it's like every currency craft will be meaningful in some way. There's not just like use this thing again and again.
But how do you think that's gonna impact, for example, like map rolling or something, where like you try to avoid certain map mods? I guess the map mod system in general will change a little bit, but there's still craftable items as far as I understand, right?
Chaos Orbs working how they do, you're much less likely to want to craft a map that way unless that map was really, really meaningful and important. I suspect you're more likely to be like, if there's a map that it has a mod I can't deal with, that you're more likely to just get a different map. That's probably more likely, because I think the Chaos Orb will probably be a little bit too valuable to throw away to just reroll randomly like that. Well, I guess we'll see though. You never really quite know. So you're going to be wanting to use transmutes and alks on your maps. Certainly, I'm less confident that you're going to be wanting to like reroll, like to chaos reroll them. There has been some discussion about whether we want map specific currency, but I don't know that I really want to do that.
I wonder if he's aware. Just out of curiosity, I wonder if he's aware that the go-to system this league right now is to spam maps with Chaos Orbs until you hit multiple projectiles, and then Exalt Slam it up to 3 or 4 times to add extra modifiers to it. Which is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, but it's what we're doing. It's what we're doing right now.
I sort of prefer not to if we don't have to. I suspect that's the kind of thing where we'll see how the economy shakes out and how the balance shakes out in the beta. Because it's a little bit hard to actually assess the true value. So there's things like we have to worry about when we're talking about map crafting of like, okay, you have to make it so that crafting a map is more valuable than not crafting it, which means to say that like when you add mods to a map, it has to be that the result of what you like the value you get out of the map back has to be bigger than the value you put into the map, right? But then you don't want it to be so much higher that like you still want it to be a possibility that you'd want to run lower ones as well in some cases. Like there's just sort of various considerations we have to do around that. So that stuff is actually quite hard to get right in absence of an economy, because you don't really know the true value of something absent an economy. So therefore, like we can try and make our estimates about like what we imagine that's going to be, but it's going to require fine tuning in actual test. Yeah, like effectively we can only test like the SSF variant of how that is, rather than the like, the non-SSF economy.
I have one other question related to crafting, which is you mentioned that basically all of the currency orbs are, set up in a way that you don't want to spend them, but what about like non-currency? Sorry?
So that you do want to spend them, right?
No, spam, sorry. I mean, spam over and over, like I'll spam or what cares. Yeah, so what about like non-currency like crafting? Is that going to be a thing? Like for example, harvest crafts or like I don't know, beast crafting. I mean, we don't know exactly. Like, I don't know. Maybe like those things are coming back or not. But yeah, there will. So first of all, there will be a crafting bench system. We haven't talked about how it works yet, but there will be one. And there will also be other crafting systems as well, although at the start of the beta, probably less, because a lot of them come with the league content that we're porting back from PoE 1. But in general, we're not afraid to add more crafting systems. It just has to be like what I was saying before, where we're like limiting the scope of each one to be a little bit more specific to individual places. Like there will absolutely be things like that. Okay, but like, are you planning to like design these systems in a way that you also just don't want to like spam over and over and over? Like,
yes, ideally. Okay, so although I don't know that a lot of them like so which ones are the real spam over and over ones?
Well, one thing that would come to my mind would be like synthesis implicits right now. Like if you start out a crafting project, it's kind of like you roll the base over and over until you get the right synthesis implicits. So this would be one of those cases.
Right, I see. Yep. Okay, understood. I guess it kind of like I don't know, without more specifics about like individual PoE2 things, a little bit hard to go into more of that. But ideally, what I do want to avoid, like I'm okay with you like repeating an action like over a longer period of time to like do things, but it's more the whole just like you sit there click until you get the thing. Like that's kind of not really as useful to me. So
but yes,
that's where I kind of want to try and avoid things.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that was very very insightful. Thank you. I have another big topic, which is just like, I guess more the bigger picture of the development of the game. So I was wondering, like, what kind of insights have you taken, like, directly from like other games, other RPGs? Like, a few things here and there are mentioned, and a few things are somewhat like implied, I guess. I'm not sure if you mentioned them, like for example, like the dodge roll from Like that's very much reminds me of like Elden Ring, for example, or something like Solar games. And
I mean, dodge roll. I wouldn't say there's a very specific game it comes from.
yeah,
Right? It's like there's
but
dodge
at
roll in,
least
like,
for me
practically every other
personally,
game
it
at this
immediately
point.
reminded me. So
Yeah. I mean, okay, definitely there was some influence from Elden Ring for sure, but I wouldn't say that's like, oh yeah, Elden Ring had a dodge roll, therefore we're going to take it from that specifically. You know, it's just like that's just action games, right?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But also like more in the ARPG genre, like more recently, let's say for example Diablo 4 came out, and
Sure.
did that in any way influence, for example, your ideas? Did you actually learn something from that? Or for example, last Epoch with like, you know, some of the new systems they have shown, like the crafting and of the Epoch, there's like a few kind of gems out there I feel that might influence you.
Gems?
So in general, I would say I try to take more inspiration from non-action RPGs because I find that to be a more interesting thing. And I guess that's just kind of my MO more. But that being said, what I think that the action RPGs do is they set a floor for what is like a minimum acceptable level of like functionality, I guess. And like when it comes to Last Epoch, like you just mentioned, right? Like they did all their trade stuff, and it was kind of like at that point, it's
Diablo 4 taught us the flaw of what people were willing to accept.
like, okay, like we've reached a point now where an ARPG can't really have the trade system that we had before. We have to do better, right? And so like that's an example of where that game influences us. It's not exactly in like, oh, they made a system, therefore we're going to rip it off. It's more
Did
like,
he say that? No,
you know,
I said
like
that.
Yeah,
the
it raises
minimum
the bar
separate-
basically, right? It's like a
but the
fresh
minimum
game and it
acceptable
comes out
bar
with
of
those
what-
features.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The minimum acceptable bar has been raised for the genre. We have to make sure we don't get left behind. And so that's where it's important to kind of respond to your competitors like that, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of where it comes from. Sometimes you'll see situations of covariant evolution where like we happen to decide something. Well, so this is the other side of the coin, by the way, is that sometimes we'll get like we'll be in a design session and we'll be like, oh, we could do this thing, and then somebody will go, oh, but this other game does that, and I'm always kind of like, well, okay, but we can't let the fact another game did this be a reason to not do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you get that situation where people want to be different than their competitors just for the sake of being different, and I think that's also a trap. Like, if something is good for our game, then we should
It's
do it
an
regardless
easy
whether a
trap,
competitor
too.
does it or not, if you know what I mean.
That-
And so, like, sometimes that's a situation that can be another sort of a weirdly opposite trap to fall into. for some
Sometimes I do
people,
that
think.
with builds.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that too. But at the end of the day, like as I said, it's more about raising the bar than about being like, hey, let's copy this thing. So to me, that's how I look at things.
Okay. Yeah, I remember like a very, very long time ago. I think this was on the original first announcement of Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon. I'm not sure exactly who said it and when, but there was like this talk about, okay, you know, we made the PoE 2, or we are developing PoE 2 because the Diablo 4 is coming. I think there was something
I don't
along those
know.
lines.
Okay, while my own fucking team's making fun of me, yes, sometimes. I quite often change builds because my way of doing stuff is better. That's the usual reason. Is because it's better, because I found improvements. Occasionally, I'm making a change just because it's different. Hang on a second. Alright, there we go. And quite often, no. What I'm saying is, I quite often change established builds for the better. Sometimes, rarely, I find myself falling into the trap of changing a build just to be different, not because I think I've found a better way. And that's the trap. Making a build a little bit different isn't a trap. I change builds all of the time because I'm like, well, this could be done better. And so I make it better. Sometimes it's not better. Sometimes I'm just changing it to be different, and those ones usually fail.
I'm not sure who said that. For all we know, it might have been me, though I hope not, because I don't really think that really gets to the heart of it. I mean, when it comes right down to it, like years ago, and like this is going to sound extremely mercenary, but like, you know, we look at our curve of players and like it started, the rate of increase started to decline, if you know what I mean. Right, and it's like at the end of the day, most games have some kind of ballistic trajectory of popularity. Like as it turns out, I think we're kind of mostly sort of plateauing-ish in terms of like popularity of PoE 1. But you can just see at some point, hey, you know, like at some point we're not going to be able to get new players very much anymore. Like that's going to be hard. And at the time, you know, because this was back when we were going to do PoE 1 versus 2, like the reasoning behind that is, oh well, you know, the start of the game looks really old now, and of course it does. So at the time when we started the PoE 2 project, it was very much like we need another campaign that's new, so that new players can come into the game and get a AAA looking experience, and then we'll evolve the game to make sure that that's the case. So that was basically the decision. There is basically, you know, like if we're plateauing, we need to find a way so that we can, you know, continue to succeed and be good. And also, of course, like if you're plateauing, there's the worry that you might be declining at some point, and we certainly don't want to get into that situation. So we basically made the decision, you know, we have to make sure that we're, you know, part of the next generation. And I think that next generation talk is maybe where it comes down to the kind of like D4 comparison there, where it's like we need to make sure that we are, you know, part of, like, have an answer to the next generation of action RPGs.
Yeah,
And,
I guess it goes a bit back to like what we just discussed as well, right? With like, okay, now RPGs are coming out, they have these kind of features, people expect this kind of thing,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you there,
and yeah, eventually we did get to the point where, you know, we realized that we couldn't make it as a thing that was one game. We had to make it into a sequel instead. But effectively, yeah, like it's ultimately in response to, you know, like, you know, if we want to be able to keep growing our player base, we need to, or at the very least, not shrinking it. We need to have a way to, you know, to have modern looking stuff, you know, to raise the bar, to make things better, to innovate more, and you know, that's why we had to start this project.
Okay, that's very interesting. Since I'm mostly a Diablo guy right now, I'm definitely gonna, you know, also blast PoE 2 and stuff. I'm very much looking forward to that. But, you know, at least for now, I'm focusing on D4. And a lot of my viewers probably also would wonder, like, you know, how does PoE 2 compare to D4 in your eyes? Like, you know, where do you see like maybe some overlap, especially like, you know, for the player base? Like, you know, how would you think people would actually appreciate both games at the same time, for example? Or like, you know,
I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how inflammatory I want to go here, but effectively, I mean, look. Obviously, I think the game I'm working on is better than the game someone else works on, right? Like that should be that should be the case. But
okay, I'm with you on that. You know, I can understand.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, look, I think for me the big difference is in the way the combat feels. I mean, look, there are other things as well. I mean, there's like to do with. I mean, I feel like we're more willing to embrace complexity in certain ways and things like that. But the big one for me is combat, and I really want Path of Exile 2 to just feel like an action game, right? Like it's got action game chops. Like, you know, you can play it like you would imagine the combat of like a single player game that was an action game being, you know what I mean? Like that, you should be able to play it that way. And so I've said this before, but I feel like they just went in a slightly more MMO-y direction, which is not personally the kind of combat that I like. I mean, not all the way, right? There's still an action game ultimately, but it's like, you know, more cooldown heavy and this kind of stuff. Like they just have a bit of a different take on the way that you design for the player skills side of things. But also, I think you see that a little bit in the boss design and so on as well. Like it's a little bit more like that. You know, we're trying to do a bit more of a, you know, just as I said, just more of that kind of like pure action game style as far as the actual combat goes. And then, you know, the other big difference is, of course, just the differences that it's always been with our game, where like we embrace like the ridiculous amount of depth that you get when you add all these kind of like kind of interesting tools to the player and this kind of thing. So that's kind of the main big difference. But I also think it's a little bit different in the sense that maybe people from the D4 team would disagree with us a little bit, but I think that we've got more of a like live service type route as far as like we know how to maintain a game in the long term quite well, I think. I know that, I mean, D4 obviously is trying to go for the same thing, but I still think that it's just a little bit different. I think that like the way that they approach that stuff. So
trying real hard not to insult them.
I like to think that we're a little bit. yeah, just as I said, just handle that side of things a little bit differently than they do, and that's another
We're
another bit
better
of a
than
difference
you.
there.
You can
as
just
well.
say we're better than you.
Okay.
I guess it speaks to the game exactly in the same way because it's more about the development of the game rather than the actual game itself. But yeah, it's a different philosophy, I think, a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. In general, PoE, I believe, I guess it goes a bit like in the same direction for like, you know, comparison between like, for example, D4 and PoE. But in general, like I feel like PoE is more of like a solo player centric game than, for example, the Diablo titles. And
True.
are you planning
know
to
that-
change
I
that
would
maybe,
agree.
or like, you know, make it more
I
group
don't-
friendly? Yeah.
I don't know that I would say that was intentional, particularly.
No, that's not what I'm saying, but I feel like this is how it developed
right.
at least. Yeah.
Potentially. I mean, look. So one thing that we'll accept that there was one very specific pillar of our game studio, which I don't know that they have in Diablo, although I can't say for sure. Which is that, in our opinion, all content should be able to be played solo, as opposed to I know they have some content that you can't play solo, right? They've got the those big world raids or something like that. I can't remember what they're called, but I mean they've got those things, right? So our feeling has always been that all content should be able to be played solo. And
Can solo
I guess
as
like
well
that
bosses,
does
but
lead to a situation where like
you're
it
not
is
meant to be able
obviously
to
solo friendly. It
so-
has to be for that situation, right?
Fair enough.
But that can just mean that like my hope is that it's neither multiplayer nor solo friendly. Like if you want to play multiplayer, that you play multiplayer and you get just as much like you get just as much benefit as you would from that as you would play from playing solo. So like if that's off a bit, then that's like a thing that we want to fix, if you know what I mean, rather than like a design philosophy as such. Like we want the decision to be playing multiplayer and not to be more about what you want to do rather than being about like what has more advantage for doing it.
That would be very cool.
So if PoE1 has more advantage for playing solo, then that is kind of not quite right either. Like it should, as I said, be ideally completely balanced to be the same as far as rewardingness and like reasons to do stuff. So, you know, like playing multiplayer is more about the fun of the moment of the action, it shouldn't be about like, because I can get these rewards I couldn't otherwise get, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling.
I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. You know, like it's like either more solo or group player friendly. I mean, there are obviously like group strategies in PoE1 right now that are like, you know, completely busted, and you know we have Empyrean and all that, right?
Yes, wow.
But solo players also have like, you know, we have people that find their 20 mirrors in Affliction League and, you know, alone.
Sure.
So there's definitely like, you know, both sides available, and that's really cool.
Remind
And,
them, I don't think they're happy about
the question
that.
would be maybe. Are you planning to maybe expand the group, like the social tools in some way?
Well, I'm curious. What tools do you want really? So like, what do you want?
Well, I mean, one common request, for example, here, like when I play Diablo 4, is people want a group finder, you know, of some sort. We can like say, okay, I want to do this and that, and you know, I'm looking for people. And
You know, it's
okay,
funny,
I guess in Diablo
people-
4 there's like more of a reason to group up
got
sometimes
one.
versus PoE.
People forget the notice board in town all the time.
Yeah, I didn't forget
Like, there's
it, but
actually a
I was
thing.
going
We
to talk
actually have
about it,
that.
yes. But
Yeah,
I can't say I've ever used it, you know. So that's,
Right.
It's
look, that
like
means that
there
it's
is
a
this
failed
notice
system, right?
board, and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's some people in chat that would actually like say, okay, they have great experience with that. But personally, I've never heard of anyone using that. I've never heard of
I agree.
anyone
It's not
caring
commonly
about
used.
it.
Right.
So I actually don't even think that the notice board is bad, by the way. The reason the notice board isn't used isn't because its functionality is shit. It's because there's no reason and no benefit at all to being in a party that wasn't designed to be a party. You shouldn't, in any of the endgame of PoE, group with someone who you didn't design your character to group with. You and your friend can't just be playing PoE and then be like, hey, let's go map together for an hour. That's just not how the game works. You design as a group or you play solo. That's really the only reason the notice board doesn't really get used, because there's no reason to join a party with 2 or 3 people you didn't design. It'll just be a worse experience for basically everybody.
It's honestly something that we haven't thought. I've not put any thought about for a long time. I just, when you mentioned it, I'm like, oh yeah, we do have that notice board thing. Like, look, there might be some improvements we can make around that. I'm not like against that kind of thing. The question is like, when you're looking to find a group, why are you looking to do it? Are you looking to find a group because you're looking to be able to do some content you couldn't otherwise do? Or are you looking to find a group because you want to make some friends? And I think that how the gaming ecosystem has evolved, that like find a friend element has kind of moved off to third-party platforms like Discord and stuff like that more. And so it's a bit hard to compete, honestly, in the like find a person to play a game with, you know, like to make a friend kind of like I guess area with some of those other tools. So like because of our philosophy of you don't need to play multiplayer to be able to do stuff like because the balance is the same, I guess so I'd say is the only reason to want to find a group is because you want to make friends and actually have enjoy playing with them. And so then there's the question of what would we want to do in the game to promote that, and like should we be doing that? I mean this is a question. I mean I'm curious what your thoughts on about that. Should we try to promote making a friend within the game?
That's very difficult to answer for me as well.
Sure, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
it is, right? But this is what it comes down to. This is the question, right? Like, if you want to have social features for that purpose, like, if we're not saying that you should play with people because it's advantage, and what we're saying is you should play with people because they're your friends, then yeah, like that kind of leads you down to where the sort of the answer you end up with is. Right?
I guess one thing that is like somewhat difficult to do in terms of like playing together is just like trying to either find synergies between builds right now, like either you have like aura bots for example, and you know like okay this aura bot just groups up with whatever, maybe switches out a few things and they're good to go.
PoE
but otherwise
PoE 2 has a lot more synergy between stuff for sure, and a lot of that is because there's a lot more synergy between skills now, and a lot of that synergy has no reason not to work across players. So,
so a quick little interjection here. Synergies are nice, but I don't think that's the real problem. At least in my opinion. The real problem, at least in my opinion, is that basically the PoE1 moves at such a speed that any good build one-shots 80 to 90% of the content that it sees. Usually while clearing a map, the idea is boom, mob's dead. Boom, mob's dead. And then we still stack as much movement speed as possible. So when you go and play with a random friend or a random person, all that happens in PoE1 is the person with the fastest character kills everything by themselves, and the rest of the party chases along hoping to stay in range of flask charges so that they can keep using their Quicksilver so they don't fall so far behind that they're left way behind, and maybe picks loot up along the way. Like that's what it becomes. The fact that PoE2 does look significantly slower, though it does still look faster than this, but it does look significantly slower, might help with that just by nature. So
like in general, like, okay, so I mean there's tons of things I can talk about that aren't announced, but okay, in terms of one that you've seen, right, there's this volcano skill, right, and any slam will trigger the volcano to emit extra projectiles, and of course that just works with any slam nearby. It doesn't depend on one particular player doing it, because that's what makes sense. You know, it makes sense that any player can do it. So suddenly, you know, like if you've got a druid and a warrior together, they can, you know, do a lot better. So there is cross-build synergy, like not even necessarily because we're like, you know, hey, we want to specifically promote it, but just because of the fact that it makes physical sense for there to be in the case of what we're doing in PoE2. So yeah, there'll be a lot more of that. In fact, I'm a bit worried there might be too much cross-build synergy, and then we'll be back in a situation where there's too much advantage for multiplayer again, which could be a concern. You know, like, I mean, obviously that's all fixable, you know, we do things, but effectively there will definitely be cross-build synergy in PoE2, like much more than there is in PoE1.
Oh, that's actually very cool. So, you know, that's kind of like
cool.
the other thing I wanted to get at is like, if I just randomly group up with my friend and, you know, okay, they play their own build, I play my build, you know, sometimes, you know, we share like map completion or something, but I never really felt like I had like a great experience just like randomly grouping up with someone because of like, you know, vast difference in power levels between like builds, or like, you know, like they were very further progress or I was further progress, and it's just like, it didn't really like add up most of the time unless you actually tried, you know, very hard to make it happen. So this is definitely a concern that I want to have here for like social play. Right.
Understood.
And I guess another thing that would be very interesting to have is like, you know, let's say LFG feature, like one problem to be solved is I guess any type of carries and, you know, for example, 5-way rotas or something, you know, these kind of things. People use Discords for this right now, like they go like on trade and you know, all that stuff. But I guess that there could be an in-game solution for that as well through, like, you know, for example, the LFG tool.
We discussed recently, actually, whether or not we wanted a system to allow for that in game. Like the concept of like someone suggested a system where it was like, oh, you can put like a bounty on doing a boss kill with me, and then they give you currency if they do that with you, and this kind of thing.
I'm just testing
but I'm
different
actually kind of
things
not really
to see
for
what
it.
the best way to level
And
this is.
the reason why is because I don't want the game to kind of be promoting the idea that you're not supposed to be able to defeat content yourself. Like, if we have the ability to kind of do a secure in-game carrying, I worry that then that becomes like kind of like the game telling you that it's fine to just be carried through the game, which I guess, like, I mean, you obviously can never stop it, right, on some level, right? Like, people are going to be able to do that kind of thing. Although we can, you know, there are things you can tweak to kind of to not encourage it a little bit at least.
Disincentivize.
But at the same time, like, you know, I just don't think the game should be saying like, okay, yeah, here's the thing you should be doing. So we sort of did actually discuss this issue recently, and we kind of decided like, I don't think we actually want to really make an in-game solution for that exactly. That being said, I mean, the current tool you have, like, you can just kind of, you know, once again, nobody's really using it, but you could theoretically just like make a group called like, you know, hey, can you help me defeat this boss? And then someone might do that. Yeah, that's kind of the most we have in game for that now.
Okay. All right, we're pretty far into the interview already, so I have one more big topic, and afterwards I would like to open up for chat questions. So there were like some things I picked up here and there already, but I just want to tell chat to kind of like, you know, get ready with your questions. I'm going to be trying to keep an eye on it while we discuss the last topic, and then we're going to have a bit of stuff from chat. All right, so my last big topic is build design and balance. So in general, we've seen that PoE 2 builds seem to be way more complicated than typical PoE 1 builds, at least from my perspective. Like, you know, you have like combos, you break armor, you shoot the grenades, you blow them up, you know, this kind of stuff. So
well, I want to first address that slightly. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would say that they're more complicated than PoE 1.
I'm talking about the gameplay, not about the build making.
I would exactly. So I would say that they require more you to do more things.
Yes.
But in terms of complexity, the PoE 1 builds are not exactly simple either, right? Like there's quite a lot going on there. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I'm talking about the gameplay. Sorry.
But you automate everything.
For sure. Yep. So go on. Like I guess
the question here is for me, like, is this your intended way to play for, like, you know, basically everything? Do you want people to have to do those, you know, multiple combos? Is this like really built in and ingrained into those different skill gems and the passive tree? And what about more simplistic builds, for example? Can I make like a, you know, one button, you know, just like tornado shot or something, and just blast through the maps, and it's gonna be actually effective?
Okay, so I guess this is so first of all, I want at all times everything to be possible, right? That's always generally our motto, is anything is possible, but it just comes down to costing, right? And the cost generally of making a one button build is going to be that you're not quite as effective. And so I guess you could easily argue that because of the fact that a one button build is not going to be as like efficient in terms of clear speed as a multi-button build, that therefore means that it isn't a thing you can do, right? Like that's the way the way people often look at these things is like, okay, if it's not the most efficient, then it's not viable, therefore it means it's not, like, you can't do it. So I suppose on that level, like, the game is going to incentivize you to use multiple things and do some kind of comboing stuff. But that said, we also embrace automation. You know, we've got all of the different stuff you can do with Spirit. And effectively the way that effectively gets balanced is that the more automation you want to do, the more Spirit cost it's going to cost you. And so effectively then on the tree, you're trading Spirit for damage almost certainly. Or maybe you're trading Spirit for life. I don't know, whatever trade-off you're wanting to make. But the key thing is you're sacrificing something to get that automation. And I mean, look, there'll be uniques and other things that allow you to do stuff like that as well. I mean, there's always interesting combos. Like, you need like a variety of places where the pieces come from, as they do in Path of Exile 1, right? But I still want to make it the case that you are incentivized to use other skills. And the way that we do that effectively is just by making the bonuses that you can get for combining things to be quite high. You know, like, I guess it's a little bit hard to sort of explain, like some of this is hard to explain without actually having the feel of actually playing the game, right? Because it's like, how powerful is its one button build relative to more buttons? And it's kind of like, I guess the way I would hope the player would look at it is more like they go and they intend to be like, this is the skill I want to use and I just want to use it over and over again. And then at some point the game's like, but then they're kind of like, oh, but I could just do this, and then like I get more power, so I might as well just do that in there. And it kind of doesn't feel like I'm taking away from my one button build. It just feels like, oh, and I could just do this occasionally, and I'm getting extra power, so I might as well do it. And then before too long, you've kind of like you've added a few things like that to your build, and then hey, look, you're actually kind of doing a bunch of other stuff. If you know what I mean, like it should never feel like oh, the game is forcing me to do it. Like if you ever feel like the game is forcing me to do this combo that I'm not finding fun, right? That's a screw up on our behalf, right? We don't want that to be the case. But at the same time, like I do want it to not just be the case.
I cannot count the amount of times in PoE 1 that I have known of, seen, voiced my opinion of an upgrade to my build that I could do to make it more powerful that I've just chosen not to do because it would add an extra button. Get fucked. I'm gonna do the same thing in PoE 2. Oh, but you could do this and get a little more power. Yeah, I could. I'm not gonna though.
Case that it's like, oh, I just use the skill over and over again. I never have to think ever, right? Like ideally that's not the case, right? And sure, like you ultimately will probably be able to play like that if you play at the right, if you play at a slightly lower level of maps and you don't, and you're like you will just be a bit weaker, I think. And I guess it's on us to work out how much weaker that ends up being. And it's also a little bit hard to even say that, like I can't exactly tell you, oh, you're going to be X% weaker, right? Because like it comes down a little bit to feel of once we're kind of in it. So I guess what I would say is, yeah, it's actually hard to really like to gauge it. But the guiding philosophy is that yes, we want it so that using combos makes you more powerful. That is a thing that we want. So, I guess take from that what you will. But yeah, okay, as I said, but we never want to rule about like something completely out. You know what I mean?
So this means like you're generally incentivizing, at least a combo play and
yes,
like currently right now you put your totem, you put your curse, and then you start whacking or something.
Or at least, if not a combo, at least something where a situation will come up where you want to use something different, right? Maybe the regular clearing you're doing still only has one button, but then you see an enemy that has this property and you're like, oh, I've got the skill to deal with that, right? Because I've got all these extra skill slots, I've got a thing where I can just do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't necessarily have to be like every single pack you've got like these 3 things you need to do. But I do think it has to be that every 5 or 6 packs, there's a monster that's like, oh, I can use this skill because it's best for dealing with this problem. And like that kind of like responsive, it probably is better to look at it that way. Of like, I have a response for different situations that occur that I have in my build that I never had. Where previously I wouldn't have had a response for that thing. Now I have a response. This thing comes up. I've got the solution to it. That can be important.
Is there actually like the idea that like as you play through like a regular map in the end game, that you actually have like certain different situations where like now you have this encounter and this feels like a very different encounter than those other 5 packs I just cleared, and you have like typical trash packs and then like maybe like some bigger guy and then you start using your combo. Because currently in PoE 1 gameplay I would just like you use a blast for everything. Okay, maybe this thing lives like 2 seconds longer, but that's it. So.
And there's a couple of things going on. So one thing to note is that in Path of Exile 2, the differences between monsters, even just white monsters, are much more extreme. Like, you will have white monsters that have 10 times the life of other white monsters, right? Like, this is a big, tanky, big dude, right? It's much, much, much more life than a just random goblin. Like, the differences in resistances between different monsters can be quite high. Like, the things like that, we've extremized a lot of the difference between different things, which means that you actually have to care more about, like, what you're fighting. And so that can mean that, yeah, you have to care about the situation quite a lot more. So it isn't the case that you're like, I've got the same exact rotation for every single pack. It's like, maybe you do earlier in the game before you've got some of the automation and so on like that. But like, it's likely to get to the point where like your standard thing for just killing trash is going to be easy to do. But then you come across a thing, I have to deal with this problem now. I've got a few extra skills involved. I've got a longer combo that I can do, but I don't use it on every pack, but I do use it when something's just a bit tougher, or like maybe this thing's like resistant to what I normally do, so I've got this extra thing I can throw in there. Like, it's that kind of stuff, right? Like making sure that there's options for you to do when you come across a situation.
Okay. One question also kind of related to that is like, how are players expected to kind of like find the right difficulty for them to play. Like especially like in endgame when you have like different tiers maps. I guess there's gonna be like some kind of progression system similar to now, and like
so ultimately, yes,
Yeah.
we do ideally the way difficulty works is that if you're able to do more difficult content, you get more economic benefit for doing that content, which gets you the ability to do more difficult content. So effectively, you always kind of end up at the difficulty level that you're supposed to be at because the ability for you to kill, to achieve things, effectively gives you an economic,
It is slower than
correct
PoE
amount of
1.
wealth that gives you the correct amount of difficulty. Like it's all supposed to be a cycle like that, and that's the fundamental thing that the map system allows for, as well as and the way that the map system kind of interacts with other content. So that's kind of how you end up with that. The thing, of course, that we need to make sure we get in difficulty right with that doesn't conform to that is the campaign, because the campaign, doesn't have that same economic barrier. So that is a little bit harder to get exactly right to make sure that all players can get through. But that being said, at least in the campaign, you can have like extra goals, extra objectives that give you more, like side content, things like that, like other stuff that's harder. Like that kind of stuff is I guess what you do in the campaign. But that's I guess hopefully that sort of answers the question.
Okay, yeah. There's also something else that I wanted to ask about the one button builds again, which is as the game progresses, I imagine we're gonna get like more and more tools available to the players. Maybe power creep like sets in and all that. And what are your plans in case, for example, like people get so accustomed, it gets to such a high power level that one button builds are just enough for everything? Like, do we actually want to like cut back on that at some point? Is to say, okay, we want this combo gameplay. This may be like, what you do now for the start of the game, but like maybe like 5 leagues down or 10 leagues down the line, things might look very different. So how do you think this might evolve?
That is a tough question, and I honestly don't know that I can even necessarily answer it easily, because like it really not every single balance decision is easy to quantify down into like is this too powerful and all of that kind of stuff. Like sometimes you just have to like kind of just be like, does this feel, there's just an element of, does it feel right or wrong? And look, I want combo gameplay to be a thing. I want there to be answers, but I don't necessarily know that power creep. Okay, could power creep lead to a situation where you can just destroy everything? Well, you know what? Well, okay. Well, here's the thing, right? When you're level 100, which ultimately should be a lot harder to reach than it is in PoE 1, but by the point you actually are level 100, yeah, it probably is going to be the case that most content you can just one button through, right? Why wouldn't it be?
Good.
But there should always be
That's what I
content
like
you
to
still
hear.
need to think about and engage with, right? Like, so then I suppose the question is like, does the curve get out of whack where like you get to the point where it's that easy too fast, and that can be the case. And I guess
that's
I would
kind
say
of like the point that I was getting at.
and
Exactly.
I guess I would want to say that you get to that we don't let that get too out of whack. PoE 1 definitely right now, I think, does have a problem with this, where it gets too easy too quickly. We went a long time without that happening, though. Like I'd say we got about like maybe 8 or 9 years into release before that really started. Yeah, before that really started kind of getting to the point where I'd say that was out of whack. Yeah, so I mean, look, I'm not going to say.
Currently we have like an extremely high power level.
Yes, I know, it's crazy.
It's not just
crazy.
like affliction being like insane for MF, but yeah. So
yeah, but we did manage to stave that off for quite a while.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, and I think like for PoE 1, I guess the ship has kind of sailed at this point, right? It's just like this is how the game is going to be.
So I'm interested to talk about that. Has the ship sailed?
Yep.
Has it actually? I mean, there's definitely a mindset that you could argue that it has, right? Can you never bring things back? This is a question, right? Like, should we? Like, I mean, it's a very real question that comes up in the studio quite often, right? Like because you're talking about PoE 1 balance, which I often do discuss. It's the question: has the ship sailed on PoE 1 balance, or has it? Why should the ship have sailed? Why can we not get things back into a better line again? Like I don't know. There's questions about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just here. Like, what do you reckon? Like, should we rebalance PoE 1 to the point where it's more like how it was about 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, personally, personally, I would actually enjoy that a lot because I enjoyed the game more back
And a
then,
lot of
to
people
be
did.
honest.
And the sad thing is
But-
that this is the funny thing is pretty much everyone in the studio here would agree with that position, right? Like I don't think anyone here is really happy with the level of what's gone on like in the last few years there. But then the question is, okay, so the general there is a certain wisdom in like, don't rock the boat so much. I mean, you don't want to make the game unfun, right? So it always has to be like that. That's the issue, right? But the question, so there's things there, right? I guess this is a larger sort of philosophical discussion rather than like anything concrete, because it's like, but it's certainly a question of, has the ship sailed for PoE1? I don't know. Like, why should it have? Like, why should it have? We should be able to make still keep the game fun while still.
Yeah, I think that you could probably still rein it in a little bit. I think obviously this league was a bit insane. But I don't necessarily think you could pull it back several years worth. Especially with PoE 2 coming out and being a much, much slower game. Because there'll be it's okay for PoE 2 to be a much, much slower game because we still have PoE 1 to run at speed. But also, something worth mentioning is that Harvest and Delirium were both 3 years ago. Roughly. I think. And in both of those leagues, I had more power than I have this league and more speed than I had this league. We're actually right now weaker and slower than we were then. So I don't know if that's... Oh, Delhi was 6 years ago at that point. Okay, so we were stronger in that league and we were faster in that league than we are now. And that was 6 years ago. So, like, I don't know how much it really has sped up, really.
Being able to get things back into what I would consider a better line. But, yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's not really my department at this point. But
That's fine.
it's
I
like
mean,
I'm considering
it's an
4 years.
interesting thought.
I
and-
said 3.
What was that?
I
Sorry?
was close.
I was just going to say it's an interesting thought, and like about has the ship sailed? I guess.
Right.
I guess you have the opportunity to also make like a kind of like a clear distinction a bit with PoE1 and PoE2, right? With
Sure.
PoE1 being
Sure.
like this like Omega Blaster like zoomer
Right,
game,
right.
and this
Right.
is how
Boosted Vampire
PoE1
and
is now,
Delirium.
I guess. And then you keep
Right.
that around, and then you have PoE2 where
normal
you
Nemesis
start
modifiers
from like a
on my
much lower
Headhunter.
level, and maybe over time it's gonna like evolve into something more like PoE1, but maybe not as crazy.
Right.
So.
Right.
At least that would kind of be like a reasonable approach from my perspective, at least.
Right.
Hostages were also
Anyway, I
OP
guess
as
what I would
fuck.
say is that we did manage to save off that kind of problem for quite a while, and I believe we can do that in PoE2 for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and look, why maybe we can even save it off in the long term too. I guess we'll have to see. And
Okay. I have one last question before I move on to the chat questions, and that is, what is your general like philosophy and your approach for like, let's say PoE2 comes out and there's gonna be like some insane, either bugs, exploits, invincible builds, stuff that one-shots the entire game. Like, how would you approach these kind of things? Like, when would you patch that, or how would you interfere, and what
Right.
would come out of that?
so during the beta, have to reserve the right to fix shit that will break your build.
Yeah, of course.
And
I
we'll
guess.
try to avoid it, but during the beta, we kind of have to have that right because there's going to be so much stuff that's untested. Like, we can't reasonably expect that we're going to get that exactly right. But once we're released, we have a policy, and I think it's very important, of we don't break people's builds. Like, we do occasionally emergency fix something where we don't believe that it does that. But yeah, generally speaking, the policy is don't break people's builds. We want that to serve. But obviously, if there's a dupe or something like that, obviously we get rid of that ASAP. And I would say that we've had a very good track record for fixing those kinds of exploits very quickly. Generally speaking, like I'd say we're reasonably good at that. But that just comes down to paying attention stringently, and making sure we're doing the right thing there. But when it comes to like, you know, a build that's just OP, and if it's post-release, like we kind of don't really want to screw around too much with that because, you know, like people put a lot of work in to getting to the point where they can get a character like that. You know, they've traded for certain items, they've done certain things, and if you just go and shit on that, it's kind of like, you know, that certainly doesn't feel good. So yeah, that's the kind of reason why we have to make sure we're a bit careful around that stuff. Yeah. I guess that sometimes you could argue there's a fine line between an exploit and a just something that's overpowered.
It can be for sure,
know,
yes. But,
I mean, I guess we just have to kind of draw the line somewhere.
I guess it's also going to be important to make sure that people don't get too accustomed to something that's too OP for too long, right?
Yes,
so this is
that is a concern.
concern.
That is a concern. Yes. And I mean, sometimes it's okay to nerf something a little bit right when it starts if no one has had an opportunity to respond to it yet, if you know what I mean. Like if something's just been found, I'm like, you know what, actually no. Like you do have a small window of opportunity there before anyone's actually done any work to like take advantage of it, where you can kind of viably nip it in the bud. But
do you think that this might actually, like, I know that you're gonna have cross progression with consoles, right? So console patches usually have like a huge delay, and you have to like, you know, like slow down the patches, like probably. So that might interfere with that.
Patches of the game client, and that is to say only the executable have a delay, but patches of the data and patches of the server don't. So therefore, there's very little that we can't fix with a server-side or just data patch. There might be crashes that exist that we can't fix without a client-side patch, but there really shouldn't be anything that you would call an exploit that we can't fix server-side and or with data patches to the client. So I'm not really concerned about it from that perspective. It will certainly suck if we've got a common crash that's on console and we can't fix it until we've got cert, and you know, like that will suck. But like I don't think there should be anything like kind of economically damaging that would be an issue if we can't patch the console client executable.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So that was all of the questions that I had prepared. So I'm just gonna take like some stuff that I saw in chat now and kind of just like throw it at you because I am not as prepared for these, you know, questions. I'm not sure if you answered them before or something. So just shoot it, guys. I'm gonna try to keep up. So first question I found is ultra-wide support. Can you say anything about that?
I mean, it'll work. I believe it works now for ultra-wide. I think that we do beyond the width that an ultra-wide monitor has. I think we start to introduce black bars. Like, so whatever the ultra-wide is, it's like, what is it, like 29 by 7 or some freaking random thing? I don't remember what it is. But either way, we go up to the maximum width that there are monitors that support that, and then beyond that, we put black bars on.
All right. I don't know if I should be unhappy or happy about that, but it basically means that I was considering whether or not I should buy an ultra-wide monitor next time I change monitors, because of how much of a advantage you have in PoE when you play on ultra-wide. I didn't buy an ultra-wide monitor last time because I didn't want to like have my game not look like most people's game. But at a certain point, it's been so long where like right now in the Wildwood, if you have an ultra wide monitor or you're willing to shrink your game client down so that it is ultra wild, you will average 20 to 30% more juice. And so many things are like that. There's so many advantages to having widescreen in PoE. And if that's going to stay, and not only is it going to stay, they're okay with it, they're going to support it, and it's going to move forward into PoE 2, I basically feel like I have to get an ultra-wide monitor. So I guess that's what we'll be doing.
Just to hide the like pop-in and random stuff that you'll start to get if you go beyond that. So yeah, it is generally fine.
Okay. Another question is crossplay. Is that going to be a thing, or is it just cross progression? So can you actually play with someone PC and a console in the same party?
We're gonna be talking about that a little bit later.
Okay.
Yep.
Some other thing that came up, I think we were talking about LFG features and like you know, to a group finder or something, is like a mentor system. Is that something you have considered, like where someone can like, you know, like maybe check mark, like, okay, I'm willing to help people, and you know, I can guide you through the game, and you know, maybe play the campaign together or play the map together, and you know, help you with the build. I don't know.
Not something that I've had on my list for sure. It's like I not something that I've considered. I guess I'd have to think a little bit about how that could work and whether or not it would be important. But it's an interesting idea. I mean, I'll think about it.
Okay. Another question I saw is trade vendor. So we talked about trade a lot, and there's going to be some NPC around it. So is that something you can, like, for example, put in your hideout? Or is it just in town?
We'll talk about that later. So I don't really want to go into more of it than that, fortunately.
Okay.
That's fine.
Another question is a guild system. So I actually know nothing about that. Are you changing that in some way? Is there going to be like some new features?
We don't have current plans for that, but it's one of those things that I know players are keen for some extra features for, and it's just one of those things where like it's not like the biggest deal for us to change this right now, so we'll kind of get to it if we can. But you know, yeah, no, probably for the start of release, I don't think there will be much different about it.
Okay.
Damn it.
Probably one of those extension things later.
Then there's another big topic about respec. I know they have discussed this a lot in like other interviews already, and you're like kind of like adamant at respecing being like, you know,
well,
somewhat
we've actually
difficult.
changed the respec. We've actually changed how the respec system in PoE2 works since those discussions.
Oh, really? Then update us, please.
What?
So the current respec system actually uses gold. So basically, it's cheaper at low levels and more expensive at high levels, and there you go.
Oh, that's actually a very interesting development here.
So there you go. Yep. So
okay,
yeah,
so is the idea then that like a new player, or like, you know, someone starting out with a fresh character, you can actually just like, you know, way more easily respec early on? And
Yep, very easy to respec in early levels because it's cheap at low levels. So yeah,
wow,
that's what we decided to change it, and that's where we ended up.
Wow, that was actually a pretty fast turnaround there as well. I think this was actually like in the last interview, right? Is this or something?
It was a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Well, look, I mean, when we have these interviews, I go and I discuss all the stuff with the team and talk about it, and like it's good for getting sentiment of people and understanding what people want, and then, you know, then we discuss it and we work it out, and yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, really excited to see the specifics of that system, but I think this is a huge win. For sure, because when I was actually listening to those interviews, I was like, I'm not sure this is really the right approach. You know, I'm quite glad to hear that. So.
Well, you know, if they say if two people call you a horse, go get a saddle, something like that. So.
What?
Okay.
It's got to listen at some point, right?
Okay, but is Orb of Regret still a thing then?
Well,
I'm sorry. Who's they? Who says that? Hang on. I'm gonna Google this. If two people call you a horse. It is a saying, sort of. No, apparently it is a saying, sort of. If one person calls you a horse, you can call them crazy and ignore it. If another person calls you a horse, you can dismiss it as a coincidence. And if a third person calls you a horse, you need to be in the market for a saddle. Is apparently a thing. I have never heard in my life. But apparently it's a thing. What does it even mean? I mean, I feel like it's relatively obvious what it means, right? Just from like context. Right? If somebody tells you you're being stupid, don't worry about it. They're irrelevant. And if two people tell you you're being stupid, that's a coincidence. And if three people tell you you're being stupid, maybe you need to look at what you're doing. You might be being stupid. Right?
But unsure. My impulse is
Okay,
no.
I guess it might
but,
not be fully fleshed out yet.
My,
right?
my impulse is no, but there are some reasons to still have it, and we haven't quite fully kind of decided whether we're removing it or not. But my current impulse is no for that.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right. A lot of people are asking, when is the witch video coming?
Yeah, okay, that took way longer than we expected. And it's because like we thought we were close, and then upon actually really playing more of it, like I'm not happy, and so we've kind of gone back a bit to like the drawing board on some certain things. And so yeah, like it ended up like not, it'll take a little bit longer, but it won't be too much longer. Yeah, it won't be too much longer, but yes, I understand. It's annoying because I thought that was close, and then it wasn't as close as I thought. So you know, we'll get there though.
Okay.
Yep.
I had an interesting question earlier, which is about competition in games. So, you know, PoE, especially in the early days, has been a lot about racing, and there's like, you know, this high-end community. We just saw it in the Gauntlet, for example, and, you know, people really enjoy that. So is there going to be like more like in-game competition, like besides just the race to 100 and like the shout-outs that people get, and that is there like maybe at least plans for having more features like that?
I mean, those are pretty cool, but I agree. It would be cool to have more things that you can compete on.
What things?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more there. I don't know that I necessarily think there'll be anything coming in like, you know, like right away. But I agree. Like, it's cool to have more of that stuff. Like, we want, like, you know, yeah, like more ladders and things like that. They're always cool. Like those kinds of things. Like first to get to things. Like, I love all that stuff. So yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So yeah, I'd love to do more.
I'm very glad to hear that actually myself as well. So that's cool.
I don't know
one other question that I see here
but-
is about melee classes.
But okay.
They generally seem to be like kind of like, you know, far behind the ranged playstyles, at least in PoE1. So is that something that you're trying to like balance better in PoE2, and if so, how?
I would say that melee is definitely in a much better place than it was in PoE1, and a huge amount of the weakness in PoE1 was because it was very hard for us to like all the animation problems we had with the rigs in PoE1 just meant that it was very hard to add good melee skills. So
Okay.
yeah, melee's in a much better place. I've talked before about how there's like now motion, at least some motion in every melee skill. Like the overall, it's just it's a very different situation than it was in PoE1. So yeah, melee is yeah. Look, it wouldn't be unfair to say that a large part of the motivation for what's happened in PoE2 is melee improvements, right? Because like the very first thing we started with when we were wanting to redo stuff was to change the player rigs, the character rigs. And because they were so horrible to animate and none of the animators wanted to deal with them, and we pretty much feature creeped from there into a sequel. So you know, like the character rigs were the very first thing of like we need to change those. Yeah.
And we feature
Okay,
creep
someone's
there
asking,
into
is there going to be any kind of
PoE2?
bad luck protection system in the game for like drops or, you know, anything you can find?
Bad luck protection. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know exactly what that would be,
for
but
fuck's
I guess the idea
don't
would be
think-
like, you know,
Thank
like
you.
every X hours, maybe like your, you know, like your chance to find like a divine orb or something goes up, or, you know, like a certain unique, like a T1 unique or something.
I can't say I have a huge amount of sympathy for this.
Neither do I,
you know,
but it was a
the
question.
law,
So.
the law of large numbers should mean you get something eventually. Like you know, like I guess there's, you know, there'll be like one guy out there who's like, you know, the worst luck in the universe, and sure, his experience is going to be bad, but I guess I'm just sorry about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, there was another question about critical strikes. Like generally you want to try to stack, you know, both crit chance and crit damage together. Is it going to be like the same system going forward, or is it like maybe a change where like you don't have this exponential synergy between crit chance and crit damage?
The crit system has changed.
Oh,
I don't think I can remember the details of how it's changed, unfortunately. Rory would know.
I can leave that behind.
This is an issue that we have thought about, and there are changes relating to it, but unfortunately the exact details of how it exactly works now are not coming to my mind. So it isn't the change that you just said, but there are changes relating to how crit works a bit. So yeah, I guess that's unfortunately all I can tell you about that. It's
Okay.
to do though with like what the stats that are available in the tree and what's available in items and where they spawn in prefixes, suffixes, and things like that. Like the stuff about that's changed. So yeah. In particular though, if I remember correctly, the design goal was that, oh god, what was it? It was like there was a problem where like the stuff that you could. Sorry, I can't quite remember now. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't do a better answer. But yeah, no,
Okay.
there's stuff around this that has changed.
Okay, I'm very excited to see that there is a change though, so that might
Yeah, yeah.
hopefully make it a bit more interesting than just like, going all in or nothing kind of, because that's
Sure.
kind of how,
Yes,
how it
I
is
think
right
that
now.
is part of the issue. That is part of the issue.
Okay. There's another question about, I saw something about Awaken PoE trade macro, but I guess a more general question here would be, is like, how's your stance with like those third-party tools, for example, for, pricing items, trading items, any kind of other like, overlays, like we have like, for example, the betrayal overlay that people can open up as well or whatever. Is your stance changing on that in any way, or is that fine?
I don't really like it when there's third-party mods in game client. That's not my favorite. I would hope that we can ameliorate the need for those kinds of things, ideally. But it is very hard to stamp out all of those. But yeah, ideally, like,
I didn't get
I'm fine
everything
kind of with
from
like.
that.
In any way,
just go
pricing
back.
items, trading items, any kind of other like, overlays, like we trade all in or nothing kind of, because
Here we
that's
go.
kind of how,
Yes,
how it
I
is
think
right now.
that is part of the issue. That is
Let me
part of
listen to that again.
Okay. There's another question about, I saw something about Awaken PoE trade macro, but I guess a more general question here would be, is like, how's your stance with like those third-party tools, for example, for, pricing items, trading items, any kind of other like, overlays, like we have like, for example, the betrayal overlay that people can open up as well or whatever. Is your stance changing on that in any way, or is that fine?
I don't really like it when there's third-party mods in game client. That's not my favorite. I would hope that we can ameliorate the need for those kinds of things, ideally. But it is very hard to stamp out all of those. But yeah, ideally, like, okay, I'm fine kind of with like people making websites and things for stuff and like stuff like that. That's sort of fine. I'm not so keen on like the kind of actual client modification. So yeah, ideally not, but ideally we can sort of find a way to make that stuff more like just obviate the need for it.
Okay. One question is also, can we modify the dodge roll in any way? Is that going to be a thing?
Yes, there are spirit reservations that change it.
Had to look that up real quick.
And a few other things that fiddle around with it a bit. Yes, there are some things. Yep.
Okay, so like you can go further, or you can do it like something like that, or like what is the expected thing?
I mean, look, I would be highly skeptical if there wasn't a unique that did something like that, but it's not like, but I don't think it's not like there's going to be stacking like dodge roll distance or anything like that, right? That's not going to be how it is.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean,
but there's a few things that changed it in a few interesting ways.
I think that would be a very funny thing if that was the stat, though. With like Imperium's crafting projects or so. Like, how many screens can you roll?
Right.
Okay, but all right. Another question I saw is about the mirror. Is the mirror gonna be as rare as it was, or is there gonna be? Is there something else that's that rare? Or
it's gonna be as rare as it was. Mirror is still rare. Yes.
Okay, mirror is still rare. Okay, and it's obviously still intended for like absolute high end.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to catch up on like a few last questions here, guys, before we wrap it up. So.
As rare as it was before this league, by the way.
I was just trying to see that. Oh my god, chat is moving so fast. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people here today.
Too much this league.
About unlocking crafting recipes. Okay, you said that there's gonna be more stuff coming for the crafting bench, but can you maybe share anything about like how you unlock recipes?
I don't want to talk about the crafting bench just yet.
Okay, so nothing there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Jonathan said earlier some white mobs hit harder than others. And could he ask if these white mobs will get better rewards compared to the rest, like XP and items?
Yeah, they will.
Okay, so it basically just scales with the difficulty. Yeah. Okay.
That's already technically the case in PoE 1 as well, by the way. It's just that the level of extremeness between monsters is not so high that people really notice, which I think is a bad thing.
Okay, and people are asking about Steam Deck support.
There should be no reason you can't play it on a Steam Deck. Yeah, like it should be fine. Yeah, I don't. As I said, it should be fine. I actually don't have a Steam Deck, which is probably something I should change so that I can actually try it out on there. But yeah, should be no reason why not.
Okay. Another question is there going to be a seamless transition between keyboard and mouse and controller if you play with both?
Please.
I mean, you can press a button and change from one to the other. But like, is there anything more seamless than that? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, I guess I could do it without the button or something. But
mouse. Move my controller.
Right.
No buttons.
Okay, people are asking about skip campaign. Is that ever going to be a thing? Any?
Just real quick, and I mean this actually literally, every single other ARPG on the market has seamless controller change. Torchlight, D4, Undecember, Last Epoch. What else is there? You put your hand on the mouse, you're on the mouse. You put your hand on the thing, you're on the thing. Like everyone's got that.
Kind of boosting or any kind of like
No.
So campaign on every character.
Yes.
Is there maybe like something you can like, you know, unlock with your first character of a league that at least like, you know, fast forwards it a little bit, or like anything like that besides just like getting better gear?
The campaign's inherently easier on your second character because you've got both like better items, but also gold and, you know, all that stuff that, you know, means that you can trade for better, like you trade for stuff that's low level. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like the second character in a league is going to be so much faster just for all that, for all those reasons. So like you already do get an advantage there.
Okay, so it's gonna be so similar to how it is now, I suppose, where it's just like, you know, you equip your 7 league step and you go kind of.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of other questions that I didn't pick up now, chat, but most of them have already been answered either in this interview or in others, so I don't want to like repeat everything again, but you know, I just picked up some things that I didn't know about, so that was basically wrapping it up now.
Awesome.
I don't want to keep you forever here, Jonathan. So
I have to go grab some lunch, so
yeah, you deserve it. So thank you very much, Jonathan. So for the chat and for the audience, this is the game director of Path of Exile 2. It was a pleasure talking to you. We didn't have the pleasure yet to meet in person, but I hope that at some point we're gonna get there. And yeah, it was a very insightful interview. So thank you very much for that.
Awesome. No problem. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
All right. That was it, guys.
All right. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. There were some good questions in there. Honestly, I was starting to think, here's a link for that in case anybody wants to watch it on their own. Also, it'll be up on Woody's YouTube in like 12, 15-ish hours. Like he'll be putting it on YouTube at some point soon. It's a controller one. It sounded like they don't even... I'm sure this is not the case, but it sounded like they don't even know that every single other ARPG on the market, you can just walk around with a keyboard and mouse and then touch a controller and be running around with the controller and then instantly change to the mouse again and just be... You can mid-combat in every single ARPG except PoE. You can just go, boop, put the controller down and start running around and pressing buttons on your keyboard. And then when you're done, you can just, in mid-combat while running, just pick up your thing and it sounds like they don't even know that you can do that. Which to be fair, wouldn't even shock me that much, because like, how many people even use a controller? Like, it can't be that many. Yeah, he said hit a button and switch, which makes me think it's not a button on the keyboard, that it's much like what it is right now, where you just go change to controller, boop, and maybe you won't have to reboot the client or something. But that's not what we're after. That being said, I feel like it's a real niche issue. Like, I don't personally know a single other person who plays these games with a controller when appropriate. I'm the only person that I know that does that. So like, I don't know how big of a deal it is to other people. Might not be a very big deal at all. It's a PV1, it's a fucking journey. It's not hitting a button. It involves relaunching the entire goddamn client. You're just like, really? Do I have to? Like, this game has a so-so game feel. This one? No, it's fantastic. I'm quite enjoying it. You're hitting monsters with spells and melee. Feels fine to me. And play this totem build from the start. Yes. Although a version of it that's much better than what I'm playing right now. So it appears as if there's two options. Once I got over to this poison stuff, the first, like, you know, that like level 20 to 30 area, this poison stuff was better. But now that I'm at this stage where I'm like I'm like 32 approaching 35, I'm 100% sure that by this stage I was way better just coming down here. So I think that I would rather just be a little bit slower in the first 20 levels and then be playing a good version from level 20 to level 100 than dealing with this shit. I will have a guide out for the way I like to do things. I'm probably going to run 1 or 2 more tests to make sure that I'm getting it right. Ellie out, Ellie game released and out of beta. No, but it will be in like 9 days. Destroy poisons plus explode, destroy poisons makes it good. Yeah, look, I could, but end game, like by the time I get to monoliths, this is worse. I want to be here and here. And so it's a question of how long this remains better before it wants to become the real build, and like if it's worth the better that it is right at the front to then have to respec. So it's all like a little bit of a balance. I feel like Ellie is the worst purchasing before playing before 1.0. I love Ellie. It's very, very good. Whether or not it's worth playing before 1.0 is up to you. Here's what I will say. You could go in almost completely blind on 1.0 launch and have a very good time. You don't need to do a whole bunch of practice. In fact, you don't even really need to look up a build guide. You could just play whatever you wanted and it would be good. And when you decide it's time to respec in follow a build guide, if you want to, it's very easy to do so in this game. So you don't have to worry too much about that. That being said, it might be fun to you to have some idea of what's going on before the launch in like 9 days time. So the launch has got a pretty decent sized balance patch in it. And it also has some pretty decent graphic updates as well to the whole client. We've seen a few little clips here and there. It does look a lot better. The launch client looks a lot better than what we're playing right now. So sort of up to you. The only thing I will say is if you're gonna buy it and you haven't bought it already, I'd love it if you could buy it from my Nexus store, which you can find at !Nexus. It is the same price as Steam, and I just get the cut Steam would have got. Only if you're going to buy it anyway. But if you're going to buy it anyway, grab it from there. You can just put the code into Steam and then launch the game anyway through Steam. So that's it. Oh, I'm 1% off level 100 and I have to start a new map. Just started 2 days ago. Any tips for long-time PoE player? Sure. I'll give you some quick TLDRs. 1, resistances is far less important than you're used to. That doesn't mean we don't want to cap it eventually, but don't have a hernia trying to cap your resistances. Instead of having 4 resistances, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's just innately less important to have each one. But also, mobs gain 1% pen per area level up to level 75. So it's actually balanced around, like, the end game is balanced around you having 75 res and them having 75 pen. So you're supposed to be damaged as if you're at 0. Which means if you're missing 25% res, you're at 50, you take 25% more damage. Whereas in PoE, if you're missing 25% res, you take 100% more damage, right? Because you were taking 25 and you now take 50. Where in this game, you were taking 100 and you now take 125. So it's not as important to be capped. And that's one of the big things PoE players are struggling with when they get over here, is they're like trying to cap immediately and you don't need to. Like, you will want to eventually, but relax. Also, Shift F is loot filters. Realistically, you can build your own loot filter pretty easily. It's way more simple than you're used to. We'll have a video on that soon, but honestly, you could play around with this in game without even looking at third-party tools, and you could design your own filter and figure it out. Those are probably the 2 big things. Can you queue up to find groups, or do you need to use chat? Do you need to find a group? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Gonna be up super early tomorrow, so I'm gonna call it a day. But we're also getting home super early tomorrow, so we'll probably start quite a bit earlier. Doing solo self-found or trade on launch? I mean, I'm never gonna be solo self-found, but we are going to be the magic find, not the auction house thing. It is not solo self-found. I gotta keep stopping people from calling the solo self-found faction. We are going to be the faction that has the magic find in it. I'm also going to be actively playing and trading with my friends that I play with. We're just not going to be using the auction house, but it is in no way solo self-found. I just will not be using the auction house bit. I'm gonna run, but I will see everybody tomorrow for a much earlier stream start, because we're gonna get home at like 11 instead of home at like 2 in the afternoon. Goodbye.